A desolate battlefield burns under a smoky orange sky, littered with the wreckage of war. Armored soldiers raise their spears, chanting their advance in the name of Nebula. A horde of green-skinned orcs roars, vowing to defeat their enemy, hegemony. The two armies clash in a brutal melee of spears and swords under a dark, chaotic sky. A hand types rapidly on a futuristic, glowing blue keyboard, orchestrating the chaos from afar. Wham! An orc warrior brings a massive hammer down, shattering the ground and sending soldiers flying. A line of soldiers in dark uniforms takes aim and fires their rifles in a deafening volley. Boom! Cannons erupt with fire and smoke, launching projectiles across the battlefield. Mages conjure glowing blue magic circles, preparing to unleash arcane power upon the enemy. The unseen strategist watches the battle unfold on their glowing screen, identifying their target as hegemony. Old-fashioned biplanes soar through the fiery sky, joining the multifaceted assault. A massive demonic hand engulfed in flames clenches with a guttural grunt. Crackle! Lightning arcs across the clouds, striking the battlefield with blinding force. Above fleets of helicopters, two colossal, shadowy figures play a game of chess that mirrors the war below. A prompt appears, asking to authorize a nuclear strike for the god Nebula, and the cursor decisively clicks yes. A nuclear missile ignites, launching with immense force from its silo. The missile streaks through the sky, a harbinger of total destruction. Multiple warheads descend from the heavens, raining fire upon the world below. Staring up in disbelief at the incoming missiles, an orc defiantly raises his middle finger. A massive, fiery figure sighs, questioning if Nebula really thought a nuclear strike would be enough, taunting that they came prepared. Hegemony counters, launching a volley of magical, lantern-like missiles to intercept the nuclear attack. A figure in a skull mask observes the countermeasure, identifying them as anti-ballistic missiles and acknowledging his opponent was well prepared. A fiery explosion erupts mid-air as the two attacks collide. The magical anti-missiles successfully intercept their targets, creating a brilliant light show of destruction. However, one missile appears to have slipped through the defensive barrage. It soars high into the upper atmosphere, but a single word hints that this is not a simple attack. In the silence of space, the missile's payload detaches, revealing a different purpose as the skull-masked figure watches. The payload hurtles down towards what appears to be a library of sacred texts, or a massive archive. In a sunlit hall, a blonde-haired man kneels, raising a golden-hilted sword presented to him by a green-skinned being. A crowd of followers, including many orcs, bow in unison before the kneeling blonde-haired man. The descending payload is now aimed directly at a grand palace, the center of his followers' faith. An elderly orc king, wearing a crown, sheds a tear of despair. The fiery armored hegemony looks on, declaring that in situations like this, praying is pointless. But you forgot, hegemony says, as a swirling vortex of teal spiritual energy surrounds the falling payload. The mystical energy completely envelops the object, neutralizing its descent. Hegemony's glowing eyes narrow as he prepares to reveal his trump card. He declares that in this perished world, faith produces results, as a colossal ethereal orc spirit manifests and catches the payload. Watching from his monitor, the man in the purple shirt realizes his opponent is using the holy orc strategy. Hegemony's fiery boots touch down as he laughs, mockingly asking if his opponent saw his brilliant counter. Before the giant spirit, Hegemony proudly announces this as his freshly optimized holy orc strat. Hegemony, revealed as the server's second-ranked player, smugly asks if his opponent is ready to surrender. The man in the purple shirt watches his screen and chuckles, now understanding the source of Hegemony's confidence. He reflects on the strategy. Orcs are easy to recruit, and his opponent has impressively gathered a massive amount of faith. Hegemony monologues that he chose the sky as a battlefield to prepare kinetic attacks, admitting the Spirit Apostle was a good attempt. The man in the purple shirt coolly states that his opponent's plan was far too obvious. Thunk. High above the planet, a satellite silently deploys several metallic rods. The rods of metal plummet through the atmosphere, a silent and deadly kinetic bombardment. Hegemony's confidence shatters as he sees the rods reflected on a screen, cursing in shock. Panicked, Hegemony screams about the kinetic bombardment following the nukes, ordering his forces to block the attack before it strikes the palace. Leaning back in his chair, the skull-masked strategist calmly scoffs, knowing his true attack is unstoppable. The strategist reflects that even a few tungsten rods are overwhelmingly powerful as they plummet downwards. As gravity accelerates the rods, the great ethereal orc spirit attempts a desperate, futile block. The Holy Spirit is instantly vaporized by the sheer force of the kinetic rods, proving there was nothing hegemony could do. The rods continue their descent unimpeded, striking the ground with overwhelming force and a thunderous boom. An orc is thrown helplessly to the ground by the cataclysmic impact. Wham! A rod smashes into the earth, the impact shattering the very ground beneath it. The kinetic projectile burrows deep into the planet, the epicenter of absolute destruction. A massive shockwave tears across the landscape, obliterating everything in its path. In the aftermath, the smoking ruins of the Imperial Palace and its underground temple are all that remain. The strategist muses that, with the temple's destruction, all the faith hegemony had built up is now gone. Without faith to sustain it, the divine apostle perishes, its ethereal form dissolving into nothing. The game declares its verdict. Nebula is the winner of the match against hegemony. A system notification congratulates Nebula, confirming his first-place ranking. In a fit of rage, the defeated hegemony screams Nebula's name, vowing to start a winning streak next time. Back in his gaming chair, the man in the purple shirt muses that his opponent's final trump card was insignificant. He notes that while the match was uneventful, it allowed him to complete an achievement for maintaining his rank. A system message congratulates him for being the sole player to complete all achievements in Perished World. Another message appears, the beta test has ended, and as a top player, Nebula can access the full game before its public release. Surprised, the man realizes he was only playing a beta and wonders what the real game holds. Lines of code flash across the screen, initiating a mysterious and profound system change. He is pulled into the game as his real eye merges with his avatar's, transforming into a glowing sigil. He finds himself standing in an ethereal realm, physically embodying his skull-masked avatar. Looking at his gloved hands, he realizes his game avatar is now his real body, and questions if it's a dream. A mysterious hooded figure appears, introducing himself as Aladdin. Aladdin explains that all players were given masks to ensure fairness, as some might have known each other. From above, Aladdin stands with open arms before Nebula in the strange cosmic space. Nebula, now with a horned mask, wonders if this is Earth before realizing it's somewhere else entirely. Through his mask's eyes, a flash of recognition hits him. He knows exactly where he is. He is in the Perished World, the very planet from the game, now hovering before him in space. Facing a silent crowd of shadowy figures, Aladdin begins a grand proclamation about their destiny. He declares that they are all here to become true gods. Aladdin explains that this world was once abandoned by its gods after a cataclysmic event. Before its fall, it was a planet where diverse races, like foxfolk and goblins, lived in harmony. A massive, ancient white dragon sleeps, then awakens with a golden gleam in its eye. Now the awakened dragon looks to the moon, sensing that the world is ready for an age of new gods. The scene returns to the assembled candidates, where Nebula and Aladdin stand apart. Aladdin reveals the true purpose of the game. It was a test to find suitable god candidates for this planet. He explains that their path to godhood will mirror the game, requiring them to amass a following. By becoming the sole god of this world, Aladdin promises they can do anything they wish. All desires and dreams, he declares, can be realized by the one who becomes this world's god. Nebula asks about giving up, and Aladdin explains they would return home but lose all memories of this place. However, Aladdin delivers a chilling warning. If killed as a god, they will suffer a true and final death. Hearing the stakes, Nebula feels a surge of determination, deciding there is no reason to back down. Aladdin offers one last chance to quit before fanning out a deck of glowing cards for those who remain. He explains their first step on this journey is to draw a card, which will determine their starting region. Nebula watches in surprise as some of the shadowy figures behind him fade away, already giving up. He silently counts as 5 players disappear, their forms dissolving into the cosmic backdrop. Nebula realizes the initial number of candidates was 32, the maximum player count from the game's servers. With the quitters gone, Aladdin gestures to the remaining players and announces it is time to begin. Nebula steps forward, his gloved hand reaching out to select his fate from the shimmering cards. Staring at the glowing card in his hand, Nebula curses his luck under his breath. The card transforms into a beam of light, descending upon a magical sigil as Aladdin watches. The beam of light hurtles from space towards the perished world below. It zeroes in on a specific landmass, choosing Nebula's starting location on the vast planet. The scene settles on a lush, tranquil forest landscape with a winding river and distant mountains. In the water, a curious, frog-like creature watches a beautiful blue butterfly flutter by. The creature slips beneath the surface, its eyes locking onto an unsuspecting fish swimming below. Splash! It erupts from the river, triumphantly shouting, "Gotcha!" as it snags the fish. Two excited frogmen celebrate their large catch, eagerly anticipating a fish dinner tonight. One frogman wonders about the butterfly, but his friend scoffs, far more interested in their feast. On his ethereal throne, surrounded by blue butterflies, Nebula identifies his new neighbors as frogmen. He reflects on his starting draw, the insect region, a notoriously difficult start that will require careful resource management. Looking at his card, he muses that butterflies are still useful in the early stages of the game. Nebula examines his starting resources, concluding that an aggressive strategy is impossible for now. Therefore, he decides an insect-eating race would be the perfect choice to begin his conquest. He sees the frogmen as an ideal example, watching one snatch a fly from the air. However, as he observes them, Nebula realizes their large population presents a significant problem. He estimates there are about 500 frogmen, far too many for him to influence as a new god. Ding! A system notification appears, showing his faith level is a mere 10 points. Nebula knows that without faith, he can't influence anyone, and 10 points is laughably insufficient for the frogmen. Switching tactics, he decides to investigate the other races in the surrounding area. The view shifts to a barren desert, where a weary tribe of lizardmen makes a desperate journey. Nebula identifies them as lizardmen, noting that they too are insectivores. He assesses their condition, seeing they are weak and few in number. He reflects that a race feels more exhausted the more it feels abandoned by the world. With a single miracle, Nebula believes, he could easily become the god of these desperate lizardmen. Furthermore, he recognizes that their prolonged suffering has left their minds extremely fragile and open to influence. Focusing on an injured lizardman struggling at the back of the group, Nebula decides, let's start with you. As a large beetle watches, the exhausted tribe of lizardmen continues its grueling march across the desert. A shout of excitement erupts as they spot a lone, injured gazelle, a rare sign of hope. With a unified cry, the hungry lizardmen ferociously charge their unexpected prey. After securing their meal, the lizardmen immediately begin to squabble over the precious food. The injured lizardman watches with a heavy heart, knowing there won't be enough for the frail members of the tribe. In a frenzy of hunger, the lizardmen tear into the gazelle, devouring it on the spot. Within moments, only bones remain, as one lizardman sighs that at least it's not a total loss. Another points out that the marrow is a delicacy, prompting the others to start cracking the bones. Tack! A lizardman tries to break a bone with his teeth, only to be stopped. He looks up in confusion as a green-eyed lizardman stands over him, holding the bone he was about to eat. The green-eyed lizardman firmly declares that the remaining bones should be saved for the old and sick. He gathers the rest of the skeleton, preparing to distribute it fairly. The other tribe members watch in stunned silence as he shares the last of the food. The elderly and weak lizardmen gratefully accept the bones, gnawing on the marrow. The injured blue lizardman also receives a share, quietly eating despite his wounds. A different lizardman confronts the generous one, questioning his compassionate act. He argues it's a waste, as the old and sick are dying anyway. He reminds his peer that while the injured lizardman, Lacrack, saved them from a tiger, he is doomed without proper food. The green-eyed lizardman calls his comrade's logic ungrateful, but the other urges him to be realistic. As night falls, the lizardmen sleep huddled together, while the injured Lacrack lies alone and apart. A lone blue butterfly, a symbol of Nebula's presence, flutters across the dark desert. The glowing butterfly lands gently on the sleeping Lacrack's injured arm, a silent promise of change. As dawn approaches, the injured lizardman Lacrack sits up, his expression hardened with newfound resolve. One lizardman spots Lacrack's movement, pointing it out to his sleepy, yawning companion. They watch as Lacrack walks away from the camp, with one lizardman noting he's finally leaving the group. Lacrack climbs a rocky ledge, and his former comrades decide it's best to let him go quietly. As he reaches the top, the lone butterfly reappears, multiplying into a swarm of ethereal blue insects that surrounds him. Overwhelmed and sweating, Lacraque questions his sanity, wondering if the sight is merely an illusion. He realizes no one else reacted to the butterfly, concluding that what he is seeing might actually be real. Standing alone against the night sky, Lacraque stares at the single glowing butterfly, deciding to trust what he sees. Compelled by a silent invitation, Lacraque follows the radiant butterfly as it guides him up a desolate path. The butterfly leads him toward a powerful blue glow, and as a tear falls from his eye, he wonders what it could be. A single word fills his mind as a new winged insect appears before him. Beetles. Lacraque stares in utter shock at a massive, glowing pillar formed from a countless swarm of beetles. A single powerful realization dawns on him. This is food. Tears streaming down his face, he realizes with overwhelming joy that there's enough to feed the entire tribe. Observing from his throne, Nebula confirms that his chosen race has finally found his revelation, expressing his relief. Through a magical screen, he watches the lizardmen feasting, calculating that the food will last them for a few days. As the lizardmen joyfully eat the roasted beetles, Nebula begins to contemplate his next strategic move. A thoughtful, escapes Nebula as he leans forward, his curiosity piqued by an unforeseen development. As the lizardmen gather around their fire, a large blue butterfly symbolizes Nebula's divine presence among them. The green-eyed lizardman approaches Lacraque, silently offering him a large roasted beetle as a gesture of gratitude. From his throne, Nebula is confused why his followers have named him the nameless beetle god when he used butterflies. He sighs, looking down upon his new followers, lamenting that he never seems to start a game with a good name. While the lizardmen celebrate, a sinister, shadowed grin appears, hinting at the presence of another rival god. The green-eyed lizardman promises to return the favor as the tribe happily surrounds their new hero, Lacraque. Now leading the tribe, Lacraque feels like he's hallucinating again, but is confident he knows the way forward. The lizardmen celebrate finding another beetle swarm, while their leader, Lacraque, maintains a stoic focus. The green-eyed lizardman approaches Lacraque, cautiously asking if he's certain about following these visions. He explains his doubt, pointing out that winter is coming, yet the beetles are leading them towards the cold. Another lizardman panics as the green-eyed one warns Lacraque that heading into the cold will mean certain death. The nervous lizardman asks if they should abandon the visions and travel in the opposite direction. Lacraque gestures toward the vast, empty desert, stating that there is absolutely nothing for them that way. He turns away, admitting he doesn't know the purpose of his visions, and honestly can't be sure of the outcome. Watching on his screen, Nebula understands Lacraque's dilemma. All he can do is follow the visions. Nebula reflects that this indirect guidance is due to his lack of faith, as a direct miracle would have cost too much. He examines his system menu, noting the insect sanctification skill is still locked, preventing him from empowering Lacraque further. With unwavering resolve, Lacraque carries a frail young lizardman on his back, leading the tribe through the harsh canyon. The entire tribe follows their leader, their eyes fixed on the single blue butterfly guiding them toward an unknown destination. Despite the exhaustion evident on their faces, Lacraque and his people press onward with grim determination. Reaching a precipice, Lacraque turns and roars, demanding the attention of his entire tribe. He raises his arms triumphantly, declaring that their god has led them to a sanctuary, a lush, vibrant oasis. An enormous cheer erupts from the tribe as Lacraque puts a hand to his chest, overcome with relief. The lizardmen celebrate their salvation, praising Lacraque for leading them to safety. Nebula's voice reaches Lacraque, asking if he was truly certain about wanting to know his god's motives. With a decisive gesture, Nebula extends an offer to his chosen follower. Then, become my priest. A flustered Lacraque receives pats on the back from his grateful tribe members, now a celebrated hero. Nebula bestows a blessing upon Lacraque, enveloping him in a pillar of divine blue light before the astonished tribe. Under the peaceful moonlight, the lizardmen sleep soundly in their new, verdant home. As Lacraque sleeps, a glowing firefly gently lands on his shoulder, a new messenger from his god. In his slumber, a mysterious voice calls out Lacraque's name, pulling him into a divine dream. Floating in an ethereal void filled with glowing butterflies, Lacraque's spirit asks the presence before him, "Who Are you God? In the ethereal void, Lecrec's spirit asks the robed figure if he is meant to take its outstretched hand. He then questions if the mysterious presence wants to ask him something instead. Zack! The robed figure suddenly places a large, horned skull into Lecrec's startled hands. Lecrec stares down at the object in his hands, recognizing it as the skull of a buffalo. He lifts the heavy skull above his head, presenting it to the divine being. The robed figure takes the skull, placing it over its own head as a mask. The transformation is complete, as the skull-masked god stands surrounded by glowing butterflies and falling stars. The dream fades with a final thought, identifying the deity as the nameless beetle god. Back in the oasis, Lecrec stands before his tribe, who murmur amongst themselves. With a confident grin, Lecrec finishes recounting his vision, stating that it was all from a dream. Confused, the other lizardmen question the god's intentions, wondering if he desires a buffalo sacrifice. The green-eyed lizard man argues that hunting a buffalo is too high a risk, requiring a deep venture into the wilderness. He insists on not endangering their new home, but another reminds him their god led them here in the first place. The green-eyed lizard man explains that a buffalo hunt is a life-risking endeavor that would require all of their hunters. He then raises a critical point. If all the hunters leave, who will protect the weak? Holding his spear, Lecrec decides he cannot risk the safety of the entire tribe. As he prepares to leave, a tribe member calls out his name, warning that hunting a buffalo alone is suicide. Lecrec looks back with conviction, revealing that his god has granted him a blessing. The green-eyed lizard man and the others look on in shock, questioning what he means by a blessing. The scene briefly shifts to a peaceful view of the lush oasis. Lecrec explains that he woke up to find all of his once fatal wounds had been completely healed. Furthermore, he points to his shoulders, which are now covered in a new set of black scales. The green-eyed lizard man observes the new markings, realizing they resemble the shell of a beetle. He closes his eyes in contemplation, admitting that Lecrac's story is difficult to believe. Still, he argues that it is not enough reason for Lecrec to hunt alone, prompting a reluctant fine from his leader. Lecrec declares the real reason he is confident, flexing an impossibly muscular bicep. With a powerful whoosh, he unleashes his newfound strength, swinging his spear with blinding speed. The spear soars through the air like a missile, heading straight for a distant palm tree. Kapow! The spear smashes into the tree, completely shattering the trunk on impact. The rest of the tribe stares in absolute shock, their jaws agape at the incredible display of power. Only a splintered stump remains where the thick palm tree once stood. Lecrec calmly retrieves his spear from the ground beside the wreckage. The tribe rushes toward him in awe, shouting his name and asking if he'd been hiding his power all along. Another lizard man trembles in fear, stammering that the strength was terrifying, even if it was just a tree. Lecrec quietly reflects on his own transformation, marveling that he was near death just a short time ago. Suddenly, a gasp from his tribe members alerts him to something in the distance. Lecrec leaps into action, pointing and shouting for everyone to look. His eyes widen as he roars in excitement, announcing that he's spotted a herd of buffalo. Thump, thump! A massive herd of buffalo stampedes across the plains, just as his dream foretold. The green-eyed lizardman yells in disbelief, unable to comprehend how this could be happening. Poised on a high cliff, Lecrec watches the herd thunder past below. He smirks, dismissing his tribe's previous fears as pointless worries. A fellow lizardman tries to stop him, but Lecrec fearlessly leaps from the precipice. With a mighty roar, Lecrec declares that today their hunger ends. Using the cliffside as a springboard, he launches himself high into the air toward the stampeding herd. He soars over the buffalo, spear aimed, vowing that his tribe shall be free from hunger. Wham! With divine strength, he hurls his spear, striking a buffalo directly between the eyes. He lands gracefully on the ground as his attack finds its mark. Moo! Mortally wounded buffalo bellows as it collapses, throwing the herd into chaos. Wah! The rest of the lizardmen cheer and charge forward, eager to claim their god's gift. A gray-skinned lizard man declares that his god's favor extends to meat as well as beetles. At night, a pillar of light rises from a small settlement nestled within a rocky canyon. In a grim ritual, blood from a severed bull's head drips onto an altar of animal skulls. As the tribe watches, a lone lizardman kneels before the altar, while another holds the sacrifice aloft. The kneeling lizardman raises his hands in prayer, beseeching their god to accept their humble offering. The assembled tribe bows in unison, collectively pleading for their god to accept the offering. Blood streams down the face of a horned skull, the centerpiece of the macabre altar. Nebula's spectral form observes the ritual, noting that while the offering is clumsy, their sincerity is what counts. A system notification shows the tribe's faith has far exceeded expectations, reaching 162 out of a possible 50. From Nebula's perspective, he considers the sacrifice decent for a novice priest. Nebula muses that considering the time he has invested, perhaps he deserves this level of devotion. He acknowledges his own limitations, admitting he cannot materialize water or grass for their livestock. Nebula decides he'll need help from some friends, as grasshoppers are shown chewing on blades of grass. A lone buffalo grazes on a tiny patch of grass in an otherwise barren, rocky landscape. Observing the situation on a holographic screen, Nebula begins to analyze the problem. He watches his lizardmen feast and concludes they are merely consuming their limited resources, not sustaining them. Nebula determines that it is unreasonable to expect his followers to have advanced farming skills at this stage. The lizardmen's small oasis settlement will only be sustainable for a few years at most. An illustration of lizardman skeletons on cracked earth highlights their fate without farming or herding knowledge. Seated on his throne, Nebula considers teaching them directly, but acknowledges it would be against the rules. Deciding to offer a small blessing instead, he sends a wave of blue energy toward the praying priest. A brilliant pillar of sparkling light descends upon the altar, bathing the awestruck tribe in a divine glow. The scene transitions from the divine light to a bright, sunny day by a peaceful river in the canyon. Zaol finds Lacrac by the bone altar, noting he is up early, and he replies that he is just looking. As she approaches, Zaol tells Lacrac that she had a disturbing dream the previous night. Lacrac asks if it was a vision, but Zaol admits she doesn't know, as the dream was too vague. He recalls his own dream, in which he saw their sacred altar trembling precariously in the distance. He describes a vision of their blessing failing, leaving their fishing lures empty. In the dream, the land was over-farmed to the point of complete barrenness. Zaol tries to reassure Lacrac, saying things aren't that bad yet, and he reluctantly agrees. While Zaol expresses her unwavering faith in their god, Lacrac looks down, agreeing that he believes too. Lacrac internally struggles with doubt, admitting to himself that their god's will can sometimes be unclear. Sitting atop the altar, he worries that misunderstanding his god's messages could lead them to act against his will. Lacrac calls for Zaol to join him on top of the altar, and she looks up, surprised by his command. Pointing towards the horizon, Lacrac urges Zaol to look, and her eyes widen in shock. In the distance, a blue-skinned rider charges forward on a large, tan, reptilian mount. A massive column of blue-skinned lizardmen riding similar beasts marches across the arid landscape. Lacrac wonders if it's them, while a blushing Zaol asks if they have returned. Lacrac observes the approaching tribe, noting their familiar blue scales and impressive physiques. He remarks on the rarity of seeing others riding monsters as they do, confirming their identity. Seeing the entire tribe on the move, Lacrac comes to a grim realization about their situation. The sight of a devastated, barren land confirms his fear. Their former home has been destroyed. Zaol suggests the Blue Leather tribe is also looking for a new home, but Lacrac seems uncertain. As the massive tribe marches onward, Lacrac deduces they don't know about the oasis and are simply wandering aimlessly. He assumes they will pass by unnoticed, but one of his warriors suddenly stands and shouts to get their attention. A patrol of Lacrac's warriors confronts the newcomers, declaring the land a sanctuary of the nameless beetle god. From a high ridge, the patrol leader points down, warning the Blue Leather tribe they are forbidden to enter. The leader of the Blue Leather tribe looks up from his mount, confused by the sudden and aggressive welcome. Lacrac facepalms in frustration, realizing he forgot that the overzealous Yuri was on patrol today, as Zaol sighs. Placing a comforting hand on Zaol's shoulder, Lacrac reassures her not to worry. A lizard man grabs Locke's arm, suggesting the sudden appearance of Buffalo may be a divine sign. The green-eyed lizard man questions if their god is purposely provoking fights to test them. Lacrac turns away, contemplating the situation, and concluding that this probably isn't a test, He then explains to a different group of light blue lizard men that they will assimilate and save those who were once their kin. Lacrack speaks to a fellow tribe member, acknowledging that whatever is happening is part of his god's vision. A large, light blue lizard man questions why their god would lead a rival group to share their destined land. Lacrack is startled by the appearance of a large blue butterfly, instantly recognizing it. With renewed conviction, he declares that he dares not question his god's intentions any further. He turns and walks resolutely into the lush oasis, following the small butterfly. From above, Lacrack and his gathered tribe look on as the giant blue butterfly rests on a stone. From his throne, a stern-looking Nebula watches Lacrack's movements on his glowing screen. Nebula reflects that the two tribes must merge for population growth, as a rival group of lizard men approaches on a large beast. He finds it strange that Lacrack came to this conclusion entirely on his own. Nebula notes Lacrack's impressive determination as a blue window displays. Lacrack will, 14. He muses that Lacrack's ability to deduce the need for an alliance makes him a valuable follower. His attention shifts to a large grasshopper on a leaf, and he thinks to himself that it looks very nice. Nebula reaffirms his need for a strong-willed leader, smiling with satisfaction at his choice. He looks at Lacrack's image, realizing a competent leader will allow his wishes to be imposed more efficiently. Lacrack and his tribe watch from a cliff as the rival tribe approaches through the canyon below. The large, light blue leader of the approaching tribe mockingly calls out, asking the noisy kids if they live here. One of Lacrack's warriors bristles at the insult, while another boldly shouts that this is their land. The rival leader gestures dismissively at the barren landscape, wondering what could possibly be there for them to defend. He smugly lists the obvious resources he sees, trees and shrubs. He continues his list by adding the presence of life itself. Lacrack and his warrior stand tall as he completes the thought, and our god. The rival leader scoffs at the mention of a god, but Lacrack confirms it, declaring this the realm of the nameless beetle god. The rival leader's beast lets out a menacing snarl, baring its sharp teeth. A warrior from the rival tribe confidently states that Lacrack's people stand no chance against them. The rival leader grins condescendingly, singling out Lacrack. He gestures, and a sharp, stone-tipped spear materializes. Challenging Lacrack from his mount, he states that he actually condones pointless exchanges. Lacrack addresses the newcomers as poor, homeless lambs. He raises his spear, offering them a chance to be embraced by his god. He declares that he will bring them into his god's fold, as it is his will. The rival leader erupts into a bout of derisive laughter. Still chuckling, he mockingly asks if Lacrack is bad at math. With a furious roar, he and his beast charge forward, yelling, "So just die!" Lacrack stands his ground, bracing for the imminent attack with his own weapon ready. He closes his eyes and prays to his heavenly father. Gripping his weapon tightly, he asks for the strength to defeat his enemy. He adds a plea for his courage and his own strength to be enough. As the massive beast lunges, Lacrack desperately calls for his god to answer his prayer. Crack! His spear shatters upon impact. Lacrack stares in disbelief at the remains of his broken weapon. The rival leader sneers, calling him a fool as his mount's massive paw descends to crush Lacrack. A divine notification announces a clash of civilizations, granting both sides a large experience boost. Watching from his throne, Nebula lets out a thought bubble of relief, admitting that was a close call. He contemplates his next move as a system screen displays his new divinity level of 4. System windows confirm his acquisition of the Lizardman domain and offer to unlock new skills. Unarmed and defenseless, Lacrack looks up as the giant beast's paw is about to strike him down. Just as the paw is about to strike, Lacrack's eyes flash with a brilliant divine light. A massive pillar of holy light descends from the heavens, engulfing the rival leader and his beast. The ground erupts as the divine power slams down, forcing the massive beast back. The rival leader laughs mockingly from atop his mount, sarcastically complimenting Lacrack's performance. With a surge of power, the beast's paw slams down, but the rider is suddenly filled with shock. Whoosh! Lacrack, now enveloped in a blue aura, has swiftly dodged the devastating attack. Massive, ethereal beast skull materializes behind Lacrack as his power surges to a new level. The rival leader stares in disbelief, admitting he has no idea how Lacrack dodged the attack. Refusing to accept defeat, the rival leader roars and charges forward again, vowing it won't happen twice. Lacrack stands his ground, calm and resolute, radiating a powerful blue energy. From his throne, Nebula uses his foresight skill, assessing the rival leader's stats and concluding Lacrack can handle him alone. He then analyzes the mount, a Manundrake, realizing the real problem is Lacrack facing both at once. A system window displays Lacrack's new stats, revealing his Apostle level and Possessed title, which grant him a massive power boost. Clenching his glowing fist, Lacrack thinks to himself that this fight won't be so hard now. Lacrack charges head-on, meeting the massive Drake with nothing but his bare hands. His fist connects with the beast's jaw as a notification highlights his title, Possessed. The title grants him a divinity stat, which is explained to be equivalent to 200 attribute points. The rival leader looks on in utter confusion as narration explains that Lacrack's strength is now overwhelming, as he effortlessly stops the Drake's massive paw with a single arm. Stunned, the rival leader can only mutter, "Huh," as he finds himself held aloft. Using the beast as a foothold, Lacrack sprints up its body, heading straight for the rider. The rival tribe members watch in absolute terror, their jaws agape at the impossible sight. The narrator explains that witnessing such an overwhelming difference in power shocks all who are present, including Lacrack's own stunned tribe members. In the canyon below, Lacrack single-handedly dominates the colossal beast as both tribes look on in awe. The Manundrake's eye twitches, its pupils constricted in fear from the raw power it faces. Lacrack's tribe erupts in cheers, shouting that his display of strength was amazing. Enveloped in blue flames, Lacrack stands resolute, his gaze fixed on his opponent. The green-eyed lizard man and his comrades stare in confusion, barely recognizing their leader, Lacrack. Pinned beneath his own mount, the rival leader screams in furious disbelief, cursing Lacrack. The rival leader struggles to his feet, warning Lacrack not to let his guard down. He furiously declares that his calculations have never been wrong before this moment. Wham! He lunges, only to be sent flying by a single devastating punch from Lacrack. Lacrack stands victorious over the defeated leader, who is now embedded in the canyon wall. His blue aura blazing, Lacrack glares at the remaining enemies and coldly asks, "Who's next?" Clatter. The rival warriors drop their weapons in unison, surrendering completely. Lacrack turns his back on his defeated foe to face the kneeling ranks of the rival tribe. His power subsiding, Lacrack reflects on the battle, finding it hard to believe it's already over. Looking down at the defeated enemy, he wonders if his god possessed his body, as it all felt like a dream. Watching from his divine realm, the skull-masked god smiles with satisfaction from his throne. That night, the two formerly rival tribes gather peacefully around a large bonfire in the oasis. The newly merged tribe sits together, sharing stories around the fire next to a massive monument of bones. A light blue lizard man asks if Lacrack's people are the same tribe that left for the wilderness, shocked by their change in scale color. A member of Lacrack's tribe explains they simply followed the nameless beetle god, which is how they grew so strong. He adds that without their god's guidance, they surely would have perished in the wilderness. One of the new tribe members looks at the massive bone altar, realizing the truth of Lacrack's power. The green-eyed lizardman sits beside Lacrack, quietly affirming the new member's realization. Sitting alone, Lacrack reflects on the day's events, still unable to believe such power exists. The green-eyed lizardman approaches his leader, asking if they are going to be okay now. Lacrack looks toward their new home, noting that with the other tribe joining them, their population has increased sixfold. A voiceover declares that this place, the cracked and barren land, will soon become desolate. The green-eyed lizardman is shocked as Lacrack suddenly announces that they should leave. He protests the idea, questioning if they must wander the wilderness aimlessly once more. Lacrack disagrees, stating with conviction that the answer to their future lies with them. As the merged tribe worships before the bone monument, Lacrack's thoughts clarify he means their new brothers in belief. A gentle breeze rustles the leaves of a nearby plant, marking a quiet transition. Elsewhere, the defeated Manundrake growls menacingly as two warriors plead with it to surrender, since its master is gone. With a powerful swing of its tail, the beast sends one of the warriors flying. A muscular, shark-like lizard man curses in frustration as he looks down at his fallen comrade. Startled by the beast's triumphant roar, the shark-like lizard man yells out in alarm. The Manundrake strains against the ropes, binding it to a tree, as a warrior shouts that it's about to break free. The shark-like lizard man grabs the beast, now identified as Manun, and threatens punishment, causing it to pause in surprise. Later, the same shark-like warrior nervously approaches Lacrack as he walks through the settlement. Recalling its defeat at Lacrack's hands, the untied Manun growls menacingly at a smaller lizard man. Its massive claws dig into the earth as it prepares to lunge forward. Lacrack calmly steps between them, holding out a large root vegetable as a peace offering. With a loud crunch, Manun takes a massive bite out of the vegetable. Lacrack's warriors stare in disbelief as the ferocious beast eats calmly from their leader's hand. Lacrack gently pats the now purring Manun, asking if it has had enough. The remaining pieces of the vegetable offering lie on the grass. Manun lowers its head to eat the rest of the food Lacrack has provided. As the beast happily chews, a thought suggests there must be a divine reason for it being kept alive. Manun finishes its meal and looks up at Lacrack expectantly. Lacrack denies the beast more food, telling Manun it must learn patience to stay with them. Manun obediently lies down, earning praise from Lacrack as a quote boy. Lacrack instructs the other warriors to inform him if Manun causes any more trouble, and they nervously agree. The shark-like warrior watches the exchange in thoughtful silence. Later, Lacrack sits with two of his original tribe members, discussing matters. The shark-like warrior presents Lacrack with a finely crafted dagger, confirming he always had the skill to make it. He boasts that he could have made a much better weapon if their former leader hadn't been so restrictive with resources. A female-presenting lizard man asks what the main issue was, and he explains it was the availability of wood. Lacrack, examining the dagger, confirms that the problem was obtaining wood from trees. He reveals his tribe has plenty of spare wood, as they don't use much of it. The shark-like warrior asks why they don't use it for campfires, and another lizard man explains they use it to create a special fuel. Lacrack thoughtfully runs his thumb along the dagger's sharp edge. He tells the crafter he will consider his request and give him an answer by tomorrow. The female-presenting lizard man watches the exchange with keen interest. Lacrack's attention is caught by a light-skinned lizard man with one arm walking past. The one-armed lizard man turns with a friendly smile. Lacrack correctly guesses that the newcomer is the Wanderer. The Wanderer confirms his identity, describing himself as an old man searching for a home. He offers information, stating he knows of several nearby fertile lands where they won't go hungry. However, he cautiously admits he doesn't know if those lands are still uninhabited. A tribe member asks if others may have already settled there, and the Wanderer confirms it's possible. Lacrack accepts the uncertainty, stating that the possibility of others is fine. He confidently declares that if any settlers are hostile, his tribe will simply defeat them and take the land. The Wanderer seems relieved by this ruthless pragmatism, stating he can trust their intentions. As the Wanderer sits, an unseen person asks what his plans are. Lacrack asks the Wanderer a critical question, if he will be able to adopt their same faith. The Wanderer raises a single finger, signaling his silent and firm agreement. Lacrack tells the confused, one-armed Wanderer that his answer lies there. Looking up, the Wanderer questions if he means the sky. The Wanderer confidently points upward, clarifying that the answer is past the sky. The scene transitions to a starry night sky seen through lush leaves. Under the night sky, Lacrack stands beside the Wanderer and affirms his statement. The Wanderer asks if Lacrack is referring to the movement of the stars, to which Lacrack calls him innocent. The Wanderer explains that while the stars move, how you use their movements is what truly matters. Lacrack, looking slightly flustered with his arms crossed, seems intrigued by this new perspective. The Wanderer proposes proving his point in a few days, and asks if Lacrack will believe him then. Lacrack agrees. Their conversation continues in a quiet forest clearing under the stars. The Wanderer suggests they check on the stars again at the same time tomorrow, and Lacrack accepts the plan. The shark-like warrior stops abruptly, sensing something. Lacrack approaches, asking the warrior, Yuri, if Manun is causing trouble again, but Yuri nervously denies it. Yuri reports that Manun is docile when fed on time, though he seems a bit unhappy with the food. Lacrack is pleased to hear the news, causing Yuri to blush and stammer his leader's name. Yuri reminds Lacrack of their need to find a way to travel without starving. Lacrack thoughtfully confirms that he did indeed say that. Yuri explains that watching Lacrack tame the drake gave him an idea. He excitedly asks if they can tame another species. Intrigued, Lacraque asks Yuri what kind of species he has in mind. Yuri looks out over the landscape with determination, simply saying, them. He asks again if they can be tamed as the scene reveals a vast, rocky canyon below. A herd of horned, cattle-like beasts grazes peacefully in the barren landscape. A narrator explains that human history diverged, showing ancient Egyptian-style figures. The first path of human development is shown to be agriculture. The second path is revealed to be livestock production. Watching on his divine monitors, Nebula reveals he learned all this from a game. He muses that agriculture is more stable, but that's not the path he chose for his people. He states that he chose the lizardmen, who are shown fighting the horned beasts. Because of their strong physiques and adaptability, he saw a different path for them. He concluded that they would benefit more from livestock than from farming. Looking closely at a monitor, Nebula decides they'll also need innovations to advance. He views a schematic of a hammer and anvil, knowing they'll need to progress further. That innovation is iron, as Yuri is shown hammering a glowing blade into shape. Shh! A glowing, hot piece of metal is ready for shaping. Two other lizardmen work diligently, using a hand drill to create fire for the forge. Clang. They use a bellows to stoke the flames, preparing to forge their first metal tools. Wham! A hammer strikes the glowing iron, shaping it into a blade. A line of freshly forged iron swords cools on the ground, a sign of their progress. From his realm, Nebula notes with satisfaction that they can already produce primitive iron tools. He acknowledges that while the iron is currently weaker than bronze, it's a massive leap forward for a tribe that has only ever used stone. Nebula leans back, contentedly watching his lizardmen thrive on his many screens. He then notices another unexpected but welcome development on one of his monitors. The monitor displays the one-armed wanderer, who sparkles with newfound significance. A flashback shows the wanderer and Lacraque gazing up at the stars together. The flashback continues, showing Lacraque pointing toward the sky while speaking with the wanderer. Nebula admits it's too early to call it true astronomy. Still, he hopes the stargazer will continue to develop his knowledge. The one-armed wanderer flashes a smug grin at Lacraque, who looks slightly annoyed. The night passes quietly amongst the lush jungle foliage. Clang. A row of newly sharpened spearheads gleams, ready for the journey ahead. Lacraque stands proudly atop a cliff, a confident smile on his face as he looks out at the starry sky. Later, he sits alone, contemplating the tribe's next steps under the vast night sky. Looking up at the stars, Lacraque resolves that he must think carefully about the future. Smoke rises from a large bonfire in the center of the bustling lizardman settlement. The massive monument of bones glows ominously in the firelight. Several lizardmen watch their leader with nervous anticipation. Addressing his assembled tribe, Lacraque reminds them of the long time that has passed since their god brought them here. He recounts their recent reunion with their brothers, noting they could have chosen revenge or gone their separate ways. Instead, they chose to accept the other tribe, who would have otherwise perished in the wilderness. A young lizardman with red facial markings looks up, his expression filled with emotion. Clenching his fist, Lacraque declares their god foretold they would only benefit from having greater numbers. The tribe, including the shark-like warrior and the green-eyed lizardman, listen with rapt attention. With unwavering conviction, Lacraque announces their departure from this land at dawn. As the tribe murmurs in surprise, Lacraque summons the stargazer, and the one-armed wanderer steps forward. Lacraque explains that for days, the wanderer has shared his knowledge of the stars, which has proven to be true. He officially appoints the stargazer as the tribe's new guide, a role the wanderer solemnly accepts. Another lizardman proclaims to the tribe that they will follow the stargazer to their new homes. He then turns to the stargazer, asking him to reveal their destination to the expectant crowd. The stargazer points confidently towards the sky as the tribe looks on. As the sun rises over the barren landscape, he declares their journey will take them southward. He details the first leg of their journey, a grueling 10-day walk. After that, they will pass a rotten lake, adding another 3 days to their travel. The final stretch involves traversing desolate mountains and valleys for 3 more days. The stargazer concludes his directions with a look of serene confidence. He describes their destination as a lush, green forest, inhabited by a variety of wild beasts and species. A blue-skinned lizard man jokes to Lacraque that it sounds like a good place to live, and Lacraque laughs heartily in agreement. Lacraque thanks the stargazer and dismisses him, receiving a polite "you're welcome" in return. With the plan set, Lecrac steps onto the base of the massive bone monument. He stands atop the pile of skulls, addressing his people with newfound authority. Lecrac calls out for Yuri, and the shark-like warrior immediately answers his chief. Before the entire tribe, Lecrac confronts Yuri, demanding to know why he didn't eat any of the buffalo hunted yesterday. Yuri is visibly stunned and confused by the public questioning. From his vantage point on the bone throne, Lecrac waits for an answer as the crowd watches in silence. Lecrac presses him again, asking for his reasoning with a stern look. Another hunter begins to explain nervously, questioning why Yuri didn't let the tired hunters eat. Yuri admits he knew everyone was hungry and exhausted from the hunt. With tears welling in his eyes, he explains that he didn't think their hunger was life-threatening. Lecrac listens intently, his expression unreadable. Yuri concludes that by abstaining now, they would have food for a time when they might be truly starving. Lecrac thoughtfully considers Yuri's logic, his arms crossed. A wide, proud grin spreads across Lecrac's face as he loudly praises Yuri's decision. Yuri and the other warriors are shocked into silence by their leader's approval. Lecrac commends Yuri for restraining himself for the tribe's future, calling his actions good. He asks Yuri if he will continue to act with such foresight, and Yuri eagerly promises to do so as long as they aren't starving. Pleased, Lecrac announces that Yuri deserves a reward for his wisdom. He presents a spear with a gleaming, perfectly forged iron tip. The warriors gasp in astonishment, realizing it's a spear made of iron. Lecrac formally places the advanced weapon into Yuri's waiting hands. Yuri stares in awe at the gleaming iron spearhead in his hands, a symbol of his new strength. Lecrac announces that the other warriors who showed restraint will also be rewarded with new iron spears. A lizard man with pink eye markings gasps with delight as he receives a bundle of the advanced weapons. The newly equipped warriors stand as a proud vanguard while others in the tribe watch, mesmerized by the dazzling spears. The green-eyed lizard man now understands Lecrac's true intentions and ponders his leader's ambitious future plans. Holding a horned skull, Lecrac commands his warriors to line up before him for a ceremony. Yuri and the other warriors look on with anticipation and respect for their leader. Lecrac dons the horned skull as a helmet, proclaiming that true warriors are always accompanied by their god. Addressing his tribe, Lecrac prepares them for the difficult journey ahead, promising that faith and patience will see them through. He bestows upon two warriors the title of Skeleton Warrior, as they stand transformed with new skull helmets. A close-up reveals the skeleton warrior's piercing blue eyes glowing from within the intimidating bone helmet. The scene transitions to a crackling campfire as the night deepens. Lecrac, now fully garbed as the tribe's skull chief, gazes pensively into the firelight. At dawn, the tribe stands ready, a formidable army of skeleton warriors armed with iron spears. Lecrac formally declares that the time has come to leave their ancestral home. Before the bone monument, he reassures his people that with their god by their side, they will find their true home. The green-eyed and blue-skinned lizardmen listen intently to their leader's rousing speech. Lecrac roars, commanding his warriors to embody the spirit of the nameless beetle god. He raises his hand, promising not a life free of suffering, but a future they will seize by marching forward without fear. The warriors raise their gleaming iron spears in unison, ready to fight for a brighter future. Wah! Standing atop the bone monument, Lecrac gives the final command for the tribe to march forth. A brilliant blue butterfly appears as Lecrac prays for the nameless beetle god to watch over them on their journey. Lecrac looks to the heavens, filled with conviction as his tribe's war cry echoes through the land. In a moment of quiet prayer, Lecrac apologizes to his god for speaking his own mind and calling it divine will. He humbly begs for forgiveness from the nameless beetle god, symbolized by the lone butterfly. From his cosmic throne, Nebula communicates his approval, stating he chose Lecrac as high priest because he supports his actions. Beep. Nebula interacts with a glowing blue interface, pleased with the developments. He notes with pride that Lecrac has even helped his subordinates grow, as a status window shows Yuri's trust and warrior levels have increased. Nebula shifts his focus, intrigued by another development. He sees that Lecrac himself has leveled up, with his leadership stat doubling and his priest level increasing. Watching two warriors spar, Nebula confidently states that his chosen leader, Lecrac, has not disappointed him. With a determined look, Nebula leans forward in his throne and declares that the real game is only just beginning. The Lizardman tribe marches as a massive column through a desolate, sun-scorched canyon. Manoon, the giant landshark mount, lets out a pained cry from exhaustion. Yuri turns with a start, calling out Manoon's name in concern. The blue-skinned Lizardman remarks on Manoon's exhaustion, noting the beast isn't used to scarce resources. The one-armed stargazer asks Lacrack for a break, and the weary leader readily agrees. Lacrack shouts to his entire tribe, announcing they are taking a much-needed rest. Skeleton Warrior relays the order for a short break as two exhausted lizardmen collapse to the ground. Overhearing his tribe's worries about their path and dwindling food, Lacrack sighs, questioning his own endurance. Lacrack looks up at the towering canyon walls, the weight of his responsibility showing on his face. Another lizardman questions the stargazer, who confirms they have been traveling this difficult path for 3 days. Lacrack's expression is grim, his frustration growing with the arduous journey. He voices his concerns aloud, acknowledging that the entire tribe is tired and their food is running out. Looking ahead, Lacrack realizes he cannot simply wait for another miracle from his god to save them. A scout runs back frantically, shouting that another species has been spotted up ahead. The scout derisively identifies the newcomers as little scaly bastards. 4 muscular, green-skinned creatures with clubs and axes are seen running through the canyon. One of the green-skinned creatures lets out a maniacal laugh, eager for a confrontation. Their leader rallies his kin, seeing the lizardmen not as a threat, but as an opportunity to capture and escape. A frantic lizardman scout runs through the desert, wondering what could possibly be worse than the monster they just fled. The group of 3 green-skinned creatures look on nervously, their leader uttering a hesitant, Standing before his assembled army, Lacrack silently notes the newcomer's initial fearlessness. From behind, Lacrack observes the small band of green creatures, musing that they now seem rather intimidated. The green-skinned leader shakes his head in panic, clearly trying to show he is not a threat. Thud! He drops his stone axe to the ground in a gesture of surrender. The creature bows low before Lacrack, offering a desperate apology. The green-skinned creatures offer root vegetables, thanking the tribe for food and explaining they just needed to escape the canyon. As his warriors restrain the creature, Lacrack asks if it wanted to leave, and the creature confirms it frantically. The kneeling creature explains that they packed food and ventured out into the wilderness to escape. Lacrack skeptically questions their decision to abandon their homes and travel into the harsh wilderness. The desolate landscape, littered with bones, underscores the danger of their journey into the unknown. The creature's leader points to distant hills, beginning to explain their origins to the attentive lizardmen. He describes their former home in the hills, a place where they lived modestly but had enough to survive. With sweat dripping down his face, he reveals their life was shattered when a monster appeared. Lacrack and his tribe members react in unison, shocked by the mention of a monster. On his throne, Nebula studies the glowing blue interfaces before him, intrigued by this new development. A close-up on Nebula's skull mask shows him pondering the word, a monster. An ancient stone ruin, carved with a face, glows with a faint, ominous light. The source of the ruin is revealed, a colossal, centipede-like creature coiled around it amidst a graveyard of bones. The monstrous centipede's head rests peacefully, its eyes closed in slumber. A system window identifies the beast as Ancient Coleoptera, a level 9 abomination with high stats. Nebula recalls the lore of Perished World, where such creatures were part of the world's creation. After the gods vanished, these powerful beings were left behind, becoming a part of the untamed planet. Back in the canyon, the green-skinned creature continues his tale, pointing toward the monster's location. Nebula's narration concludes that these abandoned creations became known to players as abominations. The massive abomination slumbers peacefully, unaware of the tribes nearby. A status window details its abilities, the unique skill Venomous Fangs, and an unknown Blessing of the Forgotten Gods. Nebula leans back, assessing the situation and concluding the monster is far too powerful for the lizardmen to defeat as they are. Lacrack and his tribe stare down from a cliff top at the immense, slumbering abomination below. Cheek! The creature twitches in its sleep, its massive form stirring slightly. 2 skeleton warriors look at each other in alarm, exclaiming that the ground is rumbling. The green-skinned leader calmly tells a warrior the monster is just sleepwalking, then nervously asks Lakrak if they should flee. Lakrak asks the blue-skinned lizard man how much longer their journey would take if they went around, receiving an estimate of 8 extra days. Lakrak grits his teeth in frustration, repeating the devastating delay. 8 days. Watching from his realm, Nebula notes Lakrak's hesitation, acknowledging that it's a normal reaction to such a threat. Nebula questions how Lakrak could possibly lead his frightened people into a battle against such a monster. However, Nebula concludes that delaying their journey isn't a viable option for the struggling tribe. With the tribe at a crossroads, Nebula watches intently, wondering what his chosen leader, Lakrak, will decide. The scene shifts to a sheer, towering cliff face overlooking the canyon. A lone lizard-man warrior stands at the edge of the cliff, looking down into the ravine. Atop the cliff, massive boulders are precariously balanced, ready to fall at any moment. The green-eyed lizardman approaches his leader, addressing him as Chief. Zale, the green-eyed warrior, confidently states they have the advantage, as his status as a level 3 warrior and level 1 mediator appears. Lakrak turns in disbelief, questioning how they could possibly have an advantage against the monster. Zao reminds his chief of the blacksmith's recent technique for increasing the temperature of his brazier. Lakrak recalls the blacksmith using a special tool, and Zao confirms he is correct. Zao explains the tool was a bellow, which efficiently forced oxygen into the fire. Lakrak listens intently, his expression thoughtful as he processes this new information. As Lakrak realizes the implication, Zale explains that the tool, a product of ingenuity, greatly increased their efficiency. Zao proposes they apply the same principle of ingenuity to a much simpler concept as they gaze down at the slumbering abomination. Atop the cliff, a massive boulder teeters precariously on the edge, beginning to wobble. The huge boulder shakes more violently, dislodging dirt and small stones from the cliff's edge. As pebbles fall away, a warrior begins a countdown from off-screen, shouting, 1! On the count of 2, a massive log is shown being used as a lever against the boulder's base. Zale rallies his warriors, shouting for them to sink their breathing as they strain together to move the massive log. Crack! With immense effort, the lizardmen use the log to successfully shift the boulder. The warriors work in unison, following the command to release and pull on the count to rock the boulder. The tribe's plan is revealed. Multiple teams are using levers to push massive stones toward the sleeping creature below. From his cosmic throne, Nebula observes the strategy on his screens, noting it's a simple yet efficient method. He continues his assessment, acknowledging that fighting a monster of this level requires more than just a simple plan. Nebula questions if the lizardmen can coordinate well enough to drop all the boulders simultaneously for maximum effect. Zale urges his team to push harder, but their combined strength isn't enough to move the stone further. With a final heave, the lizardmen lose their grip on the log. The wooden lever slips from its position, failing to dislodge the massive boulder. A warrior panics as they lose control of the log, while a frustrated Zal wonders what to do next. Though the main boulders remain, a few smaller rocks tumble down into the ravine below. Thwack! A falling stone strikes the abomination directly on its head, waking it from its slumber. Another small rock bounces harmlessly off the monster's carapace as it begins to stir. The impact of the small rocks alerts the colossal creature to the threat from above. On the cliff, a lizardman hopefully asks if their premature rock slide was enough to defeat the beast. Nebula delivers a grim one-word verdict from his cosmic realm: negative. The ancient coleoptera rises, enraged but unharmed by the minor assault. Zale stares in shock, realizing their attack has only angered the monster. Chak! The abomination unleashes a furious roar, its fanged maw wide open. The enraged monster glares up, having located the lizardman responsible for waking it. In a desperate attempt, Zale commands his warriors to drop the rest of the rocks immediately. As the situation spirals out of control, Nebula calmly declares that it's already too late. Nebula stands from his throne, a divine power emanating from him as he decides to intervene. A brilliant blue light descends from the heavens, imbuing Lakrak with divine power. A skull-helmeted warrior watches the display of power in utter confusion. Another warrior pulls a stunned Zale out of the way, clearing a path. With renewed hope, a lizardman shouts in triumph as the second boulder is successfully pushed over the edge. Lakrak, glowing with celestial energy, lands on the cliff and declares it's time to topple the third one. Crack! Empowered by his god, Lacrack single-handedly pushes against a massive boulder. His muscles bulge with divine strength as he strains against the rock's immense weight. Phew! Lacrack lets out a guttural roar, pouring all his newfound power into the effort. With a final, mighty shove, he sends the third massive boulder tumbling over the cliff's edge. Lacrack announces that their part is done, and now they can only watch as the boulders rain down on the monster. As the abomination looks up, Lacrack realizes the rock slide alone won't be enough to kill it. Gripping his spear, Lacrack prepares himself for a direct confrontation, his body still glowing with power. To his warrior's shock, Lacrack lets out a war cry and leaps from the cliff top, spear in hand. He plummets toward the abomination, his spear glowing with concentrated divine energy. Lacrack aims his glowing spear like a divine missile, targeting the monster's head. His divinely charged spear strikes true, piercing the abomination's thick armor. OHT! The monster shrieks in pain, its body writhing from the piercing blow. Crash! At the perfect moment, the first massive boulder lands directly on the spear, driving it deeper. The combined impact shatters the abomination's head, sending gore and fragments flying. A final boulder crashes down, utterly crushing what remains of the colossal beast. From the cliff top, Zael and his fellow warrior can only stare in disbelief at their chief's incredible feat. Thud. His body still glowing with divine power, Lacrack lands gracefully on the canyon floor after his triumphant leap. The shattered, gory remains of the abomination lie crushed beneath the massive boulders, a testament to their hard-won victory. Observing the outcome on his screens, Nebula leans back in his throne with satisfaction, declaring it a successful hunt. From a wide-angle view, the sheer scale of the dead abomination is revealed, with a lone lizardman standing beside its corpse. A system notification confirms his believers have successfully defeated the ancient Coleoptera, officially completing the hunt. Wah. On the cliff top above, the lizardman warriors erupt in a roaring cheer, celebrating their incredible victory. Nebula notes that his faith has risen, but that wasn't the only reward he was after. He reveals the true prize was a new item, a reward he was willing to kill the monster for. Nebula examines his reward, a glowing red orb identified as an abomination essence. Narration explains that gods can create phylum-specific resources with faith, but this essence offers a greater power. With the essence, Nebula can now create sacred beasts, powerful creatures like the divine wolf, shown being worshipped by followers. These sacred beasts can grow, gain stats, and even evolve into powerful classes like Apostle and Incarnation. Nebula wonders if the creature crafting system in this new world functions the same way as it did in the game. Deciding it most likely does, he prepares to use the abomination essence to see what he can create. Down in the canyon, the lizardmen gather around the colossal corpse of the defeated centipede. Zael inspects a piece of the monster's meat on his weapon, questioning if it's edible despite its foul smell. Spitting out a bite in disgust, another warrior confirms the meat is inedible, exclaiming that it tastes horrible. A different lizard man examines a piece of the raw meat, concluding they can't simply eat it as it is. Lacrack thoughtfully strokes his chin, wondering if adding other ingredients might make the monster's meat edible. Zael proposes a solution, adding flavorful plants and cooking the meat over a fire to mask the strong odor. A piece of the creature's meat is prepared with fragrant leaves in a makeshift container, steaming over a heat source. Lacrack's eyes widen with curiosity as he observes the new culinary experiment. Zael proudly presents the meal to his chief, explaining that he has cooked it, a new concept to the others. He details his method of roasting the meat over a fire with scented grass to make it palatable. Lacrack is amazed by the result, remarking how good it tastes after being cooked, and asks Zael to teach him the skill. Zael offers his chief a piece of the cooked food, addressing him as Lacrack. As they eat, Zael mentions that the orc chief has an heir, a fact Lacrack confirms. Taking the opportunity, Zael bluntly tells his chief that he must also find a mate. He explains that it's a crucial step for the stability of their tribe as they are getting older. Lacrack sweats nervously, flustered as he mulls over the unexpected suggestion of finding a mate. Zael presses on, boldly offering himself as a potential partner by asking, "Then, what about me?" Lacrack stares back in complete shock, utterly speechless at Zael's straightforward proposition. Desperate to change the subject, Lacrack points behind Zael, pointing out a glowing object among the rubble. The object is a brilliant golden tablet, covered in ancient, glowing hieroglyphics. The green-skinned creature explains the tablet was found in a structure on the monster's back, amazing the lizardman. When a warrior tries to bite the artifact, the green-skinned creature stops him, explaining it's a metal called gold and isn't edible. He continues, stating he recognizes the metal because their tribe's blacksmith once showed it to him. He elaborates on gold's properties. It shines, never rusts, and never decays, making it highly valued by humans. One lizard man dismisses the tablet as useless, but the green-skinned creature suggests a new plan, hunting local deer for food. Hearing that the orcs spotted a nearby herd of delicious deer, a warrior eagerly volunteers to go speak with them. As the others leave, Lacrack remains behind, carefully examining the mysterious golden tablet. When asked if he's joining the hunt, Lacrack declines, saying he's eaten enough and sends them on their way. Gazing at his reflection in the tablet's polished surface, Lacrack quietly reflects on its nature. So, it's eternal. He contemplates the nature of life and death, how all things eventually decay, while looking at a deceased deer. He contrasts this with the golden tablet, which, unlike all living things, seems to last forever. Lacrack ponders the intentions of the tablet's creators, wondering why they would make something that could not decay. Zael finds his chief and reports that the tribe is settled for the night, interrupting Lacrack's thoughts. Lacrack, still sitting beside the hunted deer, asks Zael how he found him in his secluded spot. Zael explains it was simple. He just looked for the furred clothing that only Lacrack wears, leaving the chief momentarily stunned. Reminding Lacrack that he gave him the special garment, Zael explains it was a gift to signify his status as chief. Zael explains that the fur garment he gave Lacrack is a symbol meant to signify his status. As night falls, flies begin to gather around the carcass of the hunted deer. Holding the golden tablet, Lacrack contemplates that even his fur clothing, a symbol of his presence, will eventually rot away. His thoughts are interrupted by mysterious glowing symbols that appear above the dead deer, making him wonder what they are. Staring at the glowing shapes, he realizes they resemble the ancient markings etched on the tablet. He now understands that the incorruptible aspect of the tablet wasn't the gold, but the message it preserved. With newfound purpose, Lacrack grips a stick, determined to create something that will not decay. Alone in the quiet woods, Lacrack practices carving the symbols into the earth. A new day dawns upon the lizardmen's camp, their leaf-like tents sparkling in the morning light. Inside his tent, Zael sleeps soundly. A voice calls out to Zael, gently waking him from his sleep. Zael opens his eyes to see his chief, Lacrack, and asks what he wants. Leaning close, Lacrack tells Zael that he has something he needs to show him. The two lizardmen sit together in a quiet clearing as they await the sunrise. Using a stick, Lacrack draws a symbol in the dirt and declares that it represents him. Zael correctly identifies the symbol as representing a male lizard man, and Lacrack encourages him to continue. Lacrack then draws a second symbol, telling Zael that this one represents him. Following the previous logic, Zael asks if his symbol represents a female lizard man, and Lacrack confirms that it does. Zael looks confused, asking what this second symbol is supposed to mean. In response, Lacrack etches a third, more complex symbol into the dirt. As they sit close together, Lacrack reveals that this final symbol is his answer to Zael's earlier proposal. Lacrack looks earnestly at Zael, asking if he truly understands what this means. As the sun breaks over the horizon, a voice softly affirms, "Yes." Zael, his tail intertwined with Lacrack's, states he understands completely as a glowing blue butterfly lands on the golden tablet. A system notification announces that Lacrack's tribe has discovered written language, prompting a pleased "nice" from Nebula. Nebula observes on his screen that developing a language this early in the game will be a great advantage for his followers. His preparations complete, Nebula announces it is time for the next stage of his plan. The scene returns to the forest, where Lacrack has spotted a herd of deer grazing peacefully. As narration announces an event is coming, Lacrack leaps into the air to strike a large stag. While his tribe cheers him on, in what appears to be a simple hunt, narration reveals that this act of hunting a deer is how the lizardmen perform a wedding ceremony. A tribesman congratulates a blushing Lacrack on his successful wedding hunt, The narrator explains that a stable succession line is now expected, as Zaol is shown bound within a hanging cage. A spectral image of Nebula appears angrily yelling "damn" as Lacrack and Zaol look up in confusion at their god's reaction. The scene transitions to a dry, rocky canyon under a bright blue sky. A green-skinned creature asks Lacrack if he is truly okay with the decision he has made. Standing beside Zaol, Lacrack reassures him that it's fine, as they would have had to defeat the monster anyway. The orc chief tells Lacrack that since this land originally belonged to the lizardmen, they are free to live here again. Overcome with emotion, the orc chief begins to weep with tears of profound gratitude. He bows deeply before Lacrack, thanking him for liberating their home from the monster. The orc chief proudly introduces his son, announcing him as the heir to their tribe. He offers his son as a guide for the lizardmen, an offer Lacrack readily accepts. The chief warns that the lands ahead are dangerous, filled with powerful beasts and tribes larger than their own. He expresses his belief that his son will be safe under the protection of the lizardmen. Their journey begins as they venture into a vast and vibrant new forest. A warrior suddenly calls out to Chief Lacrack, shouting that they have found something important. In the grass, a set of strange, three-toed, webbed footprints are clearly visible. Lacrack crouches down to inspect the mysterious tracks as another lizardman looks on. A spotted lizardman asks Lacrack if he recognizes the tracks, and the chief affirms that he does. The spotted warrior explains that the tracks belong to bipedal frogs, a race known as frogmen. Lacrack explains that, like them, the frogmen are capable of communication and can be either good or bad. He thoughtfully considers their motives, guessing they were scouting for a potential war. Another lizardman observes the numerous tracks, noting there are at least 5 frogmen who are larger than them. Having gathered enough information, Lacrack confidently decides it's time to return to their camp. As evening approaches, a lizardman lights a torch, casting the area in a warm glow. Night falls over the lizardmen's temporary settlement, with their leaf tents brightly illuminated by torches. Addressing his tribe, Lacrack orders them to prioritize building as many houses as possible, and they agree. When a tribesman asks Ms. Zaol about the purpose of so many houses, she explains it's to deceive enemies about their true numbers. 2 warriors discuss the need for more scouts and guards, with one volunteering as the other stresses the importance of fair work distribution. Zaol and another lizardman stand guard, with Zaol certain that the frogmen are already observing them. The lizardmen's new village glows brightly in the dark forest, a beacon of their burgeoning civilization. From a distance, the torch-lit camp is a cluster of warm lights nestled deep within the vast woods. A few peaceful days pass, and the narration confirms the lizardmen have not yet encountered any frogmen. Nebula reflects on his progress, proudly stating that no other player has achieved as much as he has. As the lizardmen successfully begin livestock farming and build wooden houses, Nebula notes their rapid development. Nebula observes a stone tablet covered in symbols, marveling at the swift evolution of their written language. 3 lizardmen study a primitive map on a stone. As narration explains, writing is being quickly shared among the, quote, lounge members. Lacrack has also instituted a system of recording daily harvests, with a tablet showing the results beside some fruit. 2 lizardmen review their harvest records. One feels proud of his results while the other resolves to work harder. Nebula's attention shifts to expanding locust swarms, a growing threat on the continent. In his spectral form, Nebula notes that his phylum has reached level 4, an unprecedented achievement for any player. Gazing at the world map, Nebula strategizes on how to leverage his remote starting location to his advantage. Reviewing holographic data on Lacrack, Nebula confirms his follower's strength is now well above average for this stage. A close-up on Nebula's robed form conveys a sense of grim determination. As narration states, this is only the beginning. Nebula stands alone in the woods as narration ominously foretells the most dangerous crisis the tribe has yet to face. The Lizardmen village is depicted in a moment of peace, with its inhabitants going about their day. The calm is broken as a warrior rushes in, shouting for the chief while Lacrack and Zaol share a quiet moment. Alerted by the frantic cries, Lacrack turns to face the panicked warrior, who warns that they are in trouble. A large, green, webbed foot steps firmly onto the dirt path, signaling the arrival of a new presence. A group of bipedal frogmen, led by one wearing a red feather collar, make their appearance. The Lizardman warriors, along with the orc chief's son, quickly assemble to confront the newly arrived frogmen. Lacrack identifies the newcomers as frogmen, but then pauses, his eyes widening in surprise at something unexpected. Spotting a familiar figure among the frogmen, Lacrack wonders aloud if he is seeing another lizard man. A lone, gray-skinned lizard man stands with the frogmen, leaving Lacrack to question their relationship and intentions. Armed with spears, Lacrack's forces stand ready as they face off against the frogmen and their unusual ally. The frogman leader steps forward, introducing himself with a confident smile as Shunen, son of Chief Aloy. Shunen calmly states to the armed lizardmen that his group has no intention of fighting them. As Shunen gestures for his warriors to stand down, Lacrack internally notes that the frogman seems to have some manners. Lacrack introduces himself as Chief and declares that his tribe has no desire to fight either. A green-skinned lizard man with a red feather collar is shown standing among other tribe members. Shunen informs Lacrack that his people have trespassed on their territory, a claim Lacrack immediately questions. Lacrack counters Shunen's claim, arguing that the entire land can't be theirs and that they saw no territory markers. Continuing his explanation, Lacrack states that without any markings, they had no way of knowing it was Frogman land. After Lacrack apologizes for the unintentional trespass, Shunen remains silent, considering his words. Lacrack changes his approach, explaining his people are weary travelers with nowhere else to rest. The orc's son appeals to Shunen directly, hoping to reason with the son of the great chief. Lacrack tactfully suggests that Shunen, as a person of status, has the authority to grant them safe passage. Shunen agrees, confirming that as heir to the chieftaincy, he has the discretion to allow them to stay. Lacrack shrewdly deduces that the other frogmen are not just warriors, but personal guards sent by the chief to protect his son. The gray-skinned lizard man traveling with the frogmen observes the exchange, deciding to wait before asking his own questions. The leader of a frogman tribe suggests they all head to his village to be treated properly. Lacrack declines the offer, but notes their tribes are getting along well, and suggests they celebrate that progress instead. The frogman leader smiles warmly, but politely states that he doesn't think it's a good idea. He explains that their tribes haven't built up enough mutual trust yet, but Lacrack insists on showing them favor in return. Lac proposes they share a meal right there, and after a moment of hesitation, the frogman leader agrees. A whole pig roasts over a crackling campfire, its skin sizzling and golden brown. The lizardmen and frogmen sit together around the fire, waiting for the meal to cook. A gray-skinned lizardman watches the frogmen, privately resolving to discover their true intentions. He reminds himself to hide his curiosity, lest they take advantage of his questions. The gray lizardman casually asks the frogman leader about the large red feathers around his neck. The frogman leader proudly touches his collar, explaining that they are the feathers of a cockatrice. He describes cockatrices as giant, dangerous, two-legged birds that inhabit the surrounding forest. The frogman elaborates that the creatures are not only big and fast, but also venomous, making them incredibly difficult to hunt. After hearing they're in the area, the gray lizardman presumes the frogmen must use javelins to hunt them. The frogman leader looks confused, unfamiliar with the term javelins. Deciding to demonstrate, the gray lizardman calls for his bow and arrows, leaving the frogman to wonder about the strange new words. He calls out to a lizardman named Owen, asking him to fetch his bow, and Owen promptly agrees. Owen returns with the gear, and the gray lizardman thanks him before asking for one more favor. He asks Owen to set up a wooden plank on a nearby tree to use as an archery target. As Owen walks off to set up the target, Lacrack watches the proceedings with a look of quiet intensity. Whoosh! With a blur of motion, an arrow streaks through the air toward the tree. Thwack! The arrow strikes the wooden plank, hitting it dead center with a sharp impact. The frogman leader, now holding the bow, comments on its accuracy as Lacrack looks on, impressed. Bragging that he's one of the best shots in his tribe, the frogman accepts the gray lizardman's compliments and his request to try the bow. The frogman happily hands the bow over to the gray lizardman, who thanks him. The gray lizardman grips the bow, acknowledging that it will be difficult for a beginner. As he draws the string, he notes the extreme strength of the bow's wood and thread. He analyzes the weapon, realizing it's faster and more accurate than a javelin, before letting the arrow fly. His shot misses the target completely, landing in the grass, and he thinks he's tempted to study the weapon more closely. Frustrated by his miss, he steels himself for another attempt. A volley of arrows all miss their mark, scattering across the ground around the target as he laments his failure. The frogman consoles him, noting it's never easy at first, while the lizardman calls out to Owen for not retrieving the arrows. TSK. Clicking his tongue in mild annoyance, the frogman watches Owen head over to collect the missed shots. The gray lizardman declares he'll help Owen retrieve the arrows, and the frogman leader permits him to do as he pleases. As he walks away, the gray lizardman thinks to himself that there's still more he wants to learn about the bow. He quietly approaches Owen, who is crouched in the grass picking up one of the fallen arrows. Startling the other lizardman, he squats down and confirms his name is Owen. Sensing Owen's panic, the gray lizardman gets straight to the point, asking why a lizardman is living among frogmen. Owen nervously explains that the lizardmen and frogmen live together in the same village, despite being different races. He continues, stating that they coexist because both races are able to help one another. The gray lizardman presses for more information, asking what he means by help each other. Owen smiles warmly, appearing happy to explain their symbiotic relationship. Leaning closer, the gray lizardman asks again how exactly they help each other. Owen explains that lizardmen climb trees to gather fruit for the frogmen, who cannot stray far from water. The gray lizardman scoffs that they shouldn't need protection, but Owen insists the forest is too dangerous without the aid of the powerful Owloy frogman tribe. Realizing he's touched on a sensitive topic, the gray lizardman sternly tells Owen to forget their conversation and claim he was only asking about archery. Back at the camp, a perfectly cooked rack of ribs is presented on a large green leaf. The frogman leader takes a bite, chewing thoughtfully as he savors the flavor. Ooh. He exclaims that while he's used to venison, the added herbs make it taste even better, much to the lizardman's delight. The gray lizardman asks if he's tried water buffalo, to which the frogman expresses interest. The lizardman confirms he has and found it delicious. The frogman leader's eyes widen with an idea, offering that his village has live water buffalo. Seeing an opportunity, the gray lizardman proposes trading bows for a buffalo, an offer the blushing frogman leader enthusiastically accepts. Suddenly sweating, the frogman leader nervously retracts the offer, claiming it's not a good trade after all. The gray lizardman takes another bite of his food, expressing his disappointment at the rescinded deal. The frogman leader smoothly dismisses the trade, suggesting they can talk again after building more trust. He assures the gray lizardman that his people are not hostile, citing their peaceful relationship with Owen as proof. The frogman leader explains that his people treat all lizardmen well, because their two races coexist in his village. A voice from off-screen calls out, "Hey Owen!" The frogman leader instructs Owen to explain to the gray lizardmen how beneficial their tribe's alliance has been. Owen agrees with a sharp-toothed grin, adding that his explanation will help build trust between their people. The gray lizardman's eyes narrow as he realizes their friendly demeanor feels rehearsed and prepared in advance. He thinks to himself that if he hadn't spoken to Owen earlier, he might have been fooled by his cheerful act. Gazing at the distant mountains, the gray lizardman declares that it was a good meeting nonetheless. Lockrak invites the frogmen to visit their territory next time, but the leader declines, preferring the open, obstacle-free meeting place. The frogman leader waves a cheerful farewell to the lizardmen. Lockrak and his warriors stoically wave back as the frogmen depart. Lockrak asks a subordinate if he saw the interaction, and the other lizardman confirms he did. Watching the frogman leader put his arm around Owen, Lockrak grimly concludes that their relationship is not a healthy one. The scene shifts to the frogmen's lakeside village at sunset, focusing on a small, isolated island with 2 teepees. Back at their village, a group of frogmen has surrounded the lizardman, Owen. A frogman violently grabs Owen by the neck. The frogman leader angrily interrogates Owen, demanding to know what he discussed with the lizardman chief. Terrified and sweating, Owen stammers, trying to come up with an answer. Cowering on the ground, Owen lies that the chief only asked for archery tips, and he simply answered his questions. Wham! Muscular frogman kicks Owen, calling his excuse ridiculous, since the lizardman chief can't even shoot a bow. Wincing in pain, Owen desperately claims it would be less suspicious if he pretended he could teach archery. Owen nervously continues his fabricated story, saying he told the chief he would have to pay for lessons. The frogman leader asks for the chief's response, and Owen reports that he walked away after saying he had nothing valuable. A sly, knowing look crosses the frogman leader's face as he listens to Owen's tale. The leader sarcastically commends Owen on being a great bargainer and a sneaky lizardman. The frogman leader calls out to Owen again, who responds with a fearful, Yes, sir? Leaning in close, the leader ominously asks Owen if he remembers what's on the isolated island, causing Owen to gasp in shock. Owen stares grimly across the water at the small island where two figures stand guard. The frogman leader calls Owen a very lucky man. He cruelly reminds Owen that his own son was scheduled to be sacrificed, showing a group of terrified lizardmen children huddled together. But just before his son's turn, the leader explains, new sacrifices arrived, gesturing to a hut full of captured lizardmen. Seeking confirmation, the frogman leader asks, "Ain't that right?" And a blushing, defeated Owen quietly agrees. With tears welling in his eyes, Owen thinks to himself that his son's salvation is a great miracle. Filled with grim determination, he vows to deceive the visiting lizardmen by any means necessary. The gray lizardman reflects by the water at night, lamenting his long journey, now that he knows the horrifying truth. He realizes he should have been suspicious when the frogmen welcome them, despite their conflicting races. He mentally lists the red flags, the invitation to the island, and the talk of a brotherly ritual. He grimly assesses their situation, knowing his 200 lizardmen cannot resist the 1,500 frogmen. The close-up of a massive, slitted reptilian eye reveals a terrifying secret. In a horrific flashback, captured lizardmen stare upward in pure terror. The gray lizardman thinks of the frogmen's ultimate power. They have a god. Their god is revealed to be a monstrous, multi-headed hydra, feasting on sacrifices. A flashback shows terrified lizardmen being herded by their frogman captors. The fanged, gaping maws of the hydra loom menacingly. A brutal scene shows a blood-covered lizardman lying dead, a victim of the horrific ritual. His face splattered with blood, Owen thinks grimly of the two-headed fiend, the hydra, that rules over the frogmen. He sweats, realizing that since the hydra rules the frogmen, it also rules his people, a reality he cannot change. Recalling the black-scaled chief, Lacrac, he reflects that while the chief seems strong, his tribe's small size of 600 is no match for their captors. He reasons that if the visiting lizardmen, savages who don't even use bows, are sacrificed first, his own people might be spared. His cold calculation concludes with a single thought: my people will survive for much longer. Memory of his fellow lizardmen sleeping peacefully reinforces his desperate resolve. Staring at the isolated island where his son is held, Owen vows to lure the other lizardmen to their doom. In a new scene, Lacrac arrives, leading a large water buffalo, announcing his presence with a triumphant shout. The frogman leader and his companion's eyes sparkle with glee as they marvel at the real, living water buffalo. Lacrac offers to trade the impressive animal for one of their powerful bows. As Owen whispers in his ear, the frogman leader demurs, suggesting they should build trust before trading weapons. The leader then proposes a tour of their village as a way to get to know the black-scaled tribe better. Owen steps forward with a disarming smile, declaring this the perfect chance for their people to connect. As if to mark a transition in thought, a single glowing arrow falls from the sky. Thwack! The arrow lands in the grass, not far from where two of Lacrac's warriors practice. One warrior reports that the frogmen's bows still shoot farther, to which Lacrac replies with a terse, "No shit." Holding his own tribe's bow, the warrior laments that they've perfected it, except for the unknown source of the frogmen's powerful bowstrings. Lacrac and his subordinate discuss the upcoming 5th meeting, noting the frogmen's growing desire to learn more about them. With narrowed eyes, Lacrac concludes the frogmen are hiding something behind a veil of friendship, intending to deceive them. He acknowledges that while their enemy's true plan is a mystery, they must remain on high alert. Lacrac states his intent to accomplish something at this meeting, asking if they've gathered more of the herb that cures the frogmen's itchiness. His subordinate confirms they have. Pleased, Lacrac thinks to himself that he hopes Owen will be the key to their plans. Another lizardman considers giving Owen a chance to prove his loyalty and earn their trust. The scene quietly transitions back to the ominous, isolated island at sunset. Gah! Inside a teepee, a muscular frogman chokes a lizardman messenger, demanding to know why the black-scaled tribe hasn't visited yet. Gah! The frogman leader tells the assailant, "Oh boy," to stop, but Oh boy dismissively says the lizardman isn't dying. Crying, the terrified lizardman realizes the black-scaled chief is far more cautious than he'd been led to believe. Oh boy mockingly asks if the visitors aren't as easily fooled as children, and the lizardman meekly agrees. Oh boy shoves the lizardman to the ground, coldly ordering him to get out. The frogman leader tells another frogman, Mr. Shunin, to deal with the failed envoy, and Shunin agrees. Turning his attention to a different matter, the leader warns Owen that he'd better hurry. In a flashback, a crying Owen recalls his father, the frogman leader, telling him the live sacrifice ceremony has been moved up. The leader's voice instructs Owen to gather intelligence on the newcomers and invite them to the village by any means necessary. Alone, Owen wonders why the ceremony is being expedited, realizing he must learn the frogmen's secrets. The frogman leader explains to Owen that the elders are getting sicker, and they can no longer delay the ritual. Owen cautiously asks if the illness is the one they call the itchiness. Inside a hut, several ailing frogmen sit listlessly as the leader ponders how dangerous the disease truly is. The leader tells Owen that, while lizardmen shouldn't know this secret, he'll make an exception for him. Overlooking the village, the leader confirms that the itchiness is indeed a dangerous disease. He describes a grotesque symptom, a sticky white mucus that begins to cover the victim's skin. Looking up at the sky, the leader continues, explaining that no amount of scratching provides any relief. A dead frogman lies covered in the white film as the leader grimly concludes, and then you die, adding that a priest succumbed just yesterday. Owen is stunned, wondering why the leader is revealing such a critical weakness to him, a lizard man. Realizing Shunin is testing him, Owen resolves to hide his shock and fear. With a bowed head, Owen declares that this story must never be allowed to spread. The leader agrees, stating they can't let the bloodthirsty lizard men perceive them as weak, though they can't hide it forever. Owen proposes a cunning deception. Simply tell the other lizardmen that the disease can be transmitted to them. The leader praises the idea but questions if it will be believable, since lizardmen won't actually catch it. Owen explains they can use certain plants that foam when crushed to fake the telltale white mucus. With a wicked grin, Owen volunteers to be the first victim, pretending he caught the disease from his frogman contacts, a plan the leader enthusiastically accepts. The frogman leader, Shunin, enthusiastically praises Owen's plan as brilliant, while Owen laughs nervously. Shunin leans in, adding that now they just need to get the black-scaled tribe to their village. A relieved Owen profusely thanks the frogman leader, who watches him with a shrewd expression. Walking away, Mr. Shunin tells Owen they'll need quite a few sacrifices, and he'll try to convince Oh Boy. Owen anxiously calls after him. Shunin turns back impatiently, asking what Owen wants now as the lizard man sweats nervously. Clasping his hands together, Owen timidly suggests that bringing some of the frogman's bows would make the negotiations easier. Shunin's eyes narrow as he silently considers the unexpected request. The scene shifts to a meeting area where Lecrac's lizardmen are negotiating with the frogmen. Lecrac examines a tough material, praising it as an amazing product, while a frogman complains that it's too hard to process. The item in question is identified as a stack of herbs that are effective for treating itching. Lecrac asks if all the herbs they've gathered from the entire area are still not enough to trade for some bows. The frogman leader, Shunin, thoughtfully raises a hand, clarifying that it's not a matter of the herbs being insufficient. Shunin explains that trading weapons is complicated and requires a demonstration of faith from their side. Lecrac sits wearily, muttering in frustration about the frogmen's repeated demands for faith. Standing to address the frogmen, Lecrac formally requests one thing from Shunin, son of the great Alloy, who invites him to speak. With a determined gaze, Lecrac declares his wish to speak with Owen in private. Lecrac and Owen walk away from the group, heading into the forest to talk alone. As they walk, Owen explains that his gray-skinned lizardmen performed a brotherly ritual before joining the frogmen, piquing Lecrac's curiosity. Owen adds that there was, of course, a period of getting to know one another before the ritual took place. Smiling slyly, Owen offers a deal. If Lecrac shares information about his tribe, he will reciprocate with everything he knows about the frogmen. A glowing blue butterfly flits past as Owen gestures openly, suggesting they suspend their mutual disbelief and take things one step at a time. The mesmerizing blue butterfly gracefully flies through the sunlit forest. The butterfly lands gently on Owen's head as he smiles disarmingly. Lecrac reacts with surprise, wondering aloud why butterflies are living in this area. Owen calmly states that they've only been heightening each other's suspicions, and it's time to stop. Lecrac holds out his hand, allowing the butterfly to rest on his finger as he softly speaks Owen's name, signaling a moment of trust. Returning to the present, a voice from the island congratulates someone on a job well done. From afar, Shunin and Oh Boy observe as another frogman celebrates, exclaiming that they got a lot in exchange for a single bow. Shunin asks Owen if the idiots really offered to come to their village on their own, and Owen simply confirms it. Shunin confides in a burly frogman that he initially suspected a trap, but now believes the lizardmen are simply stupid. Back in the past, Lecrac reveals to Owen that thanks to the frogmen's tour, they've learned their exact location and warrior numbers. Owen confirms their new intelligence. The tribe is only 300 strong with 30 warriors, not the 600 scouts reported. In the present, Shunin smirks, expressing his surprise at the lizardmen's trust and giving Owen full credit for the deception. Shunin offers Owen any reward he desires, but a blushing Owen stammers that he only wants what was previously promised. Owen reminds Shunin of his promise to spare his son from sacrifice and let them live together if the plan to lure Lecrac's tribe succeeded. O'Boy questions the promise, but Shunin explains that it's not just about subjugating the lizardmen, it's about setting a precedent that obedience is rewarded. Reassuringly, Shunin tells Owen not to worry, promising he will remember their deal as Owen bows his head gratefully. At sunset, Owen sits alone by the shore, gazing somberly at the small island where his son is held captive. His thoughts drift to the island as he reflects on his long-held desire, believing he can finally live with his son now. Owen believes his actions should be enough to secure his son's future, but his thoughts turn to the chieftain, questioning his nature. He inwardly curses the foolish chieftain. With a single finger, Owen traces a name in the dirt, Lecrac. He stares at strange symbols he and Lecrac drew in the sand. In a flashback, Lecrac explains that the symbols are letters created by his people, a concept that surprises Owen. Lecrac points to two symbols, explaining one means house and the other means food. As the blue butterfly flutters by again, Lecrac momentarily pauses his lesson. Lecrac draws a large X, teaching Owen that this letter means no, or refusal. He then draws a V shape, explaining it means lie, or fake, which Owen acknowledges. Intrigued, Owen asks if two letters can be combined, and Lecrac confirms it's possible. Lecrac points to the symbols for no and lie placed together, explaining that not a lie is their word for truth. Lecrac compliments Owen on his cleverness, and the flustered lizard man awkwardly accepts the praise. A nearby frogman laughs, attributing Owen's intelligence to his role as the bargainer, which seems to trigger a thought in Owen. In their private conversation, Owen asks why Lecrac is showing him the secret of letters instead of the frogmen. With a fierce grin, Lecrac reveals his reason is faith, leaving Owen utterly stunned. Lecrac clarifies that the public talk of faith was about his tribe and the frogmen of Alloy. He continues, explaining that the faith he truly wants to build is something different. Owen watches silently, a drop of sweat on his brow, as he listens to Lecrac's true intentions. Lecrac bluntly tells Owen he doesn't believe a word he's said about the frogmen, stating the real faith he seeks is with Owen himself. He explains that his people understand pain and can distinguish the prey from the predator. Looking at the symbols in the sand, Lecrac declares that he recognizes Owen as one of the suffering. Overcome with emotion, Owen covers his mouth, stunned by Lecrac's empathy. Lecrac presses him, asking if he's right, but Owen deflects, asking if there's anything else to discuss. Smirking, Lecrac says there's nothing more to say, confident that he has already seen the proof of his faith. Back in the present, Owen reflects on Lecrac's confidence, believing he'll be no match for the frogmen's bows. He scoffs at Lecrac's claims of capturing a monster, noting the lizardmen lack special weapons while the frogmen have powerful bows. Owen concludes that Lecrac showing him their writing was a foolish mistake. He internally admits that he is not worthy of the trust Lecrac has shown him. Standing over the symbols for truth, Owen questions why anyone would trust someone like him. He reaffirms his treacherous nature to himself, thinking, I'm nothing but a bargainer. An alarm is raised as a frogman announces the arrival of the black-scaled lizardmen. A lizardman's foot steps firmly onto the grass, marking their arrival. Lecrac stands tall and resolute at the head of his armed and ready warriors. Shunin and another frogman give an overly cheerful welcome, which Lecrac accepts with a terse thank you. As Shunin voices his hope for deepening their friendship, Lecrac plays along, agreeing with a simple, likewise. Lecrac offers a false apology for bringing armed warriors, blaming the threat of a cockatrice, and Shunin accepts the excuse. Shunin inwardly mocks the stupid lizard man, smugly thinking that spears are useless against a cockatrice. Lacrack asks for Owen, and Shunan points him out, saying he's preparing for the banquet. Shunan explains that Owen is writing on the floor, likely organizing the seating arrangements. Shunan directs Lacrack toward Owen, saying he will go check on the food, and Lacrack thanks him. Owen greets Lacrack, explaining that the letter he's written marks the spot where Lacrack will sit. With a grim expression, Lacrack acknowledges that the banquet is about to begin. Owen smiles, drawing symbols in the sand, thinking that both tribes will enjoy a peaceful, festive banquet. Lacrack places a hand on his warrior, Yuri, who wears a bull skull mask, and gives the signal. Yuri places a hand over his mask and grimly declares, "Let's begin." Another warrior in a skull mask acknowledges the order, readying his spear for the attack. The lizardman warriors suddenly charge, catching the unsuspecting frogmen completely by surprise. A frogman screams in shock as a spear impales his companion through the throat. The battlefield erupts as Yuri and the other lizardman warriors efficiently cut down the frogmen. Hugh, another frogman, cries out in agony as a spear pierces his chest. The dying frogman stares at Owen in horror, realizing he was allied with the lizardmen all along. Yuri's blood-splattered skull mask reflects the brutality of this swift and merciless assault. The bloody hand of a fallen frogman lies still on the grass. Yuri reports that the area is clear with no lizardman casualties, while another warrior notes Shunan fled and they must now face his bowmen. Yuri confirms with another warrior that they have a backup plan for the arrows, stating it's time for the next phase. Yuri turns to a terrified Owen and calls his name. The lizardman nervously responds. Looking down at Owen, Yuri states that there is something he needs to do. A frogman knocks an arrow with a glowing purple tip, preparing for a counterattack. Shunan stands grimly with his archers, ready to unleash a volley upon the invaders. Fuming, Shunan curses Owen, blaming him for the catastrophic ambush. Shunan gives an order to one of his archer, who promptly confirms he has understood. A muscular, spotted frogman orders Warrior Aboy to gather all the village warriors for an immediate attack on the lizardmen. He then commands their own lizardmen to hold off the attackers, buying time for the frogmen to prepare. A green frogman leader in a red cape celebrates the plan with a triumphant shout. Pointing toward the enemy, the frogman leader rallies his archers, ordering them to fire and thin the enemy's ranks. Whoosh! A volley of arrows darkens the sky as it flies toward its target. The narrator explains these special arrows are coated with lethal frog poison, ensuring an agonizing death for anyone struck. A lizardman warrior yells for his comrades to take cover behind their shields as the poisoned arrows rain down. Ting! The arrows harmlessly bounce off the lizardman's heavy, curved shields. The frogman leader and his subordinates stare in wide-eyed disbelief at the failed attack. Unchned, the frogman leader, questions how they could have deflected every single arrow. A lizardman warrior notes the shields can block javelins, making arrows trivial, as the lizard cavalry leader confirms their usefulness. The frogman leader angrily orders his archers to cease fire, telling them to shoot only if the enemy advances. His attention is suddenly drawn by a strange sound as he looks around in confusion. Looking up, he sees smoke filling the air and wonders what is happening. Through the haze, he sees fire and realizes the smoke will ruin their archers' accuracy. The source of the smoke is revealed to be their own village, now engulfed in flames. A lizard man named Owen stands with a torch, as another furiously accuses him of burning their home. Owen scoffs at his accuser's crude weapon, which the other lizard man says was given to him by Mr. Shunan. Horrified, the lizard man asks if setting the village ablaze was also an order from Mr. Shunan, Allegiance, stating that the black-scaled lizardman ordered him to do it. The other lizardmen recoil in shock, questioning if Owen is truly allied with the legendary black-scaled clan. Owen confidently tells them to trust him, assuring them the black-scaled lizardmen will crush the frogmen. One of the lizardmen remains skeptical, questioning how they can defeat the frogmen's god and why they should trust Owen's word. Staring into the fire, Owen clarifies that he is not asking them to trust him. He declares that, as Owen the bargainer, he is staking his entire reputation on this one critical gamble. His fellow lizardmen look on, stunned into silence by his unwavering conviction. The rebellion spreads as more lizardmen light torches, joining Owen's cause. From afar, the frogman leader watches his village burn, realizing in horror that it was Owen's betrayal. He quickly concludes the lizardmen in their town have turned against them and orders a strategic withdrawal. As he calls for a retreat due to being outnumbered, another frogman protests that their warriors were slaughtered. The frogman leader grimaces, cursing the stupid bastards who fell. Decision to flee, believing his own survival as the chief's successor is paramount for the tribe. His warriors reluctantly agree, one cursing their fate while another admits they have no other choice. A soldier confirms they are retreating to join warrior Oboy, and the frogman leader silently concurs. He privately worries that even Oboy's skill won't be enough, realizing they need a much stronger being to win. The frogman leader stands alone by the water's edge, contemplating their dire situation. A shadow moves silently beneath the surface of the calm water. The formidable spotted frogman, warrior Oboy, waits patiently. A subordinate reports that Shunin is retreating to the lower village, which Oboy acknowledges. Oboy grimly calculates their losses, assuming all 15 warriors sent to investigate or guard the banquet hall are dead. He tallies the remaining forces, estimating Shunin has about 20 men left. Counting his own warriors, Oboy concludes that with 45 men, they still hold a numerical advantage. In another location, a red-eyed frogman warrior pulls a small, vibrant red frog from his pouch. He coats his arrowhead with the creature's potent poison, ordering his troops to do the same and prepare for Shunin's arrival. Suddenly, a rustling in the nearby trees alerts the warriors to an unseen presence. Oboy senses the disturbance, shouting that something is coming and ordering his archers to prepare to shoot. A cold sweat breaks out on his face as he's overcome by a suffocating, familiar tension. He realizes with dread that this feeling is the same he felt when facing the cockatrice. His instincts scream of imminent danger. Two bright, menacing eyes flash from within the dark, dense woods. Despite the palpable threat, Oboy clenches his jaw and gives the command to shoot. The frogmen stare in stunned disbelief, one of them muttering, "Huh." A massive, tan, reptilian beast with lizardman riders thunders through the forest, deflecting arrows with its tough hide. A dark-scaled lizardman, Ms. Zhao, comments on her Mount Manoon's growth, while her companion worries that Manoon was hit by an arrow. Zayol calmly clarifies that Manoon simply ate the arrow, as he tends to eat anything that gets too close to his mouth. Roaring with fury, Manoon bares his sharp teeth. As Zal's companion notes, he seems very angry. Zayol points Manoon towards the frogman archers, slyly suggesting that his dinner table has been set. A frogman archer frantically reports to Oboy that their arrows are useless, and Oboy angrily shouts that he is aware. Oboy considers aiming for the monster's eyes, but realizes with dread that it's moving too fast to target. Manoon and his riders charge forward in a blur of motion, closing the distance instantly. With a powerful swing of its tail, Manoon smacks Oboy across the face, sending him flying. The beast savagely bites down on another frogman, its mouth stained with blood. A terrified Oboy realizes this creature is a monster far more terrifying than any cockatrice. Deciding a new strategy is needed. Oboy resolves to poison the beast since he can't aim for its eyes. Oboy leaps through the air, flinging a small, poisonous blue frog at the charging monster. Manoon's head snaps back, its mouth gaping wide open as the projectile flies towards it. Oboy commands his warriors to throw all their poisonous frogs, convinced the monster's indiscriminate appetite will be its downfall. In a shocking turn, Manoon sprouts 2 additional heads, easily catching the incoming poisonous frogs. One of the lizardman riders asks what the frogmen are doing, and Ms. Zale explains they're throwing their poisonous frogs. Licking his lips contentedly, the 3-headed Manoon wonders aloud why the enemy is throwing snacks at them. Ms. Zale smirks at their futile attempt at bribery, knowing her tribe's blessings grant them tough scales, beetle strength, and toxin resistance. Oboy screams, "Damn it!" as he watches his ultimate plan fail completely. A frogman's body explodes in a spray of blood from a devastating attack. The grassy field becomes littered with pools of dark blood from the fallen frogmen. As the battle rages, the frogman's village is consumed by roaring flames in the background. A surviving frogman archer takes aim from the cover of the bushes, determined to fight back. An arrow soars through the air, aimed at the lizardman invaders. The arrow strikes a lizardman but harmlessly bounces off, while a second arrow flies past Lekrak. After striking down another frogman, Yuri turns to his chief with a report. Yuri informs Lekrak that he's killed the last warrior and that Shunin must have abandoned the village entirely. Lekrak watches as Owen's grayish-brown lizardmen turn on the frogmen, confirming that the alliance has shifted. With a look of grim respect, Lekrak admits that they have no right to look down on Owen's people for their actions. Surveying the burning village, Lekrak questions why the frogmen's great leader, Awoloi, has not yet appeared. Elsewhere, a mysterious figure wearing a jawbone mask contemplates the situation, muttering, "That's..." A being in a horned skull mask, seated on a throne, reveals the answer: "Because of me." A display screen details a fatal, highly contagious disease called mycelium, specifically adapted to affect amphibian mucous membranes. The skeletal figure recalls that finding a disease that only works on amphibians was quite tricky. The scene shifts to a memory of Lecrac, preparing to leave what was called the Holy Land. The narrative explains that hundreds of kilometers away, a dead frog lay on a rock, attracting flies. From that area, a massive swarm of various insects takes flight, darkening the sky. One specific insect, a harbinger of the plague, flies towards a hut in the Frogman village. The insect approaches the powerful tribal chief, Aloy, who subsequently vanished without a trace. The story returns to a past memory, with ripples spreading across a ritual lake. Frogmen beat ceremonial drums, their rhythm filling the air. Crying lizardman children, including Owen's son, are held captive as part of the ritual. The narration explains that Aloy, now covered in a sickening slime, was a fanatic who sacrificed many to cure his illness, all in vain. A close-up shows Aloy's desperate, ailing face as he addresses a, quote, two-headed fiend. Aloy and his followers present the captive lizardman children as offerings to their god. A younger frogman with a red headdress watches, noting that his father has begun the live sacrifice ritual. The sun sets as a voice triumphantly declares, "We've won." The story snaps back to the present, where a voice desperately calls out Lecrac's name. Looking down at the weary Owen, Lecrac greets him by name. Lecrac turns and praises Owen for his excellent work in the ambush. Gasping for breath, Owen urgently insists they must get to the island in the middle of the lake immediately. Lecrac questions the island's significance, and Owen reveals that lizardman children are about to be sacrificed there. Sweating with fear, Owen explains the frogmen are making a sacrifice because they have a god. Staring at the island, Lecrac muses that this god may not cure illnesses but will certainly be able to fight and defeat his warriors. Lecrac asks why he wasn't told sooner, but Owen, shocked by the question, says it's too late as the frogmen have already sailed away. Grabbing Owen by the collar, Lecrac listens as he explains that swimming across is impossible, as the frogmen's bows will injure them all. Overwhelmed by despair, Owen reveals his son is among the children being held as a sacrifice. Lecrac's eye glints with fierce resolve as he understands the full gravity of the situation. Wham! Lecrac lands a powerful punch, sending Owen reeling. Enraged, Lecrac roars at Owen, yelling that he's a dumbass who should have trusted him and told him sooner. As Owen looks on in shock, Lecrac vows that if their god appears, his tribe will show them who the true god is. Lecrac coldly asks the crying Owen if he shouldn't have spoken up sooner to save his own son's life. Yuri sighs, taking in the difficult situation as he stands by his chief. Gazing at the distant island, Yuri laments that if they had known Shunen's intentions sooner, things might be different. The water of the lake begins to churn violently as something massive surfaces. Two ceremonial frogmen cry out in joyous relief, believing their prayers have been answered. A massive two-headed green sea serpent emerges from the depths, hailed as their god, the two-headed fiend. On the island, the captured and bound lizardmen children are presented as offerings. A crazed Aloy prays to his god, begging it to punish the invaders and kill all the filthy lizardmen. The two-headed fiend roars, responding to its followers' plea for vengeance. From the shore, Owen watches the scene unfold, realizing with hope that it wasn't too late to get help after all. Lecrac and his warriors stand ready on the shore, observing the new, monstrous threat. Lecrac assesses the beast, noting it's bigger than the coleopteran, but deciding it's worth a shot. With a grim expression, Lecrac acknowledges they lack a terrain advantage this time, and a sacrifice will be needed. Startled, Lecrac turns as a glowing blue butterfly flutters past him. He then calls out to a dejected Owen. Lecrac tells the tearful Owen to look up and see what he sees. Towering behind Lecrac, a colossal purple insectoid creature stands silhouetted against the moon, a true god revealed. Aloy triumphantly announces the arrival of the two-headed fiend. He begs his god to accept the sacrifice of the lizardmen children and then to devour the black-scaled warriors. The two-headed serpent looks past the offering, its attention focused elsewhere. Confused, Aloy questions why the beast isn't eating the sacrifices as it normally would. The fiend's eye narrows, staring intently at something far more interesting than the offerings. It watches the towering insectoid creature on the opposite shore, questioning what it's looking at. From the fiend's perspective, the insect god looms ominously over the lake, terrifying the frogmen below. Cowed and intimidated, the two-headed fiend hesitates before the immense presence. A voice declares that this creature is what a real god looks like. The colossal insect stands revealed in its full monstrous glory. The skeletal figure explains that reaching phylum and divinity level 4 with abomination essence allowed his creature to auto-evolve. He notes that few other players should have such a creature, yet as his monster gently pets the blushing two-headed fiend. With a sudden, savage motion, the insect god seizes the serpent's necks. Crunch! It effortlessly crushes one of the fiend's heads with its powerful grip. Chaos erupts on the island as everyone, frogmen and lizardmen alike, scream and flee in terror from the battle of gods. The younger frogman frantically tells his father, Aoloi, that they must run. Aoloi stares in stunned disbelief, unable to accept the defeat of his god. The fiend's remaining head lunges forward, attempting a final, desperate attack. Aoloi desperately believes his god will defeat this new insect monster. A flash of crimson light signals a devastatingly swift counterattack from the insect god. The fiend's severed neck gushes blood, its last head decapitated in an instant. The colossal insect god looks down upon its kill, thinking of the water serpent who dared to claim godhood. As the serpent's lifeless body lies in a pool of blood, the insect god's thoughts conclude that it must realize it was merely a common creature. Splat. The insect god lifts the dead serpent, offering the corpse as a tribute to the one who created it. As blood drips from the fatal wound, the insect god's thoughts promise to free the serpent from its ignorant suffering. The mighty insect god holds the defeated fiend aloft, a silhouette against the moon, as its creator muses that the serpent's downfall might be considered a sin. Aoloi's son, the young frogman with the red headdress, stares downward in utter shock and despair. The insect god stands triumphant, its master's voice declaring that only in the ethereal plane will the fiend's sins be forgiven. A stat comparison reveals the vast power gap, with the two-headed beast being far weaker than the creature Stratus and its monstrosity skill. On the shore, the lizardman tribes erupt in a triumphant roar, celebrating their god's victory. The skeletal creator floats in the sky, observing the scene and acknowledging the overwhelming power on display. The creator reflects that, while the fiend was strong, it couldn't use its phylum. He feels lucky to have the monstrosity skill, but worries he's used up his good fortune. A system notification announces that the two-headed fiend has been killed and its essence acquired. Holding the glowing red essence, the creator decides to absorb it, prompted by a system window asking if he wishes to combine the phylum. Look of realization dawns on the creator's skeletal face as he seems to understand the nature of the essence. After a system notification confirms he has obtained the ocean phylum, the creator laments his bad luck, noting it's useless to him right now. The creator resigns himself to the new phylum, thinking that, while river would have been better, ocean might be useful someday. From their boat, the surviving frogmen look back in horror, unable to believe their god has fallen. Aoloi's son stares blankly, muttering, "No," in complete denial. He recalls the moment their god first appeared, when they felt mesmerized and eternally safe. He reflects that after the two-headed fiend's arrival, their warriors stopped training and grew cowardly, unable to fight. Stratus bows before its creator, reporting that his will has been done, to which the creator responds with praise. The skeletal creator dismisses his creature, telling it to rest until it is needed again. As it fades away in a pillar of blue light, Stratis pledges to serve its master again, when the time comes. The creator stands alone in the night sky, considering his next move now that the chaos has subsided. A blue butterfly flutters past Lacrac, as a voice asks if he intends to just stand still. On the shore, Owen reports that the frogmen are heading for the upper village, leaving the island empty for them to cross. Lacrac rallies his warriors, declaring their intent for a perfect victory and asking who will volunteer to join him. Owen steps forward, volunteering to go to the island to find his son, insisting he still has the strength to fight. Lacrac watches Owen, who seems to have more to say. Owen's people, splattered with blood and holding crude clubs, stand ready for the next battle. Lacrac tells Owen his body is not fit for a warrior's fight, but Owen retorts that he was once a warrior and doesn't need to be one to kill frogmen. Another of Owen's tribe speaks up, admitting they killed civilians but explaining that watching Lacrac's warriors fight ignited a burning passion within them. Crying, a lizard man vents his rage over lost friends and family, declaring his desperate need to kill every last frogman. Lacrac validates their fury, shouting that they have the right to be angry and calling for all who seek vengeance to follow him. The scene flashes back to a peaceful day, where an arrow strikes a bullseye, earning a cry of, "Impressive!" In the past, the red-head-dressed frogman, Shunin, tells Lacrac he'll soon be on par with their warriors, but Lacrac is frustrated he isn't already there. Shunin explains that while Lacrac's power and accuracy are good, he takes too long to shoot. Lacrac argues that dealing critical damage is the whole point, but Shunin laughs, reminding him that targets in real combat move. Shunin wisely advises that it's more important to slow or stop a target first before delivering the final blow. Taking the lesson to heart, a serious Lacrac promises to keep Shunin's advice in mind. Shunin smiles, offering to teach Lacrac how to make a bow as their friendship grows, much to Lacrac's delight. Holding his own bow with pride, Shunin adds that the necessary materials are easy to find. Back in the present, Lacrac and two warriors swim silently across the dark water, preparing for the next phase of their attack. As his army of lizardmen follows, Lacrac resolves that he'll have to hear the truth directly from Shunin. Splashing ashore, Owen and his people reach the island. One of Owen's tribe collapses onto the shore, pulling another exhausted lizardman with him. Owen weeps, cradling the small, lifeless body of his son as Lacrac and Yuri look on with grim understanding. Lacrac orders Yuri to take the children and exhausted tribe members away by boat, shocking Yuri by telling him to leave as well. Lacrac continues, instructing Yuri to lead the gray and brown-scaled lizardmen to the back of the village to create a diversion. Yuri realizes the strategy is a two-sided attack, and Lacrac confirms he will lead the warriors across the lake to strike from the front. The skeletal creator asks Lacrac if he will be alright, and Lacrac confirms, confident in their dwindled enemy numbers and their god's blessing. As his warriors move through the moonlit forest, a thought suggests their black scales will sparkle like ripples on water. With grim determination beside Yuri, Lacrac resolves to end the conflict once and for all. In the Frogman village, chaos erupts as warriors panic from a surprise attack. Shunin looks on in shock, asking where the attackers came from as another confirms they appeared suddenly. Staring in disbelief, Shunin can only utter a choked sound of terror. An unseen blade strikes a frogman, sending a spray of blood from its chest. A fierce lizardman warrior, wearing a skull helmet, slaughters the frogmen, who cry out for salvation. Another white-haired lizardman warrior cuts down more frogmen in a brutal assault. Cowering in terror, Shunin desperately prays to the two-headed fiend to remember his sacrifices and save him. Splat! A lizardman warrior brings a club down, crushing the frogman's head. With a final, silent scream, the life fades from the frogman's eyes. As a blue feather lands in a pool of blood, a voice declares that the god they prayed to is now gone. A panicked frogman shouts to his comrades, ordering them to catch an unseen target. A large frogman warrior frantically orders his men to find Shunin, frustrated that their numerical advantage and poison weapons are failing them. A thought laments that their leader failed to control the warriors, and their poison arrows are useless against the immune attackers. Hiding behind a tattered curtain, a nervous frogman wonders if the coast is clear, unaware of the glowing eyes behind him. A dark figure corners the trembling frogman, announcing that his hiding spot has been found. Eek! The terrified frogman shrieks as he looks up at his captor. The frogman recognizes his old acquaintance, Lacrac, who stoically asks if Shunin is not a warrior. Lacrac offers Shunin a chance to die with honor, but the terrified frogman begs for his life instead. Trembling, Shunin desperately appeals to their past friendship, pleading that they were on good terms. Lacrac considers his words as Shunin quickly backpedals, claiming they were all threatened by the two-headed fiend. Kneeling in submission, Shunin offers to trade a secret for his life. Lacrac asks what secret, and Shunin offers to reveal the truth about how to make a bow, specifically the bowstring material. Pressed by Lacrac to reveal the material, Shunin nervously admits it's made from tendons. Shunin clarifies the horrifying truth. The bowstrings are made from the back tendons of a living being, shocking Lacrac. Tugging the bowstring, Lacrac grimly demands to know which race's tendons were used. With his eyes wide in terror, Shunin whispers the devastating truth. The tendons are from lizardmen. A stark realization hits Shunin. He is practically begging to be killed. Lacrac absorbs the grim confession, his expression hardening as he understands the atrocity. Lokrak states that he holds no personal grudge, and having achieved victory, will accept Shunen's deal. With a look of calm resolution, Lokrak tells his former friend to go. Shunen scrambles to his feet, seizing the chance to escape. As the sun sets, Shunen flees into the woods. Yuri watches the escape, asking Lokrak if he is truly letting him go. Lokrak confirms his decision while calmly holding his bow and arrow. He draws his bow, taking aim at the distant, fleeing figure of Shunen. With intense focus, Lokrak pulls the string taut, stating that he needed a moving target. An arrow soars through the sky with incredible speed. Thwack! The arrow strikes a frogman tied to a tree for target practice squarely in the forehead. Lokrak lets out a breath of relief, looking over his handiwork at the makeshift training target. Inspecting his bow, Lokrak remarks that their new weapons are now as good as the frogman's. He notes that while the new bowstrings are an improvement, the bow itself is weak and snaps, lamenting the need for stronger materials. Lokrak looks off into the distance, concluding that they cannot remain in this forest forever if they wish to grow stronger. Addressing Owen, Lokrak asks if he went hunting again that day. An arrow hits the captive frogman's shoulder, as Owen quietly confirms that he did. Owen reports with grim satisfaction that they've exterminated the remaining frogmen, ensuring they won't lack for bowstring material for a while. In a brutal display, an arrow pierces the hand of a captive frogman. The helpless frogman lets out a final, agonizing scream. In a brutal hunt, an arrow pierces the arm of a fleeing frogman. The gray-scaled lizardmen, driven by vengeance, charge forward into battle. A dying frogman's eye reflects the determined face of Owen, his killer. Whomp! A blood-soaked hand plunges into a frogman's chest as another lizardman is choked out from behind. The skeletal creator asks Lokrak from afar if Alloy is his current target. Yuri explains Alloy met the same fate as Shunen. His bones likely worn as a trophy, much like Shunen's adorn Yuri's own head, to which Lokrak grimly accepts the news. Getting Lokrak's attention, Yuri reports that they discovered something while tracking the escaped frogmen. Nearby, a black-scaled lizardman with green eyes affectionately licks a small, striped lizardman child holding a carved object. A black-scaled warrior startles the child, asking what they're doing there and if they have something for Lokrak. Ah! The startled child stumbles, dropping the small object they were holding. Lokrak's hand carefully picks up the dropped item, a finely carved figurine of a beetle. Lokrak examines the small, detailed beetle figurine with a thoughtful expression. The small child presents the gift to Lokrak, while Yuri asks if they did a good job, but Lokrak remains silent. As Lokrak praises the beautifully made figurine, the small lizardman child looks up with hopeful eyes. Overjoyed by the compliment, the child beams with a huge, blushing smile. The child shyly offers the figurine to Lokrak, who asks if it's okay to accept. Yuri explains to Lokrak that it has become a trend for the children to make and exchange such figurines. A gray-marked lizardman asks if all the children in their village have one, and the child enthusiastically confirms. The child explains with a proud smile that it's because their guardian is the amazing being who saved them, recalling the moment they gazed up at the mighty Sratis. Yuri offers to look for more figurines in the village for Lokrak. Lokrak agrees, instructing Yuri to trade for them generously and pay any price asked. Changing the subject, Lokrak turns to Owen and asks what he was trying to say before. Owen looks grave, explaining that they found something strange in the cave the frogmen used as a hideout. Lokrak and another warrior exchange curious glances at the mention of something strange. The group arrives at a mountain pass, as Owen announces this is the frogmen's hideout. Pointing towards a dark opening in the cliffside, Owen confirms that's the cave and urges them inside. Inside the eerily quiet cave, Owen reports that they killed everyone as a blue butterfly flutters near Lokrak. Lokrak and his companions survey the cavern with unease, while Owen comments on how suspicious it feels. They stand before a large, glowing blue circular pattern carved into the cavern floor. The creator's voice muses on the interesting carving, wondering who could have made something so precise from hard stone. Yuri notes the carving is similar to the pattern on the beetle figurine, and Lokrak agrees. The creator's voice identifies the location as an ancient ruin. He explains that ruins hold treasures or ancient knowledge, with some possessing demonic powers. In a civilization this primitive, the creator considers ancient knowledge to be of little significance. He notes that ruins granting blessings are fixed to one location, making them useless to a nomadic tribe like Lacrax. The creator hopes the ruin is not a demonic relic, acknowledging the low but real possibility. A hand reaches down, touching the surface of the glowing carved stone. Crackle! A bright blue light erupts as a voice announces someone has entered. Blue energy courses through a massive underground structure as the voice identifies an unknown stranger. A booming voice echoes through the chamber, welcoming the intruders to the demonic world. The blinding light fades into an ominous darkness. The voice repeats its warning about an unknown stranger's arrival. The energized stone floor begins to fracture under the immense power. The welcome to the demonic world echoes once more through the crumbling ruin. The lizardmen find themselves transported into a vast, crumbling, blue-lit subterranean city. Peering into a deep chasm, Lacrac observes the long stairway down, while Yuri wishes they could just jump. When Yuri asks if he will pray to their god, Lacrac refuses, not wanting to bother him with trivial matters. A faint sound catches Lacrac's attention as dozens of tiny red eyes begin to glow in the darkness below. A horde of monstrous red-eyed rats emerges from the shadows. Surprising Lacrac, Yuri calmly identifies the creatures as nutria, which Lacrac has eaten before, but Lacrac questions the unusual sound they're making. Lacrac notes with concern that he doesn't remember nutria moving in such large, aggressive packs. Yuri admits this is the first time he's seen them like this either, concluding they're basically monster rats now. Speculating that they're guardians of this place, Lacrac rallies his warriors and orders them to raise their weapons. A massive monster rat with glowing red eyes leaps forward, letting out a ferocious shriek. The lizardman warriors stand their ground, bracing their spears to meet the monstrous charge head-on. A spear finds its mark, piercing through the neck of a charging monster rat. The skull-helmed lizardman, Owen, watches the aftermath, noting that the creature's aggression is highly suspicious. As a warrior inspects a dead monster rat, he asks if they're edible, and is told to gut them for later. Yuri suggests they could try taming and raising the creatures for food, much like they do with buffaloes. The conversation shifts as Owen asks about fish, prompting Lacrac to dismissively state that fish just appear and disappear on their own. Owen explains that fish lay eggs and have a hatching season, a time when even the frogmen couldn't catch them. Suggesting they could build a dam to trap fish, Owen tells a thoughtful Lacrac he can consider the idea of fish farming later. Ouch! A sudden jolt of blue energy strikes Lacrac as he walks down the stairs. A warrior cries out in pain, shocked that a monster rat he thought was dead is still alive. Lacrac rushes to his companion's side, asking if he was bitten, but the warrior says that's not what happened. The warrior explains that when he tried to cut the creature open, a PZZT of energy shocked him and his hand began to hurt. Lacrac looks down at the creature's corpse, which crackles with electricity, pondering the meaning of PZZT and pain. Curious, Lacrac cautiously reaches down to touch the fur of the dead monster rat. Pust! A powerful surge of blue lightning erupts from the corpse, coursing violently through Lacrac's body. As his comrade yells his name in alarm, Lacrac grits his teeth through the shock and insists that he's fine. The dead monster rat continues to crackle with blue energy, its blood dripping from a spear wound. A blue system window reveals the nutria are infused with demonic energy and a lightning attribute, confirming Lacrac's suspicions. The skeletal creator observes from afar, realizing with disappointment that they've entered a demonic ruin. Noting the lightning attribute is a lesser power, the creator speculates that if Lacrac can conquer this ruin, he will likely gain a demonic power for himself. He clarifies that while Lacrac won't become a mage instantly, the power will strengthen over generations, eventually producing mages in his tribe. However, the creator identifies a problem. In this world, divine power and magic are in direct conflict. He recalls from the game's lore that magic originates from an ancient evil, not gods, explaining why powerful mages form their own factions. The creator knows a solution to this conflict but hesitates, worrying it will introduce too many complications so early in the game. Back in the ruin, Lacrac sits on the stairs, recovering from the electric shock near the dead, sparking nutria. A glowing blue stingray-like spirit emerges from the dead creature's body and addresses Lacrac as visitor. The spirit hovers before a stunned Lacrac, asking if he desires its power and offering to give it to him. Concerned, Yuri tells Lacrac they can leave and come back later if he's not feeling well, but Lacrac tersely replies that he's fine. Ignoring the spirit's offer, Lacrac gives orders to his warriors to secure the area, check their gear, and reform their lines. Lokrak wonders if he's the only one seeing the spirit, and quietly asks the glowing entity what it is. The spirit introduces itself as a guardian of the ruin, explaining that it can only be seen by those with great might. Lokrak asks about the power the spirit mentioned, realizing he can communicate with it telepathically, but his own intentions aren't being understood. The skeletal creator watches, unsurprised by the spirit's nature, and considers whether he should intervene and warn Lokrak. As Lokrak contemplates the situation, a glowing blue rectangular window appears before him, leaving him momentarily speechless. The window displays Lokrak's stats, revealing his levels in warrior, tribe leader, and priest, along with a new stat, deception. The skeletal creator stares in surprise, wondering how and when Lokrak managed to acquire a deception stat. Realizing Lokrak likely gained the stat from his encounter with Shunin, the creator decides to trust Lokrak to handle this new challenge on his own. The spirit describes its power as lightning, a force that burns like fire and shines like the sun. The glowing spirit makes its offer again, promising to give Lokrak the power of lightning. Lokrak seemingly agrees to accept the power, but then surprises the spirit by stating there is a condition. Feigning indignation, Lokrak accuses the spirit of not being upfront, questioning why it never mentioned a condition for its free gift. The spirit explains that the condition is simple, and that someone with Lokrak's might could easily fulfill it. Lokrak calls the spirit's approach disappointing, chiding it for not being direct about wanting to make a deal from the beginning. Turning the tables, Lokrak sternly addresses the spirit as "Psst," warning it to behave properly if it wants something from him. The spirit flinches, taken aback by the condescending nickname as Lokrak coolly tells it to remember his words. Lokrak stands firm, demanding the spirit state its wants and offers, warning that any deceit will end their talk. Facing the glowing blue spirit, Lokrak waits silently for its answer in the echoing cavern. Yuri declares the exploration over, but Lokrak dismisses him, saying he will catch up shortly. The spirit reveals it is sealed within the ruins and asks Lokrak to kill the ruins keeper to free it. As a reward for freeing it, the spirit promises to grant Lokrak all of its powers. Lokrak mockingly asks if it means the blitzing power of the rats, and the spirit awkwardly confirms. Correcting him, the spirit clarifies that its true power is called electricity. The spirit explains that while the power starts as a simple blitz, it grows stronger with use until it can command thunder and lightning. After the spirit boasts its power can rival the gods, an unimpressed Lokrak simply asks, "And?" The spirit explains its power can be shared with the whole tribe or monopolized by Lokrak through a ritual. Though impressed, Lokrak shrewdly questions why such a powerful being is imprisoned in the first place. The spirit proudly claims its power is too strong, so it was locked away like other dangerous things. Lokrak addresses the entity as "pissed," prompting a confused from the glowing spirit. Smirking, Lokrak points out the spirit just admitted to being dangerous, catching it off guard. He accuses the spirit of hiding something, guessing the power is weak or its harm outweighs any benefit. Lokrak threatens to collapse the cave entrance and seal the ruins forever, sending the spirit into a panic. Caving under the pressure, the flustered spirit promises to tell him everything, and Lokrak smiles in satisfaction. The spirit begins to recount its history, starting from a time long ago. It speaks of rulers from the distant past, beings that originated from ancient, forgotten demons. The spirit admits it has been trapped for an eternity, its own origins forgotten even by the gods. It describes a maddening power of unknown origin that corrupts mortals, making them believe the power is their own. The spirit warns that it has seen many driven mad, and asks if Lokrak understands it can do the same to him. It confirms its power is indiscriminate, affecting anyone who wields it. The spirit explains its power is bestowed by chance, a fact Lokrak thoughtfully considers. It contrasts its power, which is available to the unworthy and can grow, with a god's power, which is granted by choice. The spirit warns that its power may cause some in Lokrak's tribe to eventually turn their backs on their god. Lokrak admits the power is attractive and useful for battle, pondering if there's a way to control it. The spirit confirms there is a way, but insists there are conditions, which Lokrak asks it to name. Turning the tables, Lokrak presents his own first condition regarding the ritual to monopolize the power. He asks if the power can be given to a select few, which the spirit confirms is possible but questions the reason. Lokrak explains his plan, to make it seem as though the chosen few received their power directly from God. By doing this, he concludes, they would never think to rebel against their God. The spirit is stunned by his logic, as Lecrac announces he has a second condition. He states that not only will they remain loyal, but they will also come to believe in their God. The spirit argues it is older than his God, but Lecrac declares that what truly matters is what one does with one's life. When the spirit insists gods dislike demonic spirits, Lecrac sternly tells it not to judge his god by its standards. Recalling an image of his blue insect god, Lecrac states that his god is generous to useful beings like the spirit. Stunned into silence, the spirit tentatively asks if his god would truly accept it. Lecrac states plainly that acceptance is contingent on the spirit agreeing to his conditions. With a clever look, the spirit reveals it isn't merely trapped in the ruins. It proudly declares that it rules the ruins, and that the minotaur-like creatures that attacked were its minions. Admitting it deceived Lecrac to test his qualifications, the spirit asks if he is angry. Lecrac calmly forgives the spirit, saying he understands its situation, which leaves the entity confused. He reasons that being stuck in a damp, dark place, the spirit is only used to seeing monster rats. Continuing his psychoanalysis, Lecrac says it's only natural for someone in its position to get a little cranky. Lecrac wisely tells the spirit it needs to go outside and experience the beautiful world, leaving it speechless. Having disarmed the spirit with empathy, he asks for its name and introduces himself as Lecrac. Convinced, the spirit announces the test is over and promises its power to Lecrac, pending his god's approval. A system window informs the creator that a demonic spirit wishes to submit, offering the demonic realm electricity. The creator's skeletal finger moves to press yes, deciding this is the only way to overcome the divine penalty. The skeletal creator decides they were lucky to meet, as a system window confirms he has earned the demonic realm electricity. The scene shifts to a massive, sun-bleached monument constructed from countless animal skulls and bones. The narrator explains this is the story of how the blue insect god bestowed the power of thunder upon Lecrac. A hooded man with a dark beard sighs, recalling that this story of the black-scaled tribe took place 9 years ago. Another hooded figure asks the bearded man what possible connection an insect god could have with thunderstorms. The bearded man scoffs at the name Blue Insect God, still unconvinced, and rhetorically asks what the name of their god is. He introduces himself as Hui, remarking that his companion was patient enough not to interrupt his long tale. The other figure, a lizard man, apologizes for the interruption, catching Hui's attention. From afar, a group of hyena-like creatures observes, identified as unwelcome visitors approaching through the desert. Hui nervously identifies the creatures as gnolls, as the lizardman turns to him to ask a question. The lizardman, holding his bow, asks Hui if he thinks the gnolls belong to someone named Salkite. He assesses the approaching gnolls, deeming them poorly armed and unguarded vagabonds, not professional soldiers. The lizardman flashes a grin, praising Hui's observation and agreeing with his assessment of the gnolls. Crackling blue energy gathers around his arrow as the lizardman suggests they should announce their presence to the intruders. The lizardman smiles, complimenting Hui's perception. Agreeing with the assessment, the lizardman draws his bow, his arrow sparking with electricity, ready to reveal their position. The pack of gnolls continues its trek through the barren, rocky canyon, unaware they are being watched. One of the gnolls pauses, sniffing the air with a curious expression. Wham! An electrified arrow slams into the ground before the gnolls, causing them to leap back in shock. A gnoll reels back in terror from the electric discharge, yelling that they're being attacked. A powerful column of lightning erupts from the arrow's impact point, engulfing the surprised gnolls. Gya! 2 gnolls scream in agony as the electricity courses through their bodies. A surviving gnoll, still sparking with energy, stares in horror, realizing their attacker is one of the legendary Chosen Ones. Lizardman steps forward with Hui, authoritatively telling the gnolls to back off. As the gnolls flee, the lizardman introduces himself as Owen, a name that surprises Hui. Hui is stunned, realizing he's speaking to Owen the storyteller, a person of great renown. Lighting a long pipe, Owen explains it's a special tool the Chosen use to recover after exerting their powers. Hui questions Owen, wondering why someone with such impressive skills would work for somebody else. Looking at the distant skull monument, Hui admits that he just can't understand Owen's motivations. Wild looks up to the sky with a troubled expression and confesses that he is a sinful creature. Owen listens with a calm, closed-eyed expression, as Hui admits to having betrayed his own people in the past. Holding a staff, Owen explains that despite his past sins, he still found a path to forgiveness. Gesturing towards the bone monument, Owen declares that this is the path of atonement he has chosen. Owen dusts off the inscribed tablet at the monument's base, assuring away that everyone in the region knows the black-scaled lizardmen. He continues, explaining their reputation, especially that of their fearsome priest and chieftain Lockrock, scares everyone away. The scene transitions to a formidable stone castle, standing tall amidst misty mountains. Owen looks up from the tablet towards the skull monument, asking Hui a question about automation. Hui formally announces that he is a messenger from the Lord of Automation, with a message for the black-scaled lizardmen. Surprised, Hui admits he didn't recognize Owen, who simply replies that now he knows, leaving Hui confused. Owen gestures, and in the distance, a creature kicks up a cloud of dust as it runs toward them. A large, turquoise bird-like creature with a red crest charges across the desert landscape. Hui recoils in shock, shouting out that the approaching creature is a cockatrice. Calmly taking the creature's reins, Owen corrects him with a simple negative. Owen explains the creature is a cockatoo, a crossbreed of a cockatrice and a chicken. Now mounted on the cockatoo, Owen offers to take Hui to meet Chief Lecrac. With a friendly grin, Owen tells Hui he'll have to listen to his stories the whole way, and a nervous Hui agrees. As they ride off, Hui asks what stories he'll tell, and Owen replies it will be a bit about the god and Lecrac's adventures. As night falls, the scene shifts to banners adorned with horned skulls, flapping under a starry sky. A vast army of lizardmen warriors, many mounted on cockatoos, marches across the plains under the moonlight. A formidable, armored lizardman, presumably Lecrac, leads the charge from atop a large, powerful cockatoo. The blushing lizardman turns and calls out urgently to Mr. Lecrac. He delivers a grim message. The life of Mr. Starcatcher is about to end, shocking Lecrac. From atop his bird-like mount, the skull-masked warrior explains, it's the last chance to speak to the chieftain. With a determined look, Lecrac orders everyone to stop everything and stay for the night. The skull-masked warrior bellows the command to stop the procession. The order is relayed down the line as the lizardmen halt their mounts. Turning back, Lecrac is asked by the blushing lizardman what the matter is. Lecrac declares that he must see the Starcatcher, explaining that he is on his last breaths. The blushing lizardman gasps as Lecrac coldly instructs him to begin arranging the funeral, predicting the Starcatcher will be dead by tomorrow. Acknowledging the order, the blushing lizardman somberly remarks that it's going to be a sad night as Lecrac departs. A plume of smoke rises from a large tent into the starry night sky. Several lizardmen kneel in vigil outside the tent's entrance. Lecrac enters the tent and is greeted by another lizardman who addresses him as chief. The lizardman quietly explains that the Starcatcher has lived a long life and is now very tired. The Starcatcher reflects on his life's journey, traveling, learning, losing an arm, and finally finding his place teaching others to observe the sky. Lying peacefully, the elderly lizardman concludes that there comes a time when a lizardman just becomes too tired and worn out. As Lecrac listens intently, the Starcatcher says there is only one cure for his condition. By the warm fire, the Starcatcher reveals that the only cure is eternal sleep. He explains his decision to live his final moments in luxury by stealing time from the tribe's busiest man. Lecrac chuckles, agreeing that time is valuable, but knowing the Starcatcher has a deeper reason for summoning him. Amidst a vision of the cosmos, the Starcatcher poses a profound question. What comes after death? The smoke from the tent continues its silent ascent into the night. The question of what happens when you die lingers in the vast, starry expanse. Lecrac suggests the Starcatcher should know the answer, being the first chosen by their god and the one closest to him. From his deathbed, the Starcatcher softly asks again what happens when you die. Lecrac looks down, contemplating the heavy question in silence. The Starcatcher muses that if death is an eternal sleep, he wonders if one dreams eternally, or perhaps suffers an eternal nightmare. Lecrac admits he doesn't know, and questions what makes the Starcatcher think he would have the answer. The Starcatcher explains his own theory. If the beetle god guided them when they were lost in life, Then surely he will also accept them when they are wandering after death. The Starcatcher asks if this faith contradicts their god's plans, but Lacrack reassures him, calling him Stargazer and saying he is right. As a luminous blue butterfly appears, a narrator confirms the beetle god has always guided them when they were lost. Lacrack ponders the afterlife, hoping it's more exciting than an awkward meeting with their god. He describes his ideal heaven, an endless prairie where he can run free with the wind and grass beneath his feet. He continues his vision, imagining rocks for rest and dynamic weather, including rain, clouds, and a river. The Stargazer adds his own wish for the afterlife, a permanent home to always return to. Lacrack realizes with a soft smile that the Stargazer disliked their nomadic life in tents. The Stargazer explains that while he's tired of moving, he found a place for his soul to settle and won't complain as long as he lives. As a blue light fills the tent from above, the Stargazer asks if that place in the sky has stars. He believes their god placed stars in the sky to guide wanderers home, just as a glowing blue butterfly appears in the room. Lacrack gasps, his eyes wide with awe and sudden understanding. He points to the magical creature, asking the Stargazer if he can see the glowing butterfly. The Stargazer's vision fades as he murmurs that his world is getting darker. The glowing butterfly lands gently on Lacrack's finger, and he watches it, transfixed. Lacrack announces to the Stargazer that a present has arrived for him. He asks the dying elder if he plans to decline the gift this time. Assuring him he'll find it quickly this time, Lacrack releases the butterfly, which dissolves into light and flows into the Stargazer's chest. The butterfly of light emerges and flies up as Lacrack desperately calls out to the now motionless Stargazer. The spirit butterfly soars upward, exiting through the smoke hole at the peak of the tent. The glowing butterfly flies over the sacred mushroom-like structures, leaving a trail of sparkling light in its wake. A stream of ethereal blue energy flows through the darkness, carrying motes of light within it. A glowing blue butterfly, a symbol of a soul, gently lands on the creator's skeletal finger. The skull-masked creator holds the luminous butterfly, posing a question about what happens to souls in the lost world after death. A system window appears, asking if he will create an afterlife, and his skeletal hand moves to press yes. The creator confirms that the necessary conditions of levels, resources, faith, and sufficient deaths have been met. He explains the importance of the afterlife while viewing a soul inventory filled with butterfly icons representing the deceased. The afterlife, he explains, can be a paradise for the righteous or a fiery hell for sinners, teaching mortals about ethics. Alternatively, it can serve as a training ground for warriors, much like the legendary Valhalla. The creator muses that since these trained warriors can be resurrected, they will become powerful pawns later in the game. With a sense of grand purpose, he declares that this is only the beginning, and there is no need to rush. Amidst a swarm of glowing blue butterflies, the new chapter is revealed, the afterlife. The creator, arms outstretched, proclaims that this newly formed afterlife can always be expanded further. A new realm is born, a peaceful green landscape named the Primordial Prairie, filled with fluttering blue butterflies. The butterflies drift peacefully across the lush green fields under a bright cloud-filled sky. In the serene prairie, a single, large blue butterfly gently alights on a blade of grass. The view from the grass reveals a brilliant sun and a beautiful blue sky, conveying a sense of peace. A gray-skinned lizard man with a long tail lies peacefully in the grass, having arrived in this new world. As he sleeps, a mysterious hand with sharp black claws reaches down toward his face. Startled, the lizardman's eyes snap open the moment the strange hand touches his cheek. The lizardman cries out as he feels himself being lifted or pulled away from his peaceful rest. Now kneeling, he looks out at the beautiful prairie and tells Lacrack that this is the paradise they always imagined together. He recalls a different time, looking into a large hearth and wishing for the simple comfort of a solid house. In a memory, another lizard man with a fur-trimmed cloak reminds him that one cannot have everything they wish for. Sitting in the idyllic field, the lizardman realizes with contentment that he may not need a house after all. Overwhelmed by the beauty of the vast prairie, he tearfully declares it the greatest present he could have received. He sits peacefully, humming a tune as he takes in the serene landscape around him. His quiet moment is broken when he notices other lizardmen lying motionless in the grass, realizing he is not alone. He observes the sleeping figures, concluding that they haven't awakened yet in this new realm. Kneeling beside one, he decides it would be rude to wake them, As the other deceased have also just arrived, he recognizes a younger, cat-eared lizard man among the sleeping, referring to him as that child. He remembers this particular warrior with fondness, as one of the students he taught arithmetic to. His mind drifts back to a painful memory, a surprise attack by the Goblin Alliance that devastated their tribe. A flashback shows a chaotic ambush as lizardmen realize the goblin tribes have united against them. The tribe's children and elderly huddle in fear, questioning if they can survive until reinforcements arrive. The lizard man remembers his utter despair, believing it was the end as goblins closed in. In the face of overwhelming odds, a decisive moment of courage is captured by a hand tightening its grip on a staff. The cat-eared warrior bravely turns to face the goblin horde, convinced that sacrificing one life can save many others. With a determined smile, he thanks Starcatcher, affirming that learning arithmetic was the right choice. The elderly lizardman, Starcatcher, remembers his horror as he realized some warriors would defy orders, pleading for the young one to wait. The cat-eared warrior charges into the fray alone, a heroic but unwanted sacrifice. In a later memory, a furious Lucrack confronts Starcatcher about warriors using arithmetic to justify disobeying commands. When Lucrack asks if the warriors were wrong to sacrifice themselves, Starcatcher defiantly shouts, "No!" Lucrack roars in anguish, admitting that he's furious precisely because they weren't wrong, and his anger is all he has left. The scene returns to the afterlife, where the heroic, cat-eared warrior now rests peacefully in the grass. Starcatcher reflects that the young warrior's selfless act inspired many others to secretly learn arithmetic. He gazes at his former student and the other sleeping lizardmen, marveling that they can meet here again. Surveying the endless prairie, Starcatcher wonders if this grassland is all there is in the afterlife. He spots movement behind a distant tree, questioning if another person is present in the field. Cautiously, he crouches in the grass and nervously calls out, asking who's there. He sees a tail flick behind the tree again and shouts in alarm, trying to get the hidden figure's attention. Starcatcher gets to his feet and sees another lizard man running across the idyllic prairie. The running lizardman gracefully leaps over a large stone in the field. Starcatcher reaches out a hand, calling after the sprinting figure to stop and ask where he is going. In a flashback, a determined, turtle-like lizard man makes his way through a sun-dappled forest. He approaches a magnificent, glass-domed building, remembering a question he had long wished to ask. As he ascends the stone steps, he recalls his question for their god, "Why did you choose us?" Peeking into the dark entryway, he wonders if their god's choice was simply an act of benevolence. He remembers that in the past, there was no answer to such questions as he stares down a long, dark corridor. He recalls Lucrack's various theories, that it could have been chance, necessity, or simply the best available option. The turtle-like lizard man concludes that if they were indeed the best option, then that isn't so bad after all. He enters a chamber at the top of a tower, and is stunned to find a massive telescope aimed at the starry sky. Climbing the final stairs, he acknowledges that Lucrack was right about houses being built from stone and stars. He carefully inspects the beautiful brass telescope, noticing the crystal embedded in its eyepiece. Looking through the lens, he is completely awestruck by the majestic sight of a spiral galaxy, finally understanding the true nature of stars. He gazes at vibrant nebulae through the telescope, realizing he must now recalculate the movement of the stars. Overwhelmed by the cosmic view, he admits to himself that all his previous knowledge barely scratched the surface. As the ghostly image of the creator god appears, he wishes he could somehow convey this profound new knowledge to the living. The creator god addresses him by name, commending Starcatcher for having followed him well. The scene notes that the beliefs of a god significantly shape the values of their followers. The creator explains that while cultivators might dream of a peaceful paradise, a scholar's afterlife is designed differently. He looks down at Starcatcher and asks what happens when a scholar enters their personal afterlife. The creator reveals that this new realm will provide the foundation for his followers' technological advancement. He explains that with a new threat rapidly approaching, the afterlife must become functional immediately. The formidable Clipped-Ear tribe is revealed, a group of beastmen riding saber-toothed tigers who are superior to the lizardmen. The creator deduces that a player must be secretly manipulating this technologically superior tribe before the silhouettes of other players. The creator declares that his afterlife is now ready for the coming conflict. The creator's glowing eyes stare out from behind his skull mask, signaling his resolve. Standing before a wall of glowing screens, the creator ponders if it is time to prepare a welcome for them. The creator's determined gaze fills the frame as he finalizes his plan. Once more, before his command center, the creator resolves to prepare a welcome for his new adversaries. The creator reveals his strategy to counter the other players, a heavy investment in insects. He explains that he is managing 3 large swarms, the first of which is a swarm of locusts named Colony. From his throne, the creator elaborates that, quote, Colony helps ensure his own existence remains unnoticed. His second swarm, Host, is composed of virus-carrying insects he utilized during the Frogman era. Finally, Nest is a diverse swarm used for farming experience within the insect subcategory. The creator notes that under Lacrac's leadership, the neighboring lizardman tribes are gradually uniting. Viewing a map, he concludes that control of the southern peninsula is inevitable, leaving the player behind the knolls as the next problem. The scene shifts back to the living world, where Owen and Wei arrive at a lizardman camp aboard the Cockatoo. Owen turns to Wei and gravely informs him that the Starcatcher is dead. A fox-like lizardman welcomes the traveler's presence at the funeral, believing it a blessing to share their grief. The chieftain Lacrac stands with his back to the tribe, watching over 2 massive funeral pyres. Wei, standing near Owen, is surprised to see the chieftain among the mourners. Wei identifies the figure as Lacrac, chief of the Black Scale tribe, and notices a single tear falling from his skull mask. Owen turns to Wei and asks if humans don't cry when they're sad, to which Wei simply scoffs. Wei explains that while humans do cry, a chief would never do so in front of others, as it's a matter of dignity. He continues, reasoning that if a leader shows weakness, his warriors might begin to see him as weak. Lacrac turns to face them, his expression firm, as he declares they value something more than dignity. Owen calls out to Lacrac, who turns and warmly welcomes him back to the tribe. Lacrac tells Owen that he is not too late to help send off the Starcatcher. Lacrac then asks about the human beside him, and Owen explains that Quay is carrying out a task from the Lord of Automation Castle. The hooded human formally introduces himself as Hui from the Automation Castle. Lacrac gives a knowing smile, acknowledging the introduction. Outside, a column of smoke or energy rises into the night sky from a large tent, watched by 2 lizardman guards. Back inside, Lacrac sits and tells his guest that though he must be tired, they have a long night ahead. Lacrac hopes Hui doesn't mind getting straight to business, and Hui readily agrees. Hui then offers a small, wrapped item, presenting it as a gift. Lacrac accepts the item, unwrapping a single glowing piece of rock salt. Hui confirms with a smile that the rock salt is a specialty his automation castle is proud of. He clarifies that this is the first piece, given by his lord without expectation of anything in return. Lacrac eyes the gift, understanding the implication that a second and third will follow. With a sudden, powerful clap, Lacrac crushes the rock salt in his hand. Hui watches in shock as the priceless salt turns to dust and trickles through his fingers. Expressing his gratitude, Lacrac sprinkles the salt into a nearby fire as a baffled Hui asks what he's doing. Lacrac calmly explains that it's simply part of a sacrificial ritual, something a person without gods wouldn't understand. Hui argues that the salt was a gift from his lord, but Lacrac counters that he has made good use of it. Hui insists that this wasn't its intended use and reminds him that future installments were promised to be much larger. Lacrac thoughtfully agrees that sending someone just to deliver a small piece of salt seems extravagant. He then suggests Hui bring a larger selection of goods for trade next time, prompting Hui to think him a crafty old lizard. Demui realizes their failure to connect isn't due to being different species. He correctly interprets Lacrac's actions as a blunt, but not entirely disrespectful diplomatic refusal. Lacrac tells Hui it's time to head back, explaining he finds human decorum difficult and prefers to talk things out directly if needed. Accepting the invitation for directness, Hui drops the pleasantries and asks why Lacrac refused their proposal. Hui points a sharp metal object at Lacrac, signaling his serious intent. Lac reveals his first reason. He dislikes accepting proposals that have already been refused by someone else. Hui counters, questioning if a refused proposal doesn't inherently lack value. Lacrac explains he knows this proposal was never meant for him, and that Owen didn't bring Hui here by chance. He reveals that, according to Owen, Hui came from the north, not the west. Hui notes that Automation Castle is to the west, while the Salkite, the tribe with severed ears, is to the north. Having connected the dots, Lacroix accuses Hui of making the same proposal to them first, only to be refused. His cover blown, Hui's hand shifts into a monstrous claw as he decides to have a candid conversation. He introduces himself properly as Hui Xiao, the Lord of Automation Castle. The scene shifts, revealing the impressive Automation Castle, an ancient historical site nestled in the mountains. A gnoll patrols the formidable 5-meter-high mud walls of the fortress. The castle is one of the world's great mysteries, maintained by enigmatic mud golems. An aerial view showcases the massive, well-defended city of Automation Castle. The creator explains that the castle's location is a strategic choke point on the path to the main continent. Therefore, anyone wishing to enter the main continent must first secure Automation Castle. The castle's value is further enhanced by a salt mine within its walls, a crucial resource for livestock and food. Back in the tent, Lacroix and Hui Xiao face each other in the dim light. Lacroix addresses the Lord of Automation Castle, stating he doesn't believe in gifts without a price. He adds that he's especially wary when the gift giver hides their identity. Unfazed by Hui Xiao's silence, Lacroix decides to explain how he deduced the truth. He explains that Hui Xiao using the name Hui was a test to gauge the lizardman's knowledge of the castle. Lacroix elaborates that only a select few within the castle, even among the loyal 4 families, know the Lord's true identity. He reveals that Yui is a name passed down through the Lord's bloodline, and he knows the Lord has 4 sons and 4 daughters. Noting Hui Xiao is neither a woman nor young, and judging by the wrinkles on his hands, he couldn't be one of the children. Therefore, Lacroix concludes the only person he could be is the Lord of the Automation Castle himself, Hui Xiao. Hui Xiao quietly admits that Lacroix's deduction is impressive. He pulls back his hood, remarking on how much Lacroix has figured out despite having no lizardman associates inside the castle. With his face revealed, Hui Xiao confirms his identity as the Lord of the Automation Castle. Hui Xiao offers to provide salt regularly and without any cost. Lacroix immediately refutes the offer, stating there's always a cost and points out that the greedy Salkite already refused this deal. With a sharp look, Lacroix explains the hidden price. In exchange for salt, his tribe would be forced to protect Hui Xiao's interests. Imagining a castle under siege, Lacroix clarifies they would constantly worry about the salt supply during any external attacks. He then accuses Hui Xiao of intending to use them as a shield, even if Hui Xiao himself provoked the conflict. Hui Xiao calmly explains that this is simply diplomacy and the basics of trading. Leaning forward, he presses Lacroix, asking why he would refuse such a beneficial arrangement. As the fire crackles, Lacroix cryptically states that Hui Xiao must have already heard the same answer from someone else. Lacroix internally questions why they can't simply take the Automation Castle and its salt mine by force from the humans. Interpreting his hostile thoughts, Hui Xiao asks if that's a declaration of war against the Automation Castle. Lacroix calmly watches the fire, replying that he was just considering which option would be better. He tells Hui Xiao that direct conquest is more their style than the subtleties of human diplomacy. Hui Xiao's gaze hardens as he warns Lacroix not to underestimate the power of the Automation Castle. Lacroix declares his tribe's faith in the blue insect god, confident its power can reduce walls and soldiers to dust. He then points out that with the Lord of the Castle having come alone, taking him out would be simple. Unfazed, Hui Xiao confidently tells Lacroix that he won't be killed here. The scene briefly shifts to a lone figure silhouetted against a bright, arched gateway. Hui Xiao changes the subject with a sly grin, asking Lacroix if he knows the game Go. He explains the rules of the game, where players place black and white stones to surround and capture their opponent's pieces. Holding a single glowing piece, Hui Xiao states that the rules of the game are not what is truly important. As he places the stone on the board with a tap, he reveals the crucial point. He is a piece on this board. Stunned into silence, Lacroix admits that he is already aware that the game has begun. The game board materializes, showing 2 gods and 2 tribes, gnolls and lizardmen, beginning a new round of conflict in the wilderness. Hui Xiao reveals the name of this round is the Automation Castle, and accuses Lacroix of already meddling in its line of succession. He reveals that recently his children have been speaking of gnashing teeth and pale blue butterflies. In the flickering firelight, Lacroix's eyes glow with an ominous blue light, confirming his involvement. The creator god, now known as Nebula, holds up a glowing blue screen announcing a clash of civilizations. The system window for the Clash of Civilizations event fills the screen. A massive, fiery armored god greets Nebula, noting that it has been a while. Nebula retorts, questioning their familiarity and reminding the fiery god of their last decisive battle. The fiery god dismisses the talk as trivial, to which Nebula scoffs, calling their previous game trivial in return. Nebula taunts his rival, suggesting that his predictable holy orc strategy getting countered is indeed trivial. The fiery god clenches his fists and lets out an exasperated ugh. The fiery god vows to defeat Nebula this time, but Nebula calls him stupid for suggesting the top 2 ranked players start an all-out war. His rival claims he was just trying to lighten the mood, but Nebula flatly states that it's not working. The fiery god is identified as Hegemonia, and Nebula internally notes that he knows his opponent's playstyle. Nebula reflects that while Hegemonia seems simple, he has animal-like instincts for large battles and is skilled at multitasking. He concludes that Hegemonia often profits from early skirmishes, and there is no need to play into his strengths. Hegemonia asks if Nebula is proposing they fight differently this time, and Nebula simply replies, yes. Looking down upon the automation castle, Nebula states that they both seem to want the same thing. Nebula smiles confidently from behind his mask, declaring that the matter is settled. As travelers approach a fortified gate, Nebula announces their plan to trigger a contradictory prophecy. The view of the travelers approaching the gate is repeated, as the plan to trigger the prophecy is stated once more. A system screen explains that a prophecy is a high-level skill, acting as a self-assigned quest for bonus experience. The explanation continues, warning that the penalty for failing a prophecy is significant, as a glowing orb cracks. The details of failure are laid out: lost experience and a potential plague, with the myth of Oedipus cited as a classic example. Nebula poses a strategic question to Hegemonia. What happens when 2 players make opposing prophecies? Hegemonia grasps the plan instantly. One wins a reward, the other suffers a penalty, and asks what their prophecies should be. Nebula asks if Hegemonia is aware that the automation castle is due for a new lord, which Hegemonia eagerly confirms. Nebula explains that while the transfer of power is regular, only the current lord knows the exact timing, setting up their next move. Nebula poses the central question of who will be the next lord of Automation Castle. As Hegemonia proposes, they settle it with a contradictory prophecy. Hegemonia suggests they each choose one of the current lord's 5 eligible children, noting that 3 illegitimate children are not in the running for succession. Nebula agrees, stating that since they will each choose a different child to become the next lord, their prophecies will have no choice but to contradict one another. Hegemonia presents Nebula with a list of the candidates, offering to explain the options, which Nebula accepts. The first candidate presented is Dan, a man in his early 30s. Hegemonia explains that Dan is strong, intelligent, favored by his father Huisio, and considered the most likely successor with the backing of 2 major families. The second candidate is introduced. Jun, a man in his late 20s. Jun is described as Dan's weak half-brother, who keeps a low profile and has no interest in the succession, supported by only one family from his mother's side. Hegemonia moves on to the third candidate, Jin, a woman in her late 20s and Dan's full-blooded sister. Jin is described as a traveler who uses an alias and gets along with vagabonds, supported by the last of the 4 great families. The fourth candidate is revealed, Kyung, a woman in her early 20s from a different mother. Hegemonia explains that Kyung's mother is dead, and there is something strange about her, suspecting she might be cursed. Due to this supposed curse, Kyung has been rejected by her entire family, including the Lord himself. The fifth and final candidate is Min, a girl in her mid-teens. Min is said to be a brilliant and talented child, favored by the current Lord as his youngest. After presenting portraits of all 5 candidates, Hegemonia asks if Nebula is ready to choose. Nebula dismisses the need for more information, stating he is ready to make his choice now. Nebula suggests they each write down their choice and begin immediately after confirming they've selected different children, and Hegemonia agrees. A system window appears, asking to confirm the contradictory prophecy with Hegemonia and warning of the dire consequences of failure. Nebula confirms that Hegemonia has locked in his choice. With a decisive tap, Nebula makes his selection on the glowing blue screen. Hegemonia's prophecy is revealed. The second child, Huijun, will become the next lord of the Automation Castle. Nebula's prophecy is then revealed. The fourth child, Hui Kyung, will become the next lord of the automation castle. Hegemonia is stunned into silence by Nebula's unexpected choice. Nebula smirks, noting that Hegemonia seems taken aback by his decision. Since they have chosen different candidates, Nebula confirms his selection, and the hesitant Hegemonia agrees to proceed. With a fist pump, Hegemonia declares that it's time to begin. Engulfed in fire, Hegemonia roars, "Let's begin!" A system notification announces that the contradictory prophecy between player Hegemonia and player Nebula has been officially established. The scene returns to the quiet, crackling campfire inside the tent. Lord Huiseo stares thoughtfully into the flames. Huiseo reveals he came to investigate rumors that have drawn two massive tribes toward the automation castle. He muses that the tribes are impossibly large and must be connected to the rumors. As Lakrak listens intently, Huiseo concludes that having survived meetings with both chieftains has given him confirmation of his fears. He accepts the hopeless certainty that he is nothing more than a pawn on a much larger game board. Lakrak holds a piece of firewood, stating that without diplomacy, it's a simple choice between one or the other. He lays out the options for Huiseo: the Salkait or himself, gnolls or lizardmen, the god of gnashing teeth or the blue insect god. Huiseo finds the choice difficult, comparing it to picking between a saber-toothed tiger and a cockatoo, which Lakrak finds disappointing. Placing stones on the ground, Huiseo admits his only hope is for both sides to injure each other severely in their conflict. Lakrak interprets Huiseo's resignation as an acceptance of his fate as a mere piece in their game. Huiseo, looking weary, cuts him off, stating he has one final question. He looks Lakrak in the eye and asks, "Doesn't that frighten you?" With a confident smirk, Lakrak promises to answer his question after everything is over. Accepting the terms, Huiseo tells Lakrak not to see him off as he departs into the night. Elsewhere, a young man in a red and gold robe prepares his horse to leave. The man mounts his horse and rides off into the misty canyon. A man with a distinctive scar near his ear watches silently as they depart. A new day breaks over a vast, sunlit mountain range. Huffing with exertion, a hand claws at the edge of a sheer cliff face. Hui Kyung, Nebula's chosen candidate, finally pulls herself over the ledge, cursing the sons of bitches who left her for dead. Hui Kyung inspects her fallen cart, relieved that at least the silk shipment is undamaged. Standing precariously on a ledge, she wonders how to escape her predicament. Gazing up at the impossibly tall cliff face, she realizes she's hopelessly trapped. She again contemplates her next move from the narrow, treacherous path. An ominous image of antlers flashes in her mind, hinting at a deeper trouble. She recalls a lonely childhood, ostracized by whispers that she was a cursed child who killed her own mother. Her string of misfortune continued at age 13 when she tumbled down the market stairs. At 14, she was falsely accused of stealing salt and thrown into a dark cell. The following year, she nearly died after falling through the floor of a bathroom. She recalls an endless series of accidents, from falling objects to being chased by wild dogs. Clinging to the rock, she tries to convince herself that this ordeal is nothing she can't handle. Her resolve shatters as she screams in frustration, cursing someone named Jiojung for lending her a faulty cart. Despair sets in as she looks up and realizes she has run out of handholds to continue her climb. Taking a steadying breath, she reminds herself that patience is one of her virtues. She focuses, calculating that if she can just get both feet up, she might be able to reach the ledge. Just as she prepares to make her move, a sudden presence from above makes her hesitate. She looks up in shock to find a lizardman peering down at her from the top of the cliff. Lizardman smirks and offers her a clawed hand, asking if she's going to take it. Startled, Hui Kyung stares at his hand and warily asks who he is. The lizardman reminds her she's in no position to talk, but she retorts that she's broke and has nothing to give him. Ignoring her protests, he says that's fine and firmly grabs her arm. With a single powerful motion, he pulls her onto the ledge, assuring her he doesn't want anything in return. Now safe, the lizard man points out the treacherous, landslide-prone path she had taken. He calls her bold for attempting the path with a cart, but she defensively explains a broken wheel caused the accident. He asks for her name before introducing himself as Seiran Mule. Bowing slightly, Hui Kyung formally thanks Seiran for saving her. As she prepares to leave, Seiran places a hand on her shoulder, stopping her. He reveals his business isn't finished and stuns her by calling her by her full name, Hui Kyung. Shocked and on guard, she clutches a ring on her finger and demands to know how he knows her name. Saran calmly explains that his chief, Lekrak, was the one who told him her name. He clarifies that he was acting on direct orders from Lekrak to find her. Hui Kyung repeats the name in disbelief, questioning if he means the chief of the Black Scale tribe. She recalls his fearsome titles: Lekrak the Hunter, the Lizard Man of Thunder, as a vision of him crackling with lightning fills her mind. The awe-inspiring vision continues, as a small voice clarifies that his tribe simply calls him Chief. Utterly bewildered, Hui Kyung wonders why such a legendary figure would be looking for her. Saran explains that it is because of two rumors that have recently been circulating in the automation castle. Hui Kyung asks what rumors, noting she's been traveling, and Saran agrees to explain the situation. He reveals the second rumor, that the Lord's fourth child will become the new ruler of the automation castle. Hui Kyung dismisses the idea, stating she's an illegitimate child and that her siblings should be his source of information, not her. She breaks into a cold sweat, realizing with dawning horror that he already knows exactly who she is. Just as she resolves to kill him to protect her secret, Saran interrupts, calmly stating that she's misunderstanding something. He reveals his second directive from the chief to protect her life. Dumbfounded, she can only stammer in confusion, asking what he's talking about. Saran warns that her rivals will try to eliminate her because of the rumor, but she defiantly shouts that she can protect her own life. Saran states that his chief's order is absolute, leaving Hui Kyung to curse her newfound, unwanted protection. He then reaches forward and gently brushes her hair aside from her forehead. The gesture reveals two small, round bumps, which she identifies as the bases of her horns. Staring intently, she declares that her horns are a curse. With small antlers now visible, she explains that this is the real reason she is an outcast, and tells him to leave her alone. After a moment of silence, Saran offers his sympathies for her unfortunate situation. Saran states that her curse doesn't matter, as he is there to represent his tribe under the chief's direct orders. He warns that he will use force if she refuses, leaving Hui Kyung sighing in exhausted resignation. Looking down at her wrecked cart, Hui Kyung inwardly accepts her fate, deciding she has no choice but to travel with the powerful lizard man. She reasons that having him as a protector might be beneficial, since he would be obligated to save her from any danger. Hui Kyung announces her first priority is retrieving her silk and turns to climb back down the cliff. Saran scoffs at her plan, questioning how she'll manage with her injured leg, and suggesting there's a better way. He bluntly tells her to just ask for help, causing a flustered Hui Kyung to blush deeply with an ugh. With great reluctance and embarrassment, Hui Kyung asks him to get the silk for her, and he simply agrees. Saran effortlessly carries the heavy bundles of silk up the treacherous path, with Hui Kyung following close behind. As they continue their journey, Hui Kyung breaks the silence to ask how he knew where she was. Saran explains he was looking for her under her alias, Mengzi, which he thinks is a more fitting name for her. As they gaze upon the automation castle, Hui Kyung asks if her associates sold her out easily, but Saran reveals they gave up her location for free. He adds that the man who lent her the cart thought she'd scammed him when she disappeared, making her flush with embarrassment. Saran chides her for so easily breaking trust with business partners, and Hui Kyung covers her face in shame. Pointing ahead, Saran notes they can see the automation castle, and Hui Kyung agrees, explaining they're on a lesser-known street. Hui Kyung makes a plan to meet Gyeojong first to discuss selling her silk once they arrive. Her thoughts are cut short as Saran intercepts a projectile, his hand bleeding as he shields her from an attack, causing her to scream his name in horror. Saran calmly pulls a dart from his hand, stating that his chief Lekrak was right and someone is trying to kill her. As two small, masked goblins watch from the rocks, Saran declares that the succession battle has already begun. 3 defeated goblins look up in awe at Saran, with one calling him incredible. The goblin praises Saran's fighting prowess and asks about a famous lizardman warrior named Yor, a name Saran recognizes. The goblin confirms that Yor is the best warrior in their tribe. Hui Kyung listens intently, realizing Saran was taught by a legendary warrior. As he bandages the goblin's arm, she asks if he also learned healing from Yor, but Saran denies it. Hui Kyung observes him, trying to piece together who her mysterious protector really is. Her thoughts reveal that Saran was an errand boy for Lakrak's wife, Zeol, who is in charge of the Black Scale tribe's internal affairs. Realizing he learned from the best warrior and works for the chief's wife, Hui Kyung understands that having such an important figure protecting her is a huge advantage. Suddenly, the goblins offer her silk bundles to Seiran as a gift. "Hey, those are my silks," she shouts, but Seiran says they need them for placating the attackers. Approaching the massive gates of the automation castle, Hui Kyung notices the unusual commotion. She shields her eyes from the sun as Seiran confirms her observation. The castle gates are closed. A human guard stops a group of beastmen, informing them that no one is allowed to enter. Hui Kyung approaches a fox-like beastman, asking why the doors to the automation castle are shut. The foxman explains that as a silk merchant, she won't be able to enter either, as the doors are closed for the time being and no one can leave. Hui Kyung stares at the closed gates, her path forward blocked, while Seiran stands behind her holding the silk. The scene shifts to an elegant building, identified as the estate of the Gyo family. Inside, a man in a green robe sits at a table, looking weary as he presses a hand to his forehead. Hui Kyung confronts him about his sour expression, angrily stating that she should be the one who is upset. As she sips her tea, she complains to Gyojong that she nearly died because of the faulty cart he lent her. Looking up from his tea, Gyojong asks if anything happened on her way, and she nonchalantly replies that there was an assassination attempt. She smiles, adding that they were fortunate to have a warrior sent by the Black-Scale tribe with them. Seiran bows his head humbly, his bandaged hand held over his chest. Gyojong formally greets the warrior, introducing himself as the leader of the Gyo, one of the 4 great families. He calmly pours more tea, processing the news. Gyojong asks what's happening in the castle, and Hui Kyung dismisses the idea that the commotion is about the attack on her. His expression turning grim, Gyojong reveals that an assassination attempt also occurred inside the castle walls. Hui Kyung looks back at him in shock, questioning his words. Gyojong explains that the attempt was made now that the castle lord has departed. He delivers the grave news. Her brother and a leading heir, Hui Dan, has gone missing. Hui Kyung and Seiran now stand in a quiet, book-filled study, the weight of the news settling upon them. Standing in the quiet study, Hui Kyung wonders aloud how long it has been since she was last here. She recalls being close with her oldest brother before, but admits she began avoiding him as they grew older. Seiran says her name, Hui Kyung, breaking her out of her somber reflection. He directs her attention to the floor, where she sees a dark stain near the leg of a table, reveals traces of a large, wiped-up puddle of blood on the wooden floorboards. Gyojong, standing before them, confirms that they found the very same evidence. Finding the traces of blood, they immediately blocked off the castle gates to trap the culprit inside. Gyojong is confident they will catch the killer, reasoning that the hidden corpse will eventually rot and smell. Looking at Seiran, Hui Kyung states firmly that there is no need for him to get involved in the investigation. She briefly wonders if the culprit could be so careless, but quickly decides to trust Gyojong's judgment and not overthink it. With a sharp sound, her eyes snap wide as a sudden, terrible thought strikes her. As a demonic shadow looms behind her, a sinister voice whispers, asking if it should tell her the truth. The voice taunts her about doing nothing again, prompting a furious Hui Kyung to tell it to shut up. Noticing her distress, a concerned Seiran leans closer and asks if she is okay. Composing herself, Hui Kyung asks Gyojong, who in the castle would own a pot large enough to hide a body. She clarifies her chilling question, specifying a pot that could keep meat from rotting. Seiran suggests a butcher or a hunter would have such a thing, but questions why they would do this. His eyes widen with a gasp as he connects the dots, realizing the implication. Hui Kyung explains that simply preserving the body could be done with salt. Looking for someone who has a lot of meat preserved in pots of salt at their home. As Gyojong sweats nervously, she adds the final clue. It must be someone who can visit his office freely. A hand rests on a large clay pot as the narration identifies the suspect as a hunter and a possible successor. Hui Kyung identifies her suspect, her sister, the hunter Hui Jin. The hand gripping the pot, reiterating the suspect, is a hunter and potential heir. Stern-faced Hui Jin appears. As narration confirms, Hui Kyung's suspicions were persuasive. A large solitary pot sits in a dark, empty room, creating a sense of foreboding. A flashback reveals that when Hui Dan's death was announced, Hui Jin was immediately considered the main suspect. The scene shifts to a rocky mountain path at night as an unseen person curses in frustration. Carrying large sacks, Hui Jin grumbles that she had never considered Hui Kyung a threat. Hui Jin and her companion look up as a voice calls from a cliff above, prompting her to identify the speaker as Hui Min. Hui Min stands on the ridge flanked by archers, coolly asking how she is here. An arrow suddenly strikes Hui Jin's companion in the head, and she watches in horror as he falls. Hui Jin glares up at her brother, her face contorted with rage. Hui Min taunts her, saying she has no right to be angry since she killed their brother, so he can do the same to her. He argues that the smartest sibling becoming the lord is what's best for the castle. With a cruel smile, Hui Min declares their cursed sibling relationship over and gestures for his archers to attack. Hui Jin screams her brother's name as a volley of arrows pierces her body, sending her crashing to the ground. Hui Min and his followers look down impassively at the bodies below. With his eyes closed, Hui Min seems to accept the grim necessity of his actions. Suddenly, a man with a beard watches as an assassin appears behind Hui Min, plunging a dagger into his back. A shocked Hui Min admits his attacker is right before collapsing. The kneeling Hui Min, holding the bloody dagger, looking down at the bodies, the assassin declares it's time to end this cursed sibling relationship. The bearded man peers out from behind a tree, smiling as he says, "Now." A grim vision shows Hui Kyung lying dead on a blood-soaked floor. Over the body of a fallen sibling, the narration ominously states, "Sibling left." Standing on a cliff, the bearded man promises he won't make Hui Kyung wait long. The scene cuts back to the estate, where someone asks, "What?" Hui Kyung, with Siran right behind her, asks in disbelief if Hui Jin and Hui Min's bodies were found near Hui Dan's. Gyeojung confirms the horrifying news, and Siran concludes that the killer is no longer trying to hide their identity. A stern-faced man named Hui Jun is identified as the mastermind who waited for Hui Jin to act first. Hui Kyung covers her mouth in horror, realizing Hui Min's chilling strategy was to let his two siblings meet so he could eliminate them both at once. She reasons that if Hui Jun orchestrated the goblin attack, Saren's timely arrival was the only thing that prevented it from being dismissed as a common robbery. Gyeojung warns that the true threats are just beginning, but Hui Kyung calmly replies that she was expecting it. Looking downcast, Gyeojung admits that, to be honest, the Gyo family recently held a meeting. Siren stands protectively behind Hui Kyung as she calmly sips her tea, poised for the outcome of Gyeojung's news. Lowering her cup with a slight smile, Hui Kyung cuts to the chase and asks what the Gyo family's official position is. Gyeojung explains his uncertainty, admitting that most people are currently rooting for Hui Jun. A sly smile crosses Gyeojung's face as he declares that despite the odds, his family has decided to gamble on her. Hui Kyung bows her head slightly, offering a simple, grateful, "Thanks, Gyeojung." Standing with her hands on her hips, Hui Kyung asserts that his decision was based on calculation, not feelings, and he dismissively agrees. Gyeojung takes a long, slow sip of tea, the weight of his family's gamble settling in. Outside with Siren, Hui Kyung's resolve hardens as she thinks to herself, "I need to survive." A vision flashes, showing Hui Kyung with small brown horns floating gracefully in a speckled, light-filled space. Her inner monologue reveals a glimmer of hope. Her plan finally has someone who believes in it. In a moment of quiet reflection, the horned Hui Kyung closes her eyes, embracing her transformation. An older man with graying hair argues that merely avoiding assassination isn't enough. They must capture Hui Jun. A goblin ally listens as the man questions how they can succeed when the powerful Sang and Ta families both support Hui Jun. Hui Kyung, her horns now a permanent feature, feels awkward as her allies debate needing the Su family's support against Hui Jun's superior numbers. Saren tells her to forget about her horns, but a distressed Hui Kyung admits she has already given up on trying to cut them off. In a painful memory, a younger, injured Hui Kyung holds a bloody rag to her head, as Siran laments not stopping her from trying to remove her horns. Back in the present, Hui Kyung dismisses the conversation, stating she wasn't trying to talk about her horns anyway. The group sits in a circle, as Hui Kyung confesses she's struggling to adjust to her current state compared to just 2 weeks ago. One of the goblins smiles warmly, encouraging her to see her transformation as the price she paid for overcoming so much danger. The meeting is suddenly interrupted by a messenger who bursts in with news from outside the castle. The messenger delivers the shocking news. The castle lord is on his way back, causing Hui Kyung's eyes to widen. A woman sits, trembling as she processes the news she just delivered, whispering, "The castle lord." When asked by Gyojong, the messenger clarifies that the lord isn't in a rush and will likely arrive tomorrow morning. The messenger leans in conspiratorially, revealing to Gyojong that she has secret information from the scouts intended only for Lady Hui Kyung. Wah! A sudden spray of blood shocks Hui Kyung, her blue eye wide with terror. Chaos erupts as Saran holds a man at knife point, the man bleeding from his mouth while Hui Kyung looks on in horror. A bloody knife clatters to the floor as Hui Kyung, splattered with blood herself, asks if the attacker is a member of the Gyo family. Siren confirms the man is from the Gyo family but was bought off, leading Gyojong to realize they can't even trust their own people. The sound of screams from outside plunges the room into even greater panic. His expression hardens as he gives Hui Kyung a single urgent command: run. A horde of armed soldiers floods the courtyard, revealing Hui Jun's plan to end the fight before the castle lord can return. Hui Jun's forces rush forward, a clear sign he intends to seize power before the castle lord's imminent arrival. A secret wooden hatch creaks open, revealing Hui Kyung as an unseen voice expresses regret for having to use this escape route. Peering out of the opening with Siran, she's told this is the safest escape path, and she has no other choice. Cutting Siran off before he can force her, Hui Kyung resolutely declares, "I'll go first," and begins her descent. Siran follows her into the darkness, remarking on her strong stomach, but she simply replies that she's used to bugs. As they traverse a grimy tunnel, she explains her resilience by recounting a time when she fell into an outhouse as a child. Siran asks if it was dangerous, and she looks back over her shoulder to confirm that she almost died. She recalls the wooden floorboards loosening and giving way, causing her to fall directly into the dung heap below. In the darkness, she remembers seeing strange balls of light, which she followed to find her way out of the sewer. She explains that when she caught one, she discovered they were bugs with glowing tails, most likely fireflies. Hui Kyung insists to a skeptical Siran that she truly saw and caught them, to which he can only reply, "Fascinating." Pondering the anomaly, Siran realizes fireflies couldn't survive there and concludes they must have been a different species. They finally reach a wooden door at the top of a staircase, and Hui Kyung announces, "We're here." Siran points towards their destination, explaining that his investigation revealed this path connects to the basement of a hunter's hut belonging to the Su family. Siran tells Hui Kyung he will scout ahead and instructs her to wait for him at the bottom of the stairs. He gives her a grim order. If he doesn't return, she must immediately run in the opposite direction. Hui Kyung waits anxiously at the bottom of the staircase, listening as he ascends. She thinks to herself that Saren's extreme cautiousness is the very reason she survived so far. Resigned, she decides to wait, recalling how her attempts to argue with him have failed for the past 3 weeks. Thump! Her head snaps up as a sudden, heavy sound echoes from above. Tiesk. Hui Kyung grimaces, remembering Saren's warning to flee if he doesn't return. Clutching a dagger to her chest, she runs up the stairs, angrily wondering why she is disobeying his order. Filled with determination, she races forward, declaring she'll no longer sit by and watch people die. She bursts through the door at the top of the stairs, which opens into a blindingly bright space. Huff. Panting heavily, she stares forward in shock, sweat dripping down her face. Saren, she screams, seeing his large silhouette standing in the doorway. A spear pierces Saren's back as he turns in shock, weakly calling her name and asking why she's here. Kneeling in a spreading pool of his own blood, Saren desperately asks her why she came. Hui Jun smirks from behind his men, coolly informing her that she's too late, and the lizard man is done for. Saren snarls at Hui Jun to shut up as Hui Kyung stands behind him, knife drawn and face pale with shock. Hui Jun scoffs, mockingly asking how the wounded lizardman still has the strength to speak. Ignoring Saren, Hui Jun commands his soldiers to kill Hui Kyung as they close in on the pair. Siren's eyes flare with white-hot energy as he prepares to unleash his power. In a blur of motion, he slashes through his attackers, sending them flying. Looking over his shoulder, Siren asks Hui Kyung if she realizes that running away was the right choice. He glances down at the spearhead protruding from his chest. Yeah, he answers his own question, confirming the grim reality of his wound. Hui Kyung asks why he made the wrong choice by staying, and he shouts back that he doesn't know either. She explains that humans sometimes knowingly do the wrong thing, even if it leads to their ruin. Confused, one of Hui Jun's men asks his comrades why anyone would do that. As Hui Kyung supports him, the bleeding Seiran looks at her and says it seems they are the same. A subordinate whispers an update to Hui Jun, who calmly acknowledges it. Hui Jun raises his fan and offers a wagon of silk to whoever kills Hui Kyung or Sairan. He berates his hesitant men for losing to an injured warrior and orders them to finish the job. The soldiers murmur that Seiran's spirit is too violent for a simple warrior, wondering if he is the chosen one. Idiots! Hui Jun snaps, dismissing the notion as impossible while glancing at the blood spatter on his fan. Trapped, Hui Kyung and the gravely injured Seiran stand back to back, surrounded by Hui Jun's army. Seiran's eyes narrow as he recognizes a nearby wall, recalling it connects to the salt mine. He tells Hui Kyung they're running to the right, but she protests that it's a solid wall. Seiran declares that while he may not be the chosen one, he is not just some low-ranking warrior. He proudly proclaims he is the second-best warrior among the lizardmen, adding that people rarely remember second place. As soldiers lunge forward, Seiran repeats his command to run right, while Hui Kyung yells that it's a wall. Seiran closes his eyes, bracing himself and muttering that it won't be soon. He grabs Hui Kyung, pulling her with him as he charges toward the wall. Crash! With a powerful shoulder tackle, Seiran smashes through the stone wall, creating an escape path. Wow! Hui Kyung whispers, staring in stunned silence at the gaping hole he created. Hui Jun and his men stand frozen, their faces etched with utter disbelief at the feat of strength. Damn it! Chase them! Hui Jun furiously screams, as his men, one letting out an "Ah!" scramble over the rubble in pursuit. Landing on the other side, Hui Kyung looks down at the bloody ground and asks Seiran if he's okay. With a grim expression, she supports the heavily wounded Seiran, whose leg is bleeding profusely. Hang in there a bit longer, Seiran, she pleads, helping him walk. Huff, huff. Leaving a trail of blood, Seiran stumbles through a dark, earthen tunnel. Ah, Hui Kyung breathes, her expression falling as she looks ahead. Their escape is cut short as she realizes they've reached a dead end, their path blocked by a cave-in. Hui Kyung worriedly suggests Seiran should pull the spearhead out and rest, but the wounded lizardman flatly refuses. Pressing a hand to his bloody torso, he explains that removing the weapon would cause him to bleed out instantly. Seiran looks at Hui Kyung with his purple eyes and softly asks if she is crying, but she tells him not to ask. Covering her face, she tearfully shouts that of course she is, because he is dying right in front of her. Hui Kyung cries, lamenting that she must be cursed, as terrible things always happen to those around her. From the torchlit tunnel, Seiran's voice reminds her of the countless dangers they've survived together over the past 3 weeks. Clasping her hands to her chest, Hui Kyung listens as Seiran insists no one would call her survival mere luck. With tears streaming down her face, she whispers that it was just luck, desperately trying to convince herself she isn't cursed. Now collapsed on the ground, Seiran asks her if she recalls their first meeting, when he retrieved silk from a cliffside. In a flashback, he recalls carrying her from a wagon and realizing something was wrong with it. He explains that he discovered the wagon's axle had been intentionally broken, a clear act of sabotage. Seiran grimly notes that this incident occurred long before the official battle for succession even began. He connects this to her childhood accident, finding it suspicious that an outhouse floor would break so easily under her weight. He concludes that someone has been trying to kill her for a very long time, completely separate from the succession fight. As Hui Kyung realizes the terrifying truth, a sinister red shadow looms behind her, a voice confirming she knows it too. The voice urges her to remember who tried to kill her, the question echoing as her blue eye widens in terror. The flame of a nearby torch flares, casting flickering light on the tense scene. Suddenly, a soldier shouts, "Over there!" as Hui Jun's forces spot Hui Kyung and the wounded Seiran at the dead end. A subordinate of Hui Jun notes that the lizardman has already lost a great deal of blood, making him an easy target. Hui Jun smirks confidently, stating that deep in the salt mine, they have nowhere left to run or break through. From above, Hui Jun gives the order to hit them, and his soldiers charge down the narrow passage. Hui Kyung stands defensively with her dagger drawn, shielding Seiran's back from the oncoming attack. Gritting her teeth, Hui Kyung resolves to die fighting rather than blaming a curse, while a tearful Seiran whispers that he is still waiting. Seiran rises to his feet, defiantly facing the charging soldiers as their protector. Wah! Hui Jun's men scream as they rush forward to overwhelm the cornered pair. Just as a soldier prepares to strike, a mysterious turquoise energy begins to crackle in the air. A swirling vortex of power erupts before them, stopping the soldiers in their tracks. Hui-kyung looks on in stunned silence as the strange energy crackles around her and Se-ran. What? One of Hui-jun's men stammers, bewildered by the sudden appearance of the glowing phenomenon. A radiant manta ray-like creature of pure blue energy emerges, its voice echoing, "I." The spirit finishes its introduction, its powerful voice declaring, "Am called Buzz." Buzz floats majestically in the cavern, its divine presence creating a standoff between the soldiers and the cornered pair. The glowing spirit turns its attention to the lizard man, addressing him by his full name, Siren Mule. Se-ran and Hui-kyung stare up in disbelief at the creature that has appeared before them. With divine authority, the spirit known as Buzz declares to Se-ran that he has been chosen. The soldiers recoil in shock, one questioning if he heard correctly, while another denies the possibility. Enraged by the delay, Hui-jun snarls at his men, demanding to know why they are hesitating. Hui-jun furiously orders his men to ignore the thing and shoot it down, mentioning a failed alliance with gnolls. Buzz observes the hindrances as Se-ran looks up and speaks its name in acknowledgement. Se-ran explains to Hui-kyung that his tribe has only ever had 5 chosen ones, wondering if he is the 6th or if another has died. The spirit Buzz pauses for a moment before revealing the truth of the situation. Buzz announces that the one who died was the Stargazer, prompting a surprised Se-ran to confirm what he heard. The spirit informs Se-ran that as the second most courageous in his tribe, he is fully qualified to be a chosen one. Buzz glows intensely, declaring that Se-ran will now act as a proxy for God's will and can borrow his power. Se-ran's eyes widen as he feels the divine power surging through him in a flash of light. The soldiers look down in confusion as the tips of their own weapons begin to glow with the same turquoise energy. Hui-jun shouts in frustration as the spirit vanishes, ordering his men to ignore the strange event and attack immediately. Se-ran, now shrouded in shadow with glowing teal eyes, reassures a worried Hui-kyung that he is fine. He clenches his bloody fist, and the divine energy surges, instantly sealing his wounds with a crackle of power. Facing the charging soldiers, Se-ran announces that he has stopped his bleeding and, far from being weakened, now feels revitalized. Se-ran, his eyes glowing with power, tells the soldiers they don't understand what just happened, as Hui-kyung beside him asks, "You think so?" Crackle. Turquoise divine energy surges violently from Se-ran's body. With a smirk, Se-ran declares that if they don't understand, he'll have to make them. His power erupts, electrocuting Hui-jun's men as they scream in agony. The remaining soldiers stare in terror at their fallen comrades, realizing Se-ran truly is a chosen one, and shouting for everyone to retreat. One of the men clutches his chest in pain as they all turn to flee the cavern. Awestruck, Hui-kyung calls Se-ran's display incredible and asks if he is okay, to which he calmly replies, "I'm fine." Pointing to the incapacitated soldiers, she questions why his tribe, with such power, doesn't fight the Klipdir tribe. Se-ran explains that the power is not infinite and consumes mental energy, recalling how a man named Owen always smoked after using it. Still concerned, Hui-kyung asks again if he's sure he's okay, and Se-ran reassures her that he's just a bit tired. He insists he feels better now that the bleeding has stopped, though the spear wound remains visible on his back. Suddenly, the divine energy lashes out again, striking one of the fleeing soldiers. Another soldier is violently thrown back by a blast of the uncontrollable turquoise power. The scene shifts to a fiery vision where an unseen speaker grimly states they can't let this continue. As a massive flaming creature named Nebula appears, the voice laments that they didn't want to go this far. Back in the mine, Se-ran and a startled Hui-kyung are alerted by a sudden, heavy sound. Grr! A massive saber-toothed tiger with glowing red eyes snarls at them, causing Hui-kyung to ask what it is. Hui-kyung panics, questioning how a saber-toothed tiger got there, and screams Se-ran's name as he shields her. Se-ran meets the beast's attack head-on, his hands crackling with divine turquoise energy. A brilliant flash of power engulfs the tunnel as Se-ran strikes the creature. The tiger lies defeated, its body smoking, as Se-ran wonders how it managed to get past the castle walls and into the salt mine. Hui-kyung, hand to her head, admits she doesn't understand anything anymore but has decided to just accept it, as Se-ran silently agrees. Looking toward a brightly lit exit, Hui Kyung expresses her worry about what else might be waiting for them outside. As they emerge from the mine, Hui Kyung and the still wounded Sairan find themselves face to face with Hui Jun's remaining forces. Hui Jun stands before them, arms crossed, and sneers that he's finally cornering them. Hui Kyung furiously confronts him, demanding to know who he thinks is responsible for the chaos. Hui Jun coldly blames her for bringing the wicked lizard into their affairs, insisting the fight for inheritance should have been kept between siblings. He screams that relying on an outsider will lead to their ruin, predicting that the humans will be pushed aside and devoured. What? Hui Kyung asks in disbelief, shocked that he is blaming her for everything. Shut up. Die. Hui Jun orders, sending his men charging at the wounded Sairan. In a flash of blades, Sairan effortlessly cuts down the charging soldiers. Hui Jun watches in disbelief, thinking that Sairan's stamina is impossible, and that he should have collapsed from exhaustion long ago. Hui Kyung points accusingly at Hui Jun, declaring that he is the real idiot who fails to see the problem. She lectures him on his short-sightedness, explaining that their isolationist policies have made their castle a target for many outside forces. "I'm not a wuss like you or father," she shouts, vowing to risk the castle itself to obtain even greater power. "Wow," Hui Jun smirks, cruelly telling her that she doesn't just look like a cursed monster, she thinks like one too. Hiding his face behind his fan, he coldly admits that he never thought of her as his sibling in the first place. Hui Kyung pauses, wondering about the sudden, deliberate gesture of him opening his fan. Her eyes widen in dawning horror as she realizes it must be some kind of sign. Her thoughts race as she deduces a hidden assassin is aiming a metal arrow with rooster feathers straight for her heart. The sinister red shadow reappears in her mind, warning that if she doesn't act, they will both perish. The shadow explains that she is too slow to block the arrow, and even Saren won't be able to react in time to save her. Admits she doesn't know how, but faintly hopes for a gust of wind, an idea the shadow seems to like. The shadow declares that the wind is its ally, for it thrives on the uncertainty it brings. Whoosh! A powerful gust of wind suddenly whips through the area, obscuring the scene. Hui Jun and Sairan are both caught off guard by the sudden and unnatural gale. As Hui Kyung looks up at the incoming arrow, the shadow's voice tells her it is something far more complicated than a curse or simple luck. The voice reveals its true nature. It can see all limitless future possibilities and choose the most beneficial outcome. Thwack! The arrow strikes the ground, landing perfectly between Hui Kyung's feet, missing her completely. The shadow's power is revealed with a single sinister purpose: to manipulate probability. A system window appears, announcing that Hui Kyung, engulfed in demonic property, has awakened the hidden demonic trait of probability. The formal notification of her awakened power, probability, lingers in the air. Elsewhere, a massive, fiery, armored figure questions if Hui Kyung's power isn't actually a curse. The fiery being furiously denies the possibility, demanding to know from a skull-masked entity why he would choose someone who was cursed. The fiery figure rants in frustration, insisting the character description clearly labeled her as a cursed entity and questioning if the information was wrong. The skull-masked being calmly explains that Hui Kyung's description was always that way, even before their arrival, before cursing in annoyance. Huh? The scene returns to Hui Kyung on the ground as a narrator reveals the truth. Her lifelong unlucky incidents were actually assassination attempts. A flashback shows the washroom floor collapsing, revealing it was sabotage orchestrated by the head maid. Ha! Lying amidst the wreckage, Hui Kyung exhales in frustration, lamenting that she can't even find peace in the washroom. In another near-death experience, she narrowly escapes being crushed, demonstrating how she always inexplicably survived fatal situations. Her attention is caught by mysterious glowing blue lights that suddenly appear before her. Following the path of floating lights, she wonders if they are showing her the way out. A sinister, antlered shadow looms over Hui Kyung. As the narrative explains, her power could be incredibly lucky if used well. Back in their cosmic domain, the skull-masked figure dismisses the argument, stating that having a demonic property is a huge benefit in itself. Ka'ah, he then gloats, declaring his victory and admitting he shamelessly summoned the saber-toothed tiger, but the fiery being questions his claim to have won. The fiery being points out that the fight isn't over, as his opponent hasn't been able to defeat Hui Jun yet. Just as the confrontation outside the mine reaches a stalemate, a new army arrives, and the narration announces that Hui Seo has returned. The stern-faced man, Hui Seo commands everyone to stop, addressing Hui Jun and Hui Kyung by name. The skull-masked being remarks that the fight is over now that the Castle Lord is back, but the fiery one impatiently asks what that changes. As Hui Seo approaches on his horse, the narration explains he will choose a successor now to end the chaos. The narration predicts that Hui Seo will choose Hui Jun, given their similar political views. Hui Kyung stands defiantly before Sairon, as narration explains that killing Hui Seo would be absurd and politically disastrous for her. The skull-masked being interjects, declaring that the assumption about her chances is wrong. Hui Seo stands with an imposing presence, while the fiery being questions why he would choose Hui Jun over Hui Kyung. Hui Seo stands before the opposing factions, ready to make his decision. With a decisive gesture, Hui Seo announces the fighting will stop as he will choose his successor on the spot. Hui Kyung interrupts, telling her father she has something she wants to say first. Hui Seo observes that her horns have grown a lot, and Hui Kyung retorts that he has shaved his beard. Yes, Hui Seo replies, patiently asking what she wishes to say as she lowers her head. Hui Kyung looks her father in the eye and asks the shocking question, "Did you try so hard to kill me?" Hui Jun glares as the surrounding crowd murmurs in shock at her accusation. Hui Seo's composure breaks as he asks his daughter when she figured it out. She admits with a sad smile that she ignored the truth because she didn't want to believe it. As Saren listens intently, Hui Kyung reveals the first truth. Her father wanted her dead because her mother died during childbirth. She then reveals the second, more painful truth. The curse that tormented her for life was a lie her father invented. Hui Seo begins his confession, admitting that her mother, Ryo, was too weak to bear a child. In a painful flashback, he recalls grieving over his wife, explaining that she died of a fever after giving birth to Hui Kyung. Lost in his memory, he admits the pain of losing Ryo was so great that the only word he could think of was curse. He confesses that in his grief, he chose to believe that baby Hui Kyung and her horns were the curse that took his wife's life. He explains that the burden of being Castle Lord was immense, and he resented her for taking away the one precious thing he had. Looking down in shame, he concludes that he simply couldn't let her be. Hui Kyung, now understanding, tells her father she knows what to do and gives him leave to make his choice, to which he agrees. Hui Jun desperately grabs his father, pleading with him not to let guilt sway a decision that will determine the castle's fate. With a grim smile, Hui Seo accepts his role as a pawn on a chessboard for gods, ready to make his final decision. The fiery being clasps its hands in prayer, desperately pleading to any god who will listen. The skull-masked being scoffs at the display, mockingly asking if he thinks praying will work when they themselves are the gods. The skull-masked being's eye widens, suddenly sensing something unexpected. Back on the ground, Hui Kyung's sinister red shadow appears again as she thinks she sees something and wonders if she should watch it. The shadow's power focuses on her father's face, making a chilling observation. His top lip is open. As Hui Kyung remains silent, her shadow's voice echoes in her mind, declaring her the next owner of the automation castle. The sinister entity probes her thoughts, questioning why she doesn't seem happy with this outcome. Hui Kyung realizes her father isn't making a choice for the castle's future. He's simply trying to run away from his past. She understands that he's subconsciously chosen this path to absolve his guilt, a decision that will inevitably lead to rumors. She foresees Hui Jun's faction spreading rumors that she was given the position out of pity, undermining her authority and attributing her power to mere luck. This would cause the four great families and the citizens to reject her leadership, making her position as Castle Lord untenable. Standing defiantly, Hui Kyung resolves that she cannot simply be chosen by her father. She must seize the position herself. With newfound determination, she tells her father that regardless of his intentions, she has decided she must become the Castle Lord. She looks up resolutely, her conviction clear as Siren stands steadfastly behind her. Both Siren and Hui Jun are stunned by her declaration, reacting with disbelief. "Look, father," Hui Jun shouts, accusing Hui Kyung of openly threatening the Castle Lord. Hui Seo calmly raises a hand, agreeing to hear what his daughter has to say. He challenges her audacity, demanding to know how she dared to threaten him in front of his entire army. In response, Hui Kyung simply gestures toward the wounded Siren at her side. Siren summons a ball of crackling blue lightning, demonstrating his immense power. Hui Seo and his soldiers are visibly shocked by the raw energy emanating from Siren. As his power surges, Saren reveals his identity as a chosen one of the Black Scale tribe. A nervous soldier questions if Saren truly has the power to kill everyone present. Hui Kyung issues a direct threat, confirming Saren can kill him and ensure her escape. She's lying. Hui Jun desperately argues, pointing out that Siran is already tired and injured, but his father remains silent. Hui Seo recalls a time he witnessed the overwhelming power of the Chosen Ones and their chief, Lekrak, at the Black Scale tribe's encampment. A flashback shows the imposing figure of Lekrak, whom Hui Seo remembers as a fearsome pawn in a larger game, one who would make the proper decision. Returning to the present, Hui Seo explains a special rule. If he dies without an heir, the castle itself will judge and designate a successor. Hui Kyung states she wants to avoid that outcome, but warns that if it happens, she'll receive the full support of the Black Scale tribe. She reveals her ruthless final plan, to empty the castle of its people, leaving her as the only human left for it to choose as lord. "You lowly scum," Hui Jun screams, enraged by what he sees as her true, dirty nature being revealed. He glares at Hui Kyung and Sairan, coldly resigning himself to the inevitable confrontation. Hui Kyung and Hui Seo face each other in a tense standoff, awaiting his final move. Looking from his daughter to her determined expression, Hui Seo declares that he will make his choice right now. Hui Jun collapses to his knees in despair, muttering, "No way," as his ambitions crumble. A few days later, the castle town is seen bustling with activity, a sign of returning vitality after the recent turmoil. Two citizens observe that while the succession fight is over, the atmosphere in the castle feels different than before. As various species trade openly in the market, it's noted that commerce with outsiders is increasing. From a balcony, Hui Jun watches the changes as a voiceover explains the four great families have quietly accepted the Newcastle Lord's rule for now. HMPH, Hui Jun turns away in disgust, unable to accept the new reality. He fumes over the absurdity of the person who associates with a lizard becoming the castle lord. Placing a hand to his chest, he vows to leave, gather power elsewhere, and one day return to reclaim his position. Under the cover of darkness, a cloaked and spectacled Hui Jun is startled while preparing his horse to leave. "Who goes there?" he snarls, spinning around to face the intruder. Sijuran stands before him, calmly observing that he must be planning a long journey. HMPH, Hui Jun scoffs, brushing past him as he asks what business Seiran has with his destination. Seiran states he has no intention of stopping him, coolly adding that Hui Jun will never achieve anything, whether he stays or goes. "Hiya!" Mounting his horse, Hui Jun curses Seiran for bombarding him with such a foul prediction. As a campfire crackles nearby, Seiran thinks to himself that a troublemaker like Hui Jun cannot be allowed to remain near Hui Kyung. Staring into the flames, Seiran admits to himself that he honestly agrees with that sentiment. He then pulls a burning stick from the fire, its purpose unspoken but clear. A small, goblin-like creature looks up with wide, fearful eyes from its hiding place. As Hui Jun rides away from the castle, the goblin leaps from the wall above him. The goblin lands silently on the back of Hui Jun's horse and raises a sharp blade to his throat. With a swift motion, the goblin appears to decapitate the fleeing Hui Jun, carrying out a hidden order. The goblin assassin looks back over his shoulder, clutching a bloody red emblem from his victim's clothes. In a desolate, icy landscape, a lone, cloaked figure walks onward. The fiery god, Hegemonia, concedes defeat with a simple "yeah" amidst crackling flames. Surrounded by a raging inferno, Hegemonia fully admits, "I lost." In a cool, blue realm, the skull-masked god, Nebula, remarks on his opponent's gallantry, advising that one cannot grow without acknowledging their losses. Hegemonia, clenching a fist, repeats that he is vexed by the outcome. Surrounded by glowing blue butterflies, Nebula smugly confirms he is the victor, adding, "Obviously." Hegemonia reiterates his frustration, clearly annoyed by his defeat. Nebula coolly accepts his victory as a matter of course. With his tattered red cape flowing, the defeated Hegemonia turns and walks away into the embers. Narration reveals his plan, to lead the Null tribe on a great march to the far western end of the continent. Hegemonia states that winning is all that matters, dismissing concerns about failing prophecies or negative consequences. Looking back one last time, he bids a temporary farewell, stating he won't be seen for a while. Nebula watches the gnolls march on a holographic screen, noting Hegemonia's confidence in battle and his plan to conquer as he travels. As Hegemonia's departure creates a power vacuum, Nebula sees an opportunity to expand his own forces across the now vulnerable lands. A map highlights his targets: the North Shore regions and the southern half of the peninsula. Nebula considers using the Ocean's Small Domain, once held by the Frogmen's god, viewing images of a multi-headed serpent. The narration explains the serpent couldn't properly use the domain because it was created in a lake, not the ocean. Nebula decides to table his grand ambitions for a later time. The scene shifts to Hui Kyung, who has fallen asleep over schematics at her desk. As she slumbers, a magical blue butterfly flutters near her face, glowing brightly. Hui Kyung stirs from her sleep, wondering what is happening as she senses the strange presence. She watches in silence as the butterfly leads her gaze to a mysterious, cloaked figure floating in her dream. Her eyes widen in realization as she identifies the ethereal visitor as the blue insect god. Hui Kyung gratefully acknowledges the god, thanking it for the help she's received from its followers. She bows humbly, admitting that she is only just beginning her ventures and isn't sure how useful she can be in return. The faceless god, a void of stars beneath its hood, places a hand to its chest in a gesture of offering. A glowing blue butterfly emerges from the god's hand. The butterfly magically transforms into a solid, gleaming blue ingot. The divine gift is presented to Hui Kyung, who looks on in stunned silence. She stares at the ingot, completely baffled by the offering. She recognizes it as an iron plate used for trade, but confesses that she doesn't understand the god's meaning. As Hui Kyung ponders if she should offer money, a clawed hand gently touches her shoulder. She turns to see Siren standing beside her in the dreamscape, asking who he is. In a panic, she grabs him, asking how he can see them and pointing frantically at the blue insect god. Siren's eyes widen in utter disbelief at the mention of a god. He looks around in confusion, asking her if this is all just a dream. Ouch! Hui Kyung is jolted awake as she tumbles from her chair. Lying on the floor, she groggily realizes it was indeed a dream. A new day begins in the bustling castle town as citizens and merchants fill the streets. Inside, Hui Kyung wonders if her dream was a sign from the blue insect god on how to help it using iron plates. Frustrated but determined, she resolves to decipher the meaning behind the iron plates to gain the god's favor. Her thoughts are interrupted by a conversation between a tusked merchant and a reptilian one. The tusked merchant introduces himself as a first-time visitor from the west. He explains that he couldn't travel here before because the Gnoll tribe had blocked the path. The reptilian merchant notes his unfamiliar face and asks if he's here to trade. The tusked merchant offers to buy all the silk, presenting a pouch and asking if it will suffice. He offers a familiar iron plate as payment, which the reptilian merchant accepts as perfect currency. Citing the silk's quality, the reptilian merchant adds more payment to the bag, which pleases his customer. Just as they are about to finalize the deal, the reptilian merchant suddenly shouts, "Wait!" Hui Kyung steps in and addresses the tusked merchant, telling him to put his money away. With a cheerful grin, Hui Kyung informs the tusked merchant that she already had a deal with the reptilian merchant first. The tusked merchant skeptically questions if she's telling the truth, while the reptilian merchant nervously confirms her story. TSK, annoyed but wanting to avoid trouble, the tusked merchant decides there's no helping it and concedes. As the tusked merchant walks away, Hui Kyung watches him depart from the marketplace stall. The reptilian merchant addresses Hui Kyung as "my lord," but she angrily cuts him off, insisting his poor business practices are what's truly difficult. Pointing at the rolls of fabric, Hui Kyung questions if he really thinks it makes sense to sell such high-quality silk at that low price. The reptilian merchant explains that thanks to Lecrac's new transport system, he could still profit despite the lower price. Grabbing his shoulder, Hui Kyung asks why he would do that and declares that he can't conduct business that way here. She lectures him that lowering production costs doesn't mean he should lower the price, especially for a luxury item like silk. She holds up the iron plate he was about to accept, its surface gleaming in the light. Hui Kyung presents a balance scale, telling the reptilian merchant to watch closely as she demonstrates its use. She explains the scale's purpose, to compare the weight of the standard iron plate with others. Continuing her lesson, she explains that the lighter side of the scale will naturally rise upwards. The reptilian merchant stares in shock as the scale visibly tilts, revealing a clear weight disparity between the two iron plates. With the demonstration complete, the reptilian merchant finally understands the principle Hui Kyung has shown him. Hui Kyung sternly warns him to always check the weight first the next time he barters with iron plates. The reptilian merchant turns away, admitting to himself that the scale is a very useful object. A large, fur-collared reptilian warrior appears with an axe, prompting Hui Kyung to ask if he is Chief Lakrak. Taking her hand, Hui Kyung happily confirms it's Lakrak and proudly states that the automation castle is known for its precise scales. Her expression turns serious as she inspects an iron plate, realizing it's different from the normal ones. A vision reveals the source of the metal, a crumbling ancient relic deep within the earth. Lakrak explains that while the metal is high quality, his blacksmiths gave up on it because it was too hard to smelt, hoping the automation castle could succeed. Hui Kyung looks up, seeing a vision of the blue insect god offering her the ingot, and realizes this must be the task it assigned her. A smiling Lakrak asks if she thinks she can melt the plates and forge weapons from them. The vision of the divine offering repeats, solidifying Hui Kyung's sense of purpose. In a moment of clarity, Hui Kyung understands this is the mission given to her by the blue insect god. Recalling her confident boast, Hui Kyung remembers telling Lakrak that they could obviously do it. Now, alone with her thoughts and a dagger, she worries that her reputation will be ruined if she has to admit failure. A worried blacksmith bows before Hui Kyung, stammering as she glares down at him, dagger in hand. "Coke!" The blacksmith explains he only acted confident because she did, but grits his teeth and vows that it's possible if he must succeed. A narration explains the difficulty. The new metal takes 30 to 40 hammer strikes for a task that would normally take 10. Exhausted and clutching his hand, the blacksmith reveals that half a day of work yielded only a single spear point, stalling all other projects. When Hui Kyung suggests he rest, the blacksmith refuses, explaining that letting the bloomery cool would waste too much charcoal to restart. She then asks about adding more manpower, but he dismisses the idea, stating new workers would need years of training to be useful. Exhausted, Hui Kyung rubs her eyes and tells the blacksmith he's done well and should go rest. Slumped at her desk, Hui Kyung calls Saren over, telling him to just be honest with Lakrak about their failure. She argues that admitting failure would make her seem like a useless partner, but Saren assures her that the Lakrak he knows is benevolent. Saren imagines Lakrak laughing heartily, saying it's fine since his own people couldn't work the metal either and he didn't expect much. The imagined scenario concludes with Hui Kyung collapsing in shame, finding his pity more painful than anger. Resigned, Hui Kyung slams her hands on her desk and tells Saren to follow her. As Saren asks about her studies, Hui Kyung waves him off, saying she has something she needs to confirm first. She stands before a dark, ominous hallway, leading to a heavily sealed door, determined to investigate. Saren lights their way with a torch as he and Hui Kyung venture into the dark, mysterious corridor. A massive, featureless mud soldier with a glowing green core on its back lumbers down the hall toward them. Saren identifies the creature as one of the castle's autonomous mud soldiers, explaining they cannot be controlled. Hui Kyung turns to a seemingly solid wall, telling Saren that this is what she wanted to show him. With a great push, she moves a section of the wall, revealing a hidden passage beyond. Behind the wall, a torrent of rushing water powers a massive, churning water wheel deep within the castle. Standing on a ledge overlooking the vast underground reservoir, a stunned Saren admits he's never seen anything like it. Hui Kyung explains that this is the castle's secure water reserve, protected from enemies within the inner palace. Looking toward the massive structure, Hui Kyung states that there is one thing they need to focus on. The narration explains that the water wheel produces incredible, ceaseless power as water rushes over it. Saren agrees that the wheel is like a machine that never tires, and Hui Kyung tells him she wants to use its power for more than just iron plates. Standing on the ledge, Hui Kyung declares her ambition to use this power to completely change the automation castle. She turns to Saren, her expression earnest, as she asks if he will help her achieve her goal. After a brief, thoughtful pause, Saren looks toward the water and agrees, telling her, "Of course." The scene transitions to an overhead view of the castle, setting the stage for Hui Kyung's grand project. Hui Kyung points to a schematic, explaining her plan to build a new water path at a higher position to add new wheels without weakening the current waterway. A bead of sweat rolls down her face as she worries, asking aloud if her ambitious plan will really be okay. Lick! Zael, the Blackscale tribe's engineering head, suddenly licks one of Hui Kyung's horns. Zael points out the logistical challenges. They will need a lot of people, money, and large quantities of sturdy wood that doesn't grow in the area. Hui Kyung, distracted and flustered by the lick, dismisses Zhao's comment about money, stating that having enough isn't the real issue. Zhao elaborates, warning that the problem is spending so much money without receiving sufficient compensation in return. Hui Kyung's expression hardens as she questions him, asking if he can handle the immense criticism he'll receive for wasting the castle's funds. Hui Kyung sits alone at her desk in the quiet of the night, lost in thought. A dark, shadowy figure appears in her mind's eye, its thoughts echoing that what she can change is simply the moment in front of her. Leaning back in her chair, Hui Kyung exhales and agrees with the sentiment. Looking up at the ceiling, she decides to share her vision, telling someone to listen to the future she is thinking of. She begins her plan by leaving the first water wheel's axis empty, a task for the next appointed lord. Next, she'll connect the second water wheel to a bellows, creating a bloomery that will never be extinguished as long as there's charcoal. The third water wheel will be fitted with a mechanical hammer, powerful enough to flatten metals that humans cannot. Finally, the last water wheel will turn a millstone, allowing them to crush an impressive amount of grain. The shadowy figure praises her plan as nice, but Hui Kyung seems underwhelmed, asking, "That's it?" The figure explains it was just a future it couldn't see, and she merely told it what she thought. Hui Kyung ponders this response. Her eyes flash with conviction as she declares her intention to proceed with the construction of the water wheels. She rises from her chair with renewed purpose, agreeing with her own decision. A man gasps in shock as Siren covers his mouth, frantically warning him to be careful. A thick rope snaps under immense strain. The narration states that the construction was plagued by challenges as a massive water wheel collapses, causing a major accident. Another setback is revealed. They were scammed, as shown by a broken box and a mocking drawing on the ground. Siren and Hui Kyung listen as someone brings up an issue with the fourth water wheel. A brown-haired man explains that a spatial calculation error makes the fourth wheel impossible, suggesting they finish with just 3. He argues that installing the fourth one now would force them to restart the entire project, causing Hui Kyung to clench her fist in frustration. The man sighs in resignation, believing they have no other choice but to abandon the fourth wheel. With her back to him, Hui Kyung defiantly declares that in that case, they will start over from the very beginning. The man protests, pointing out that starting over will more than double the work period and create problems with their recruited workers. Hui Kyung turns, her gaze steely, questioning his priorities and reminding him that this is a promise she made to the blue insect god. She challenges the men, asking if they truly wish to invoke the god's wrath now that the castle is finally reviving. Bathed in the light of a holographic schematic, Hui Kyung vows to keep her promise to the blue insect god and complete the water wheels at all costs. Elsewhere, the blue insect god hums in confusion, admitting it doesn't remember specifically asking her to build 4. Surrounded by glowing blue butterflies, Hui Kyung and Siren stand together as the narration observes that humans, while stupid, are extremely goal-oriented. A group of men discusses how using the blue insect god as an excuse allowed them to extend the construction, which the other families wouldn't resist. They note that the other families, who rely on business, are already feeling the benefits of the massive construction project. As workers stay and goods circulate, the commercial district expands, bringing prosperity back to the entire castle. A close-up shows the intimidating, skeletal mask of the blue insect god. After countless twists and turns, the project finally reaches its climax as water begins to flow. A powerful torrent of water surges upward with immense force. The 4 water wheels, the most advanced structure in the world, are born in the automation castle, as Hui Kyung and her people watch in awe. Whoa! A proud smile lights up Hui Kyung's face as she urges everyone to look at their creation. Whoa! Seiran and other reptilian onlookers stare in utter amazement, marveling that the colossal structure is actually moving. Thump! A massive, water-powered bellows blasts air into the forge with incredible force. Wow! Onlookers marvel at the immense power, noting that all the new water wheels are running smoothly. Hui Kyung reflects that the automation castle has become a remarkable place, whose iron plates are now trusted elsewhere. Looking up, she silently apologizes to the blue insect god for using its name so freely. But, watching the mighty water wheels turn, she believes the god will understand her reasons. A system notification alerts the blue insect god that its iron-making skill has advanced to level 2, laying the groundwork for higher-grade iron. Another notification announces the establishment of Pion, the first base currency of the third continent. Following this, the Chung letter system is established as the continent's first writing system. The system notes that this technological progress is significantly faster than the average player's development speed. The blue insect god chuckles, wondering how it could possibly be mad at this outcome. Looking down at a proud Huikyung, the god declares this is exactly why it chose humans as its second race. The scene shifts to a wide view of the bustling, fortified automation castle nestled against a cliffside. Two blonde-haired elves enter the castle, startled by a rhythmic thumping sound that echoes through the streets. A reptilian local explains to the visiting elves that the sound comes from a giant water wheel inside the city that grinds grains. The reptilian adds that the water wheels are also used to forge the Black Scale's powerful weapons. Changing the subject, the reptilian merchant gestures toward a stack of fine fabric, offering to show the elves some local silk. The elves inspect the material, impressed by its high quality, and agree to buy it using iron plates for payment. The reptilian merchant accepts one of their iron plates, claiming it's the highest grade found only in their region. He places the offered plate on a scale opposite a standard weight. The scale tips heavily, revealing the elf's iron plate is of poor quality. The merchant declares it a low-quality fourth-grade plate and refuses to trade, stating he doesn't trust them, which shocks the elves. He tells the frustrated elves to go exchange their shoddy plate for officially issued currency from the central exchange. They grumble. One of the elves accuses the merchant of being arrogant, but the reptilian calmly explains that this is a good opportunity for them to deal with him properly. A dark shadow falls over the reptilian's face as he menacingly questions their insult. Lowly piece of fabric? Tisk. Grabbing one of the terrified elves, he furiously demands if they have any idea how much the silk costs to produce and sell. Hui Qiang peeks around a corner, watching the reptilian merchant aggressively shoo the two elves away. She observes with a smirk, noting he's suddenly become quite the worn-out merchant and seems pleased with his assertiveness. As the two elves walk away, she wonders about them, noting it's unusual for elves to travel this far. The camera pulls back, showing the elves walking through the busy marketplace. A montage reveals the elves' true nature as they successfully charm and scam a naive woman and an orc-like man. They are shown targeting anyone who seems like a pushover, particularly new businessmen. The two elves gleefully continue their scams, preying on the unsuspecting locals of the automation castle. Peeking from her hiding spot, Hui Qiang realizes she is witnessing the debut of a type of scammer she's never seen before. The scene transitions to a grand view of the city's commercial district, bustling with activity. Elsewhere, the blue insect god is interrupted by a notification. It has received a private message. The god leans forward, intrigued by the unexpected private message. The message is from a new player named Eldar, prompting the god to wonder if this player is connected to the elves. The blue insect god considers the message, musing that since the elves' forces are on the distant northern coast, a conversation might be unnecessary. However, acknowledging a lack of information about the northern coast, the god decides the conversation might prove useful. Deciding to proceed, the god's hand moves to accept the incoming message. A beautiful, ethereal female elf appears amid a shower of flower petals, addressing the god simply as human. The full vision of Eldar is revealed, a graceful elf in a white gown, surrounded by a radiant floral aura. She gives a gentle, knowing smile, her green eyes sparkling with a serene light. A system panel explains the concept of role-playing, RP, suggesting Eldar is a player deeply immersed in her character. The blue insect god calmly greets her, saying her assumption is close enough and that it's nice to meet her. Speaking through a holographic projection, Eldar says it's nice to meet him too, adding that he's better than Hegemonia, which surprises the god. Eldar claims she personally drove Hegemonia's barbaric group out of the northern coast, leaving the blue insect god speechless. The blue insect god's glowing eye narrows as it wonders if Hegemonia came to it for help after being overpowered by this strange role player. Cutting to the chase, the blue insect god asks Eldar what she wants. Eldar smiles warmly, extending her hand and offering a small fish-shaped object as a gift. The blue insect god reflects on hanging up on Eldar without giving him an answer. He considers his options, noting that Eldar's base on the frigid northern coast makes insect scouting impossible and personal reconnaissance too risky. The god concludes that both he and Eldar are operating with very little information about each other. Looking at an image of one of the elven scammers, The god deduces Eldar sent them as scouts, but their poor luck got them caught. The god recalls Eldar's claim of having driven out hegemonia. Remembering Eldar's confident demeanor, the god realizes he must have powerful support and should not be underestimated. With grim determination, the blue insect god decides he must now prepare for war. The scene shifts to a grand stone tower within the automation castle. Hui Qiang, flanked by 2 guards, walks with a serious expression. She comes face to face with a delegation of 3 blonde-haired elves. The lead elf gives a charming, sparkling smile. He politely asks if she is Lord Hui Qiang of the automation castle, which she confirms. Anticipating her complaint, the elf correctly guesses she is dissatisfied with the deal made by his people, and she confirms again. Hui Qiang internally notes that she was expecting their visit. The elf offers her a small black box as a gift. She accepts the box and begins to open it. Inside, a magnificent, flawless diamond artifact from an ancient ruin sparkles brilliantly. The elf asks her to accept the gift as an apology for their mistake. Hui Qiang acknowledges the artifact's quality as she closes the lid with a click. Wham! She angrily slaps the box away, declaring that such a bribe is useless to her. The shocked lead elf dives to the floor, scrambling to catch the valuable gift. Phew! After securing the box, the elf sighs in relief and asks what price she wants to settle the matter. Hui Qiang internally questions the elves' motives, wondering why they are suddenly seeking trade when they've never come south before. She sternly warns them that if they desire a good relationship, they must follow the law and not overstep their boundaries. The lead elf bows his head in defeat, agreeing to her terms. Hui Qiang continues, as the elf looks up with a flicker of annoyance. She gestures to a large sack of insectoid statues, suggesting they purchase them if they truly wish to gain her favor. The elf protests that they worship the dancing shadow god, but Hui Qiang counters that worshipping 2 gods doubles the blessings, urging them to buy one. From outside a castle tower, a voice calls for Hui Qiang. Siren enters her study, reporting that Hasadian, the elven chieftain, has sent someone demanding an apology, much to her surprise. He elaborates that they accuse her of insulting them and demanding they convert their faith, leaving Hui Qiang shouting, "What?" She scoffs at the accusation, calling it nonsense, and complaining that the elves have nothing but good looks and twisted personalities. Ahem ahem. Siren pointedly asks if she thinks they're good-looking, causing Hui Qiang to blush and choke. Regaining her composure, Hui Qiang devises a counterplan to emphasize the elves' attempt to bribe her. Sejran agrees it's a good idea. Looking out an ornate window, Hui Qiang predicts that an elven envoy will visit again during the rainy season. She sits decisively at her desk, resolving that she probably won't meet with them personally. Siren volunteers to prepare more insults for their next encounter, and Hui Qiang calmly agrees. Her expression hardens as she gives a final order, prepare for war too. The scene transitions to a bright, sunlit day in a rocky canyon. Lush green field sways gently in the breeze. The automation castle is shown from a distance, a formidable structure nestled between a cliff and the water. On the castle wall, 2 guards look out into the distance, confused by what they see. One guard spots an approaching army and yells for the other to inform the lord immediately. An army of elves, led by a man in green riding a large stag, marches across the plains. An elven soldier points toward the fortress, announcing to Sir Hasadian that they've reached the automation castle. Hasadian gazes at the castle with contempt, calling it the home of foolish, shameless humans. He reflects that while he was initially flustered by his god's oracle of punishment, the castle itself doesn't look difficult to conquer. With a predatory grin, Hasadian raises his hand and gives the order to prepare the attack. Ha! With a mighty war cry, the elven army of 300 warriors charges toward the castle. Hasadian believes his forces are more than enough to conquer the small castle, his confidence bolstered by a vision of a divine, glowing figure in the sky. Hasadian, the elf chieftain, scoffs at the inferior bows of humans, recalling a vision of his goddess boasting of their own superior range. With a confident smirk, he declares that they will soon make the lord of the automation castle kneel before them. Watching the unfolding events on magical screens, the skull-masked being notes that the elves have arrived. He then issues a challenge to an unseen foe, asking if it's time to fight it out. Back on the castle wall, a shocked Hui Qiang points down towards the approaching army. A force of 300 elven warriors charges across the open field toward the castle. The narration reveals the defenders are vastly outnumbered, with, at best, 150 soldiers inside the fortress. An elf scout urgently reports to his war chief, Hasadian, about activity in the canyon facing the castle. The scout reveals the castle soldiers are setting up a magic circle, catching Hasadian completely by surprise. Learning there are only 70 soldiers, Hasadian deduces they were expected, but remains suspicious. He questions the logic of sending such a small force, wondering what they could possibly be planning. Suddenly, another elf shouts a desperate warning to Hasadian, telling him to look behind them. The scout confirms that the retreat route has been cut off by enemy forces, shocking Hasadian. Thump thump, an army of warriors riding large, bird-like beasts, charges toward the elves from the rear. An elf screams in terror, identifying the new arrivals as lizardmen, led by a warrior in a bull skull mask. Hasadian stares in disbelief, unable to comprehend how humans and lizardmen could be fighting together. In a divine realm, a blonde elf goddess with leaves in her hair watches the battle with a horrified expression. A system notification announces a clash of civilizations, shocking the goddess, who wonders why another species is involved in their conflict with humans. Ding! The skull-masked being is alerted by a blue notification appearing before him. On his screen, the elf goddess frantically asks if the lizardmen belong to an allied player, realizing another god must be present. The skull-masked being scolds her for not checking the local player list first, leaving her confused. The confused elf goddess looks down at a glowing list that has appeared in her hands. The local player list reveals only one person, Nebula, leading her to ask in disbelief if he is the only one. She questions him again, asking if he isn't supposed to be the god of humans. The skull-masked being confirms he is the god of humans, but then reveals he is also the god of the lizardmen. On the battlefield, a young elf soldier's face contorts in pure terror at the revelation. Thump thump. The human soldiers and lizardmen cavalry stand poised to crush the elves between them. Though startled, Hasadian rallies his troops, yelling that they still outnumber their foes. An elf commander frantically issues orders, telling the vanguards to defend and the rear guards to turn and face the lizardmen. A soldier yells, "War Chief!" and points desperately toward the canyon cliffs above. High above the battlefield, scores of human archers line the cliffs, taking aim at the trapped elves. The archers draw their bows in unison, preparing to unleash a deadly volley. Whoosh! Arrows rain down on the elven army as Hasadian screams for his men to dodge the lethal assault. As the elves fall under the arrow storm, the lizardmen cavalry thunders closer. Hasadian cries out as the lizardmen approach, while his soldiers try desperately to maintain their formation. A terrified young elf freezes as a hulking lizardman warrior bears down on him. The lizardman leader raises a single finger, gathering a crackling blue energy at its tip. Whoosh! His finger glows with immense power, ready to be unleashed. He points, firing a concentrated beam of energy directly into the elven ranks. The brilliant blue light of the impending blast is reflected in a horrified eye. Flash! The beam erupts in a massive explosion of energy, obliterating the elven soldiers. Lizardman leader charges through the ensuing chaos on his mount. Wielding a massive weapon, he effortlessly cuts down a fleeing elf. It's the Chocobo cavalry. An elf screams before being brutally slain, crying out for someone to save him. Hasadian watches his army crumble, furiously demanding they stop running and fight. In a desperate, sweat-drenched plea, he invokes the name of the dancing shadow god, urging his men to fight on. Surrounded by slaughter, Hasadian screams for help, but the lizardman leader commands the carnage to stop. The lizardman observes the broken elves, deciding it's best to end things quickly now that their morale is gone. Backed by a powerful spiritual aura, he declares that his forces will charge one last time. A glowing, butterfly-like banner materializes in the sky, signaling the final assault. From above, the glowing blue butterfly banner signals the lizardman leader's final command to charge once more. Two lizardmen acknowledge the order, one asking if the other heard that they're going in again. With a hardened expression, the lizardman leader gives a single brutal command: kill everyone. In her divine realm, the defeated blonde elf goddess closes her eyes and admits that she has lost. The skull-masked being asks if she's already giving up, and she replies that fighting would only prove his strength before asking what he wants. He lists his demands: information, skills, and resources, prompting her to accuse him of daylight robbery. He clarifies that he doesn't want everything, but warns her that her followers will suffer if she doesn't join him, causing her to grimace. The goddess realizes that information on the North Shore is currently more important to her than dealing with this new god. Appearing on her screen, the skull-masked being formally asks if she has accepted his offer. She thinks of her nearly 300 defeated warriors, lamenting how difficult it will be to survive as a player now. Contemplating that he already commands 2 species, she decides that siding with him is her best option. The skull mask being impatiently clears his throat, awaiting her answer. Misinterpreting his demeanor, the elf goddess laughs, surprised he'd joke about robbing her in daylight. She eagerly agrees to provide everything he asked for and more, leaving the skull mask being momentarily stunned. Blushing and flustered, the goddess points at him, asking what is wrong with him now. He cuts her off, changing the subject by offering to tell her everything he knows about the North Shore. Her expression shifts to one of complete surprise at his unexpected offer of information. He immediately questions her about the political landscape, asking if there's an alliance in the north. Still slightly dazed, the elf goddess confirms that his assumption is correct. She explains the North Shore has 3 players, Solongos, Lim, Chunsik, and herself, in a loose, unofficial alliance. She elaborates that one of the players, Solongos, commands the rare Kentaurus centaur race. While the centaurs are natural cavalry, she notes they struggle with population growth and gathering resources. The skull-masked being reflects that it's a difficult race to face, though not one he would have chosen. She then describes Lim Chunsik, a Korean player who chose the ogre race to offset their low intelligence with brute strength. He asks if the ogre's average intelligence is 10, which she confirms, adding they likely raised it using a domain blessing. He muses that domain blessings aren't limited to physical stats, revealing he gave his humans various blessings as well. He concludes that Lim Chunsik's choice was a decent gamble, as a good domain could help the ogre's advance. The goddess asserts that Lim Chunsik is the stronger of her allies, and when asked if she fought him, she answers no. Showing a map, she explains that another player, Hegemonia, bordered her and Solongos, so he never fought Lim Chunsik directly. He correctly deduces their plan was to team up against Hegemonia, who unfortunately ran into him first. She confirms this, explaining that after Hegemonia's defeat, Lim Chunsik began demanding exorbitant offerings from her. As she tears up, lamenting how hard it was to meet his demands, he realizes why she was so desperate for offerings from him. He speculates Lim Chunsik favors the nomadic centaurs over the settler elves, a distinction she questions. He explains that since elves and ogres are settlers, their power is tied to their land, making them rivals. Tapping a digital map, he declares Lim Chunsik will eventually take her lands, and asks what use she is to him now. The elf goddess looks horrified, as he coldly states she probably would have been betrayed by her allies soon anyway. He continues that Lim Chunsik would naturally try to keep the nomadic centaurs on his side, causing her to shrink in fear. He then pivots, noting a strong northern force would be troublesome, and suggests they could help each other. Her expression lights up with surprise and a glimmer of hope at his proposition. She questions her usefulness after her recent losses, but he reminds her that she still possesses her small domain. He recalls her god name, Dancing Shadow God, which she confirms. From her name, he correctly deduces she received the small domain of arts, leaving her completely astonished. Following his revelation, he gestures for the bowing goddess to come closer. He gently places his hands on her head, initiating what appears to be a blessing or transfer of power. Looking up with tear-filled eyes, she worriedly asks if everything will really be okay. The scene shifts to a vast, snowy mountain landscape, where a small party stands atop a cliff. The red-haired centaur leader, Solongos, stands proudly in the falling snow with his followers. Solongos commands a hooded figure to recite the story they have spread, and the figure agrees. The figure begins a prophecy, foretelling that a king will soon arrive in their lands. The prophecy warns that when the king arrives, the world will be reorganized, stripping power from the mighty. A red-haired, beast-like warrior asks a hooded man to define the king he speaks of, who explains it's someone everyone bows to. KS, clarifying that even powerful tribal chiefs would bow to this king. The hooded man asks if this king is a god, then dismisses the idea, stating there are no gods in these lands. Believing he fits the description, the warrior proudly declares that a person with only gods above him must be someone like himself. The hooded man bluntly informs the warrior he is not the one, leaving him in stunned silence. The warrior guesses it must be one of the lizardmen he's heard about, who are shown crackling with powerful energy. The hooded figure scoffs, admitting the lizardmen are fierce but stating they cannot take the position due to the North Shore's powerful beings. A crown to a smaller one before a frozen citadel. The prophet describes the giant's overwhelming size, with several figures shown kneeling before the colossal, red-eyed being. The warrior furiously questions if the prophet means the ogre high priest Kijin, and if he is expected to serve him. "You're wrong, long ears," the hooded figure calmly replies, leaving the warrior to ask, "Pardon?" A flash of red energy erupts in a violent slashing motion. Blood splatters across the warrior's face as his eyes glow with white-hot rage. The hooded figure's body collapses onto the snowy ground. Bloodied and defiant, the warrior snarls that he will not bow to anyone but the gods. Elsewhere, a blonde elf woman looks worriedly at a magical device showing the dead prophet, while a voice confirms the order is done and asks if this is okay. "Believe the prophecy now." The cloaked figure smiles with sinister confidence. Leaning back in a chair, the masked figure declares that if the prophecy isn't believed, they will simply have to make it come true. "LL soon see." The scene shifts to a memory, focusing on Tamaridu's powerful centaur hooves trudging through the snow. In the past, he lets out a heavy, frustrated sigh. Tamaridu stands defeated before a massive, impassable mountain of ice. In a flashback, he's seen running towards the mountain, desperately questioning why he's being stopped. He stumbles through the heavy snow, his mind filled with the same question. Kneeling in defeat, Tamaridu wonders aloud why he can never climb the mountain. He furiously fights off goblin-like creatures, questioning why the northern mountains are so impossibly tall. His eyes widen in sudden shock. An unseen force hurls him backward down the mountain as he continues to question his fate. In a moment of pure agony, Tamaridu screams, demanding to know why he can't become king. "Hook!" Tamaridu jolts awake in his bed, eyes wide with terror from the nightmare. He sits up, panting heavily as he recovers from the vivid dream. He recognizes the repeating nightmare has become a powerful obsession. Gripping his weapon, he wonders if becoming king is the only way to finally escape his torment. He despairs, believing no one knows his name, Tamaridu, and that he's destined to watch the ogre Kijin become king instead. An attendant calls out, "Chief," interrupting his thoughts, and he turns to answer. The attendant informs Tamaridu that he has a guest. Tamaridu sits on his throne, his large axe resting beside him as he waits under a spotlight. Resting his head on his fist, he recalls that 2 more people came to see him after the prophet. Green-eyed elf, from the same tribe as the prophet, who delivered a contradictory message. The elf claimed the prophecy foretold Kijin the ogre chief would be king, but that they should change it to make Tamaridu king instead. The next visitor was a human from the automation castle, who heard rumors of a new Cantorus king. The human had brought a cart loaded with tributes to honor him. Tamaridu questions why he is wavering because of these words, which are not even revelations from the gods. A cloaked lizard man enters his tent, and Tamaridu greets him as his final guest. The visitor reveals his face, smiling as he introduces himself as Owen of the black-scaled tribe. Tamaridu looks at him skeptically, asking if he too is there to tell him to become king. Owen casually sits down and bluntly states that while he doesn't know the future, he's here to tell him to give up. Tamaridu stands indignantly, demanding to know why he isn't worthy and if he needs the acknowledgement of other chiefs. After Tamaridu states that the elves and humans already support him, he asks for the lizardman's stance, to which Owen simply says, "I'm not sure." Tamaridu looks off to the side, stating that he's sure his own chief would have approved of Owen. Owen thinks about how his chief would have actually challenged Tamaridu to prove his power, but he tells the centaur it was nothing. Leaning forward, Owen advises Tamaridu that, for his own sake, it would be better not to become king. "Grr," Tamaridu snarls in disbelief, baring his sharp teeth at the lizard man's audacious warning. Tamaridu's golden eye glares with fury and confusion. He questions why his god, the rushing without hesitation god, would not want him to become king. Owen explains that just as there are hierarchies among tribes on Earth, there is also a hierarchy among the gods. He clarifies that the centaur's god is likely subservient to the god of the ogres, who is depicted as a casually dressed man. Tamaridu's eyes glow white with pure rage at the implication. He swings his massive axe, preparing to strike Owen down for the insult. "You bastard!" he screams in a fit of uncontrollable anger. Tamaridu furiously demands to know if Owen just insulted his god, his eyes glowing as the lizard man remains calm. Owen calmly states he is only talking about the hierarchy of gods and questions why a mortal is getting so angry. He suggests that if Tamaridu is angry, he should direct it at the gods suppressing his own. Next hand tightens on his axe as he begins to wonder if there is truth in the lizard man's words. He realizes his recurring nightmare wasn't a trial, but a negative revelation. His god was actively denying his ambition to become king. Looking toward the heavens, Tamaridu wonders what he should do now that he's confronted with this possibility. Owen reveals that his black-scaled warriors sometimes defy their commander's orders if they believe it's necessary. He smiles, suggesting Tamaridu must do something his god doesn't want for his god's own sake. Tamaridu stands alone in his tent, axe in hand, contemplating the radical advice. His decision made, he picks up his weapon and declares, "Now, I must become a king." With fierce resolve, Tamaridu vows to take the path his god forbids, all for the sake of his god. Elsewhere, a horned, skull-masked being and a blonde elf woman observe Tamaridu's decision on a magical screen. The elf woman laughs, marveling at her newfound ability to utilize her arts, as the masked being says it's all in the execution. He elaborates that art, in the form of sculptures, murals, and prophecies, is the key to moving people's hearts. The masked being explains that this allows them to manipulate even species controlled by other players, disrupting the plans of Solongos's player. The elf woman questions if this is enough, pointing out they can't interfere between the gods themselves, only their followers. The masked being cryptically asks, "Why not?" leaving the elf woman to question what he means. He explains that Solongos knows nomads have a growth limit and will eventually be consumed by civilizations like the one Lim Chunsik leads. The masked being is confident that because of this, Solongos knows about the situation and likely won't actively stop Tamaridu. The elf woman repeats her concern, questioning if interfering with species is enough when they can't affect the gods directly. "Yes," the masked being confirms, reiterating that Solongos knows the bigger picture and is unlikely to intervene. The scene shifts to a snowy peak where the god Solongos, in full armor, sits before the god Lim Chunsik, a man in a tank top, his armored head, apologizing and admitting that his high priest Tamaridu will no longer listen to him. Lim Chunsik sighs in frustration, blaming himself for underestimating the crazed elf and not foreseeing another player's involvement. Solongos quietly admits that he failed to consider that possibility as well. Lim Chunsik corrects him, stating he should be the one to apologize since he was busy facing hegemonia. He smirks, noting that Tamaridu and Kijin will soon fight, and Solongos will lose an important priest if Tamaridu falls. Solongos shakes his head, clarifying that is not the reason for his apology. With glowing eyes, Solongos declares with absolute certainty that his Tamaridu will kill Lim Chunsik's Kijin. Lim Chunsik leans back and laughs heartily at the bold prediction, clearly unconvinced. His face breaks into a wide, toothy grin as he continues to laugh. The two gods share a moment of laughter, their contest set to play out on the mortal plane below them. The jagged, snowy peak stands silent beneath a setting sun, awaiting the coming conflict. Tamaridu's powerful hooves thunder against the frozen ground as he begins his march to war. Tamaridu leads the charge, shouting, "Charge, warriors!" A title card identifies Tamaridu Kantoris as a warrior and high priest, with high strength and moderate intelligence. Tamaridu grits his teeth, shouting that this path will be the one that decides who becomes king. A warrior calls out a warning that a horde of goblins lies directly ahead. Unfazed, Tamaridu orders his warriors to trample the mere slaves of ogres and continue their advance. The centaur charge descends into chaos as warriors are trampled underfoot amidst a field of fallen goblins. They are crushed by hooves, and Tamaridu's face contorts in a furious snarl. A dark figure with glowing red eyes peers through a barricade, boasting that they predicted this exact path. DRRR. A massive pale ogre smashes through the barricade as the centaurs cry out in alarm. A centaur warrior urges his comrades to fall back, frustrated that the goblin corpses are impeding their retreat. Gra! An ogre's giant hand closes around a centaur's head. Ag! With a sickening crunch, the ogre crushes the centaur's skull, splattering blood everywhere. Another centaur is brutally cut down from behind by an ogre's heavy cleaver. Standing over a slain foe, Tamaridu recognizes the ogre's strategy an ambush designed to slow them with goblin bodies. He faces down another ogre and dismisses their tactics as cheap tricks. Tamarudu leaps through the battlefield, clearing the bodies of the fallen ogres in his path. With blood on his face, Tamarudu declares with grim resolve that he will defeat them for his god and become king. He finally stands before his rival, the formidable ogre chief Kijin. Kijin furiously accuses Tamarudu of betrayal and warns that he will regret his actions in the afterlife. Crash! Kuwa! Tamarudu's axe meets Kijin's weapon in a ferocious, world-shaking impact. Kijin lands a devastating punch, sending Tamarudu flying backward from the sheer force of the blow. Kyok! Tamarudu grits his teeth in pain as he absorbs the staggering impact. The massive ogre chief effortlessly grabs Tamarudu, lifting the centaur into the air. Kook! Kijin's grip tightens around Tamarudu's head, his glowing eye burning with menace. Bloodied and trapped, Tamarudu struggles, cursing the ogre bastard who overpowers him. Kijin violently slams Tamarudu's body into the frozen ground. Looming over the defeated centaur, Kijin grimly reminds him that he was warned he would regret this. Elsewhere, a horned, skull-masked being in a blue cloak and a blonde elf woman watch the battle on floating screens. The green-eyed elf woman expresses her surprise at the outcome, admitting she didn't expect the centaurs to fall so easily. The skull-masked being muses that while he knew the ogre's newfound intelligence would make it difficult, he still considered the centaurs capable fighters. The elf woman asks Sungwoon if his main force, the lizardmen, can handle the ogres in the cold. Sungwoon coldly shuts down the idea, stating definitively that the lizardmen will not be facing the ogres. Stunned by his declaration, the elf woman can only ask what he means. Sungwoon changes the subject abruptly, asking the visibly annoyed elf what her rank was. Clearing her throat awkwardly, the elf woman admits she was ranked around 3,400th place. Sungwoon considers her rank, judging it to be neither impressive nor terrible. A cloaked observer reflects on the selection process for players, wondering about the conditions as ranks seem inconsistent. Sungwoon asks the elf woman if she intends to continue cooperating, a question that only confuses her further. Startled and confused, she demands to know what he is talking about as he turns from her. Meanwhile, the god Lim Chunsik sits alone, studying multiple floating screens that display various scenes from the world. He pulls up the profile for Nebula, confirming the player controls lizardmen, humans, and a small domain of insects. Lim Chunsik recalls Nebula's reputation as the legendary rank 1 player who is infamous for avoiding competition. He ponders the unlikelihood of encountering such a high-profile player this early in the game. Comparing their assets, he smirks, feeling his luck is better after gaining a blessing from the small domain of birds. He analyzes Nebula's weaknesses, noting that both his lizardmen and insects are vulnerable to cold, forcing a swift winter battle. Overlooking his ogre village, Lim Chunsik declares his preparations complete, boasting he was in the top 20 in his prime. A confident smile spreads across his face as he entertains the thought of defeating the #1 ranked player. A cold wind sweeps across a desolate, icy landscape, heralding the coming winter. Lim Chunsik studies his monitors, anticipating his opponent's attack as winter approaches and feeling like a plan is coming together. His expression shifts to one of confusion as an unexpected development catches his eye. His eyes widen in disbelief as an image appears on screen, forcing him to question why the elf village is burning. Raging inferno on his screen, he desperately tries to understand what is happening. His face twists in rage as he begins to suspect who is behind the attack. As the fire engulfs the land, he watches a map showing smaller fires in the forest and wonders if it's all a diversion. His face twists in rage as he begins to suspect who is behind the attack. Watching his village burn on one screen while a map shows multiple fires, Lim Chunsik realizes his opponent is using a slash and burn tactic. A woman in an ornate crescent moon mask explains that the slash and burn strategy is also known as the scorched earth tactic. The blonde elf woman listens pensively as the masked woman elaborates that the tactic destroys potential supply lines for the enemy. The skull-masked being tells the elf her village is safe since he evacuated them, but she questions why he'd use a scorched earth tactic so early. He agrees it's a risky opening move that usually fails, but this time, he was lucky. He explains that by burning the North Shore, he's cut off his opponent's access to food supplies. Shown as it's explained that the Black-Scaled tribe had planned to obtain goods from the elves through trade or force. The blonde elf woman looks on in silent frustration, knowing her village has now been completely destroyed. The skull-masked being reveals the ogre's true weakness, their massive appetite, which now leaves them without enough food for the winter. Stunned by his revelation, the blonde elf woman can only ask, "What?" He explains that while this strategy usually requires sacrificing one's own land, it conveniently happened to be the elf's territory this time, and she reluctantly agrees. With cold certainty, the skull-masked being declares that his enemies won't survive the second winter. Elsewhere, goblins in a snowy village shriek in terror, trying to run away from an unseen threat. Grrr! A massive, pale ogre rampages through the village, crushing a screaming goblin in its grip. The ogres continue their chaotic assault on the goblin settlement, leaving devastation in their wake. Rocky Shoulders reports that the goblin village is out of food, causing many to flee the ensuing famine. Chief Kijin sits slumped on his throne, contemplating the grim news in silence. He clasps his hands, frustrated by his god's perceived inaction. Overlooking the desolate, ruined landscape, he wonders how much longer he must wait. A surveillance screen shows the grim aftermath. Ogres and goblins alike lie dead from starvation. Chunsik watches the screen, hand on his head, admitting that his people can't endure this any longer. He stares intently at his monitor, lost in thought. Clenching his fist with resolve, he contacts his ally, asking Solongos how many forces he has left. Lim Chunsik is stunned by the response from Solongos on his screen. He has no warriors left, having lost them all a year ago. Solongos explains that while his high priest was being killed, the black-scaled lizardmen conquered his lands, causing his scattered followers to lose faith. Lim Chunsik realizes that Solongos was planning to contact him for help anyway. The blonde elf woman appears, relaying an offer from Nebula to spare her life if she joined him and helped block Lim Chunsik. A confused Lim Chunsik looks up from his screen, wondering what she's getting at. Solongos appears on screen, explaining that he refused the offer, mocking Eldar for barely surviving after submitting to Nebula. Tears well up in Lim Chunsik's eyes, touched by his allies' loyalty, despite their recent conflicts. Solongos declares he can still muster 10 warriors and has enough faith for one last battle, and Lim Chunsik eagerly agrees. Lim Chunsik decides that a battle on open terrain will negate Nebula's tricks and allow them to destroy his main forces in a direct fight between gods. He reasons that Nebula must also be low on divinity after his last battle, giving their two-god alliance the upper hand. An army of ogres, led by Kijin, marches resolutely through a barren canyon. A small, weary band of centaurs, led by Solongos' vessel, trudges through the same rocky pass. Kijin raises his hand, ordering his and the centaur forces to stop. He announces grimly that their enemies have arrived. A centaur warrior cries out in alarm as an army of lizardmen appears, riding large red and green feathered beasts. Nice! Lim Chunsik cheers as his spiritual form descends from the heavens, merging with Kijin's body, to pour into the ogre chief. Kijin's eyes glow with purple power as he declares with confidence, "We can win!" Lim Chunsik, now inhabiting Kijin, and Solongos, possessing a centaur, stand together, radiating divine power. Lim Chunsik gives the command to his ally, and Solongos confirms he is ready. Ah! The two gods, in their mortal vessels, roar as they charge forward to meet their foe. The skull-masked being, Sungwon, materializes in a flash of brilliant blue light. A close-up reveals a reptilian eye, crackling with the same blue energy. Crash! Sungwon, moving with incredible speed, shatters an ogre's shield with a single blow. Solongos' vessel is sent flying, while in another panel, Sungwon delivers a devastating strike to Lim Chunsik's ogre form. A blue-skinned lizard man with glowing eyes performs an acrobatic flip over his fallen enemies. The lizard man warrior gathers crackling blue lightning in his open palm, preparing a powerful attack. Crackle blue lightning surges over the bodies of the defeated ogre and centaur vessels. The skull-masked being taunts his fallen enemies, asking if they really thought they could win so easily. Looking down at the defeated gods, he explains that he never ran, because he was always certain of his victory. System alerts announce that players Lim Chunsik and Solongos have been sealed, noting that gods lose immense express if they die while descended. The narration explains that gods whose divinity level drops below 1 become sealed, showing their mummified forms held in a hand. Forms of the two gods crackle with energy, as it's explained their statues must be destroyed to kill them permanently. With a flick of his wrist, the skull-masked being decides to store his newly captured enemies away for now. He reflects that while the fight was easy, Killing 2 gods has caused him to level up. His status screen shows his divinity is now level 12, and he muses that his stats are maxed out for the time being. Surveying his loot, he notes he can randomly obtain 1 small domain from each of his defeated opponents. 2 system windows pop up, confirming he has obtained 2 small domains of an unknown type. Tap. His finger presses the confirm button on one of the glowing blue notifications. A shower of glowing blue cards materializes before the skull-masked being. He draws a card, eagerly anticipating what new power it will grant him. The cards reveal his new powers, the small domain of birds and the small domain of swamp. Holding the 2 cards, he expresses his delight, stating he's been eyeing the bird domain and plans to use it for his lizardmen and humans. He observes that both his lizardmen and humans currently have the blessing of the insects applied, and plans to use his new blessing on the next generation. Pleased with his new domains, he considers substituting the powerful bird blessing for the insect blessing currently on his followers. System windows confirm the blessing of the insects is applied to both his lizardmen and human followers. He resolves to apply the new blessing to the next generation to help his progress move forward. A profile card for Eldar, an elf with divinity level 5, remains active while the other defeated players are crossed out. The skull-masked being taps Eldar's card and then pauses, calmly deciding on his next move. Taking a step forward on a glowing map, he declares that he has now dealt with the 3 players he encountered. He stands before a projection of the globe, ready to organize the wider geopolitical situation. Focusing on the Western continent, he notes that his locusts have provided him with valuable intel. The intel reveals 5 players fighting in 3 factions, but he decides to leave them alone until they get closer. He shifts his focus to the east, dismissing the ocean as a later priority compared to conquering the land. His attention settles on the north and south, resolving to conquer the NPC forces there before they can establish themselves. He decides to use the elves in the north, sparing his main tribe the hardship of cultivating barren land. The scene changes to a small encampment of tents nestled in a vast, snowy mountain range. An unseen elf laments their situation, having just found a new home only to be forced to move again. Inside a tent, elves worry about the long winters and the danger from ogres and goblins that farming will attract. One of the elves asks their chief, a seated blonde woman, if their god has given any guidance. Another elf addresses her directly, asking, "Chief Leonar?" Ooh. The other elves listen with rapt attention as Chief Leonar announces she received a prophecy yesterday. Chief Leonar reveals the prophecy. A helper for the green-eyed elf tribe is coming from the south. An elf guard peeks into the tent, interrupting the meeting to deliver a message. The guard reports that humans are approaching, prompting another elf to exclaim that the prophecy is already coming true. Believing this is their promised aid, Chief Leonar orders her people to prepare a reception for the humans. Snow falls gently on the quiet, lantern-lit elf encampment. Chief Leonar stands with 4 other elves in the cold, waiting for their guests to arrive. A group of humans on horseback approaches through the snow, led by a figure wearing an elaborate horned headdress. Chief Leonar looks up, surprised by the appearance of the approaching leader. A young woman with dark hair and a horned headdress reveals her face, asking Leonar if she remembers her. The horned woman greets Chief Leonar, noting her weight loss, and Leonar gives a hesitant confirmation. The woman invites her inside to escape the cold, but Leonar seems to have something else on her mind. Before they can proceed, the horned woman calls out for Siran, and a cloaked figure steps down from a large feathered beast. Saran, a tall lizardman warrior, apologizes but states his need to check the hut for assassins first. A taken aback Chief Leonar awkwardly stammers her agreement to the lizardman's security protocol. Speechless Chief Leonar watches as the imposing lizardman stands beside the horned woman. Inside the tent, the horned woman sits calmly with her lizardman guard, Siran, and asks Chief Leonar what brings her here. The horned woman explains she also received a prophecy, prompting a surprised Chief Leonar to ask for clarification. With a bright smile, the horned woman announces that her blue insect god wants them to help the weak and marginalized. She reveals they brought weapons and tools, and as Saran hints at more, Leonar eagerly asks what else they have. The horned woman presents her final offering, a pouch of grain seeds specially adapted to grow in cold climates. As a grateful Chief Leonar begins to thank her, the horned woman cuts her off, stating she'll sell the supplies cheaply. Utterly bewildered by the sudden turn, a wide-eyed Chief Leonar stammers in disbelief. The horned woman explains that while her god wants her to help, doing so without profit would be difficult. Chief Leonard regretfully explains that her people have nothing to barter, having spent all their resources just to get here. Announcing that time is money, the horned woman callously prepares to leave, seeing no value in helping them. Thud! A hand slams down on the table as a resolute voice declares, "Enough." Chief Leonard glares across the table, insisting she knows they wouldn't have come so far unless they wanted something specific. The horned woman gives a condescending smirk, asking what they could possibly want from a tribe that has nothing. In response, a map is unfurled across the table, revealing the elves' true bargaining chip. Chief Leonard reveals that their new land is rich with an iron mine, tall trees, and fertile soil. All of these future resources at a cheap price to the automation castle. Ha! The horned woman laughs, mocking the offer to trade present goods for the uncertain value of the future. Chief Leonard confirms, personally guaranteeing the trade with the full authority of her name, Leonard. A satisfied smile spreads across the horned woman's face as she finally agrees to the deal. Leonard, not content with a verbal promise, insists they create physical evidence of their agreement. She inwardly acknowledges that she is trading away her descendants' future prosperity for their immediate survival. Believing her god must have foreseen this desperate choice, Leonard steps into a tray of blood to seal the pact. 2 bloody handprints are pressed firmly onto the contract, sealing the fateful agreement. Wiping her hand, Leonard swears on her god that the contract will be kept. The horned woman smiles, agreeing to the oath and swearing on her own god to uphold her end of the bargain. The first credit trade has been made, as the skull-masked being says, "Nice, pleased his world is expanding." The world's disparate tribes viewed each other only as threats, making trade impossible. But now, with tribes settling into fixed territories and routes, a new era of stability has begun. By formalizing agreements in writing, the intangible value of the future is becoming a common basis for trade. The skull-masked being observes that his people are moving beyond simple transactions and into true economic behavior. Gazing upon visions of his followers, he contemplates his next grand move. How can I rule this wide world? A burning landscape, where a bloodied hand fiercely grips the shaft of a spear. Phew. Lizardman warrior wearing a horned skull mask catches his breath, splattered in the blood of his enemies. He reports that the dwarves have escaped, but his commander simply tells him to secure the surroundings. He walks through the smoldering village, reflecting on the dwarves' tenacious but ultimately pointless resistance. Leaving the carnage behind, his blood-stained foot steps onto the soft sand of an ocean beach. Siren stands at the water's edge, looking out at the vast, shimmering sea before him. With a burning village at his back, he confirms his conquest is complete, having reached the end of the land. He looks to the sky with satisfaction, knowing he has fulfilled the blue insect god's wish to conquer the south. Gazing over the conquered peninsula, he feels the weight of his new duty, to lead not just his tribe, but all its species. Watching Seiran on a screen, the skull-masked being mulls over the need for a ruling system, weighing the pros and cons of each. Feudalism, a system where a king grants land to lords who rule in his stead. He analyzes its flaws. While lords lessen the king's burden, they are difficult to control and often lead to civil war. He concludes that despite fueling technological advancement, the chaos of feudalism makes it too hard to manage. The second choice is monarchy, a centralized government where a king rules directly from the capital. He admits his preference for this system, noting its strong central power makes military mobilization much easier. The blonde elf woman counters that monarchy requires immense preparation, including roads, ports, and a system to choose officials. Looking at a projection of his loyal general Siren, the skull-masked being turns to the elf and asks which she thinks is better. Merc, rightly guessing that he has already made his decision, a quiet, sun-drenched encampment of circular, yurt-like tents. In a quiet lizardman encampment, Siren announces to his followers that he had a dream last night. His fellow lizardmen, including a green-eyed female, listen in stoic silence. When the green-eyed lizardman asks what kind of dream it was, Siren admits with an embarrassed look that he flew. He elaborates that he left his body and was flown against his will at an incredible speed. In his dream, he soared over the wilds and all the way to the distant northern shore. He grimly recalls flying over the very villages that his tribe had worked so hard to eliminate. Hearing this, the assembled lizardmen look at each other in stunned silence. Thump! Siren stands tall, his expression now one of firm resolve. Pointing to a map drawn on the ground, he indicates their current location to the others. When asked its name, Cyran explains the dwarves call it Maganin, the end of the land. He then points to another area, asking his men for the name of the place where they defeated the red-skinned orcs. After a quick consultation, Saren decides to simply name the territory South Samon. His followers murmur among themselves, processing the sudden act of naming their conquered lands. Stomp! Putting his foot down decisively, Saren is ready to make his next move. He gestures to a large, unclaimed region on the map and asks what that land is called. His followers look at each other blankly, admitting that no one seems to know its name. One of them explains that no species dares to live there, as the mountainous terrain is infested with cockatrices. The green-eyed lizard man confirms that none of them know the name of this forsaken land. I know this land, Cyran declares, explaining that it's easy to forge a path by clearing the vines and small trees. He describes a beautiful, hidden valley with a flowing river deep within the mountains. He continues his vision, revealing that the river leads to vast, flat plains and eventually opens into the ocean. The green-eyed lizard man looks up in awe, realizing their god must have shown him this in his dream. Cyran gives a quiet nod, confirming her suspicion. He reveals the name of the promised land shown to him in the vision, Orizon. The vision shows a pair of feet gently touching down on a verdant, sunlit field. In the dream, their god descended amid glowing butterflies, as Cyran explains. Orizon means land where our god stands. Filled with divine purpose, Cyran declares that by his god's will, he will become the king of Orizon. The faces of his followers instantly light up with joy and excitement. Wow! The entire tribe erupts into a thunderous cheer, raising their fists to the sky in unified support. The skull-masked being looks over the land and declares, "It has begun." Floating above his followers, the god narrates that while many will acknowledge the power of his general Lacrac, there will be resistance. The god's plan is revealed. Everyone must know that Orizon is the new capital, and that Lacrac is its king. To unify the kingdom, paths must be built connecting all conquered lands directly to the capital city of Orizon. A new monarchical system is established, with managers called war chiefs appointed to govern the territories. Most importantly, a single, uniform set of laws, inscribed on a golden tablet, will be applied throughout the entire land. The skull mask being acknowledges that integrating the existing feudal structures of the automation castle and the elf village will take time. He plans to dispatch officers to monitor them, as system windows confirm new titles for Hui Kyung and Leonar. Though admitting his plan is primitive, the god deems it sufficient, as a notification confirms his nation has entered early monarchy. The blonde elf asks if he's using both systems, and he confirms it was the most pragmatic choice for the current situation. Holding a projection of Leonar's title, the elf questions why her people are being absorbed into his new kingdom. The skull mask being states simply, "That's my land too," leaving the elf to quietly accept the undeniable truth.